Chapter 299. Indifferent words came out of the gray-robed man's mouth. His voice was sharp and cold. As his voice fell, a gray shadow flashed and pounced towards Tai, who, suddenly appearing in front of him. Chi! The gray-robed man waved his hand. Dazzling rune energy spread out, rapidly and violently colliding with Tai, whose giant tiger bloodline spirit, destroying it in an instant. It was unstoppable and unstoppable. With his bloodline spirit destroyed, Tai who spat out a bloody mist. In addition to his original injuries, he was instantly gravely injured. Die. In the sky, the gray-robed man did not give Tai who any chance to catch his breath. His figure swept through the air like a vulture that had spotted its prey. He did not take Tai who seriously at all. To him, Tai who's strength could not even withstand a single blow. A palm print slammed towards Tai Hu. Seeing the gray-robed man pouncing towards him in an instant, the heavily injured Tai who gritted his teeth and desperately channeled the last of his profound energy. At this moment, Tai who could only fight with his life on the line. A look of despair appeared in his eyes. The aura of his opponent made him feel hopeless. There was nothing he could do. Back off. At this critical moment, a golden light flashed, and Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of Tai Hu. With his body as the center, the surrounding airwaves rippled continuously, as if there was an endless stream of energy pouring into his body, causing the surrounding space to ripple like boiling water. There were even glowing runes surging within his body as a terrifying aura erupted. Just as the gray-robed man's palm print swept over, Du Xiaofu blocked Du Xiaofu in front of Tai Hu, a palm print in his hand striking out at the same time. The two palm prints suddenly collided, and a muffled sound like muffled thunder immediately rang out. Bang, bang! In an instant, waves of strong wind and energy rippled outwards like stormy waves. Chi-la-la! Du Xiaofu's figure flew backwards, the wings on his back flapping. When he finally stabilized his body, his face was pale, and there was some blood at the corner of his mouth. The figure of the gray-robed man swayed slightly as he raised his head slightly. One could see a pair of eyes flickering with cold light under his hat. They were staring intently at Du Xiaofu, and there was quite a bit of surprise in his eyes. So strong, I'm afraid you're at least at the martial Lord Nirvana realm. Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly and looked at the gray-robed man in front of him. The opponent was too strong. He was much stronger than the howling sky demon tiger in the battlefield. Pulsation realm, the gray-robed man's eyes, the gray-robed man's body. Du Xiaofu, the gray-robed man's body, the gray-robed spirit's figure. The gray-robed figure stared at Du Xiaofu as a sinister voice rang out. I'm really interested in the body refinement art you cultivate. Hand it over to me, and I'll let you die a little easier today. How about it? When Du Xiaofu heard this, his eyes narrowed. This person actually knew about him. This wasn't a good thing. Du Xiaofu quickly thought about it. He was the last one to leave Tianwu Academy for the Dark City. Even in Tianwu Academy, there weren't many people who knew about him. However, the gray-robed man knew about him. This was enough to prove that these assassins knew about their situation like the back of their hand. If you want my body-tempering technique, we'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. Looking at the gray-robed man, Du Xiaofu's gaze turned increasingly grave. The situation seemed to be getting worse. Using his mental energy, he could see that Luo, Tianqin, and Pan Yu were getting weaker and weaker. The two of them were already injured, and the Netherworld princess, Wu Kei, was being suppressed. Believe me, you will hand it over. When you fall into my hands and suffer a fate worse than death, dying comfortably will be the happiest thing in the world. As soon as he finished speaking, the gray-robed man pounced towards Du Xiaofu. The rune in his hand emitted a dazzling radiance, and a vast aura surged, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Profound chi surged like an ocean and drowned the entire sky, forming a boundless rune light screen. It was resplendent in the night sky like the blooming sun. In the end, it enveloped Du Xiaofu. When Du Xiaofu saw this, his gaze turned grave, following which a lightning-like radiance flickered in his faint golden eyes. Profound qi surged around his body, and mysterious runes seemed to be gushing out from his body. In an instant, his aura was incomparably domineering. Roar! A loud roar came out from Du Xiaofu's mouth. It was like a dragon's roar and a divine elephant's cry. His purple robe fluttered in the wind, and the space rumbled and trembled. His aura was incomparably domineering, and his might was unparalleled. Rumble! Amidst the domineering and surging aura, the mysterious runes around Du Xiaofu's body emitted ripples. The sound of wind and thunder, like the sound of Sanskrit, came from the space. A large number of palm prints collided with the rune light screen that covered the sky. Walala! Such a collision caused a thunder-like explosion to resound through the space. Turbulent energy ripples spread out, and a terrifying energy storm swept out like a hurricane. The light was dazzling and resplendent. Dang, 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 dang. However, under the spread of the energy, the light screen was scattered. However, Du Xiaofu's footsteps staggered. Even if he flapped his wings, he was unable to stop the momentum. He retreated another 100 feet before stabilizing his body. His face became even paler, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Is he really only at the complete pulsation realm? The figure of the gray-robed man swayed a little again. However, at this moment, the eyes that were exposed under the gray robe were incomparably shocked. It was as if he had encountered the most inconceivable thing. How could a youth at the pulsation realm possess such strength? Even the peak of the complete pulsation realm could not be so powerful. I must suppress him with all my strength. The gray-robed man said in his heart. It was no wonder that someone would deliberately mention this youth called Du Xiaofu in front of him. He was indeed terrifying. It would not be long before this youth would be able to rise proudly once he had the chance. He could no longer hold back and had to suppress him with all his strength. Swan and I claw. The cold runes surged as the gray-robed man attacked again. Monstrous, profound qi surged as he no longer held back. It condensed into a rune claw that looked like a material object. In the blink of an eye, it grew to a size of 100 feet and tore towards Du Xiaofu. The claw swept across the space. The cold aura was like a black light that covered the sky and the sun, enveloping the air. Crash! Under that cold aura, violent ripples rippled and spread out continuously. The terrifying pressure caused the expressions of the onlookers who had rushed over from the dark city to change. A large area of space rippled as if it was about to be torn apart. In a flash, it appeared in the air in front of Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu's gaze was grave. The gray-robed man was too strong. It was difficult to resist even if he used all his strength. Du Xiaofu, it's time for me to attack. I'll let you see my strength today. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted, as if a terrifying lord had been born. A dazzling golden light exploded like the sun, causing the entire night sky to be as bright as day. The terrifying aura brought about an incomparable sense of oppression. As his voice fell, a huge crystal-clear ape suddenly appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. Mysterious runes surged around its body, causing the surrounding space to ripple violently. Ayo! The ape roared and a dazzling light shone. Its entire body was wrapped in mysterious runes, and its crystal-clear body was wrapped in multicolored light. Its eyes were lively, as if it was born with spiritual eyes that overlooked everything in the world. When the golden ape appeared, it suddenly threw out a punch. Hazy light shone as if the world had just been created. A terrifying aura erupted, causing the space in front of the fist to blur and distort. It was as if it could push and suppress everything. When the fist was thrown out, many onlookers in the distance could feel their bodies trembling. There was an inexplicable pressure in the golden ape's fist, as if it was about to burst their souls. What kind of demonic beast is that? Such terrifying power. Is that a top demonic beast on the heavenly beast list? It's too terrifying. The pressure makes one's soul tremble. The onlookers felt their hair stand on end. Even the martial marquises who were fighting, including Princess Netherworld, Wu Kei, Guo Xiaofeng, and the rest, were trembling. In the blink of an eye, the fist and the claw collided. Then mighty energy swept across the sky like a flood. A low, muffled sound resounded in the sky, causing the entire dark city to hear it clearly. Boom! The sound waves were sonorous and deafening. Runes and energy spread across the sky. The terrifying energy caused the onlookers to narrow their eyes. Creak! With such a punch, the gray-robed man's eyes narrowed as his body was forced to retreat dozens of feet. The gigantic ape also staggered a few steps back. However, compared to the gray-robed man, it was clearly in a much better condition. Is this the strength of Du Xiaorao? Du Xiaofu was shocked. The gigantic ape was transformed by Du Xiaoyao. It was able to force a Nirvana realm expert to retreat with a single punch. How terrifying was that strength? It was simply abnormal. Tianwu Academy, back off quickly. Just as Du Xiaoyao made her move, dazzling energy spread across the sky. A graceful figure suddenly appeared in the night sky. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, and she was dressed in red clothes. Under the illumination of the runes in the sky, her red dress was even more dazzling. This lady looked to be in her late teens. Compared to Ouyang Shuang and Wu Kei, she was younger. Her skin was whiter than snow, and she was incomparably beautiful. Junior sister Xinyan is here. Back off quickly. Netherworld Princess Wu Kei shouted. The nether snake sword in her hand emitted a sword ray that was 100 feet long. She pushed back the black-robed old man, and her graceful figure retreated rapidly. Swish! Swish! Guo Xiaofeng, Baiming Feng, and Liu Xiao released their sword rays, saber rays, and took the opportunity to retreat. Du Xiaoyao, little tiger, back off. Du Xiaofu shouted. The golden rune wings on his back flapped and retreated rapidly. He took the opportunity to grab Ouyang Shuang, who was not far away. Tai Hu Luo Tianqin and Pan Yu also retreated rapidly and retreated to the side of the red-robed lady. Everyone from Tianwu Academy retreated. When the mysterious black-robed young man saw this, he easily forced his opponent back and also retreated rapidly. Chapter 300. We can't stay here any longer. Let's retreat first. The red-robed lady said to Wu Kei, Guo Xiaofeng, Liu Xiao, and the rest who were retreating rapidly. Her limpid eyes were extremely pure, and her long eyelashes fluttered. Her nose was tall and straight, and her lips were red and translucent. Her teeth were as white as pearls, and her aura was otherworldly. Trying to escape? None of you will be able to escape today. The gray-robed man shouted coldly. Cold Xian Qi spread out in all directions, shrouding the sky. Like a violent flood, it swept towards the group from Tianwu Academy. Boundless energy waves filled everyone's eyes, and a vast pressure spread out. At this moment, the gray-robed man was at the Nirvana realm, and he had already used his full strength. One could imagine the power he possessed, and it was probably enough to destroy everything. The spectators in the sky were shocked, and they wondered when such an expert had appeared in Dark City. Who will help me block this person's attack and buy me some time? The red-robed lady looked at the sky, but there were not many fluctuations in her beautiful eyes. Her limpid eyes were extremely pure, and her delicate body was like a willow tree. She walked out slowly, light and tender, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was perfect. Her aura was otherworldly, and she was like a pure white celestial flower on a celestial mountain. Compared to Princess Netherworld, Wu Kei, who was beside her, she was like an angel and a devil. At the same time, the woman in red's hand seals began to change and condense. As her hand seals changed, waves of heaven and earth energy began to rapidly fluctuate in the air. Her long black hair that was as black as ink was naturally draped over her waist. At this time, as the waves of energy danced in her mind, she was as beautiful as a fairy that had walked out from a painting. "Let me block this person's attack." As the red-robed lady spoke, the mysterious black-robed young man seemed to know that it would be difficult for anyone to block the gray-robed man, and his slender figure stepped forward. Under his bangs, the black-robed young man's sharp eyes calmly looked at the energy that was sweeping towards him. His hand seals were profound, and his arm trembled, creating many blurry afterimages. Waves of faint black energy suddenly whizzed out, and runes flickered faintly. Then, waves of energy swept out like the waves of the sea. Floating sky suppression. The black-robed young man shouted in a low voice. Then, a sharp light suddenly appeared in his eyes. Then, waves of energy spread out from his eyes. Each wave was fiercer than the previous one. The symbols were dazzling, and the imposing aura surged. It seemed as if it could suppress everything. It was terrifying. Martial Lord Mysterious Level. Gua Xiaofeng, Baiming Feng, Liu Xiao, and the others were also shocked at this moment. Only now did they truly know the cultivation level of this black-robed young man. He had reached the mysterious stage of the martial lord realm. The age of this black-robed youth was clearly only a few years older than them. However, he had already reached the mysterious level of the martial marquis stage. They could not help but exclaim in admiration, "This guy is very strong." Du Xiaofu was also surprised. That mysterious black-robed youth was extraordinarily strong, and he was only using his full strength at this moment. Hulala! The two energies collided in midair, and it was difficult to determine the victor for a moment. However, the young man in the black robe was able to resist the attack of the man in the gray robe who was at the Nirvana realm. No matter what kind of cold and terrifying attack the gray-robed man unleashed, he was able to block it with his suppressive and murderous aura. Hulala! The symbol energy bloomed in the sky. In the end, the two terrifying energies dissipated in midair. The black-robed youth and the gray-robed man were both pushed back. Humph! However, the black-robed youth seemed to be at a disadvantage. For some unknown reason, he let out a faint groan from his throat, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. In terms of aura, the black-robed youth was obviously on par with the gray-robed youth. Now that he was injured, it seemed to have touched some of the hidden injuries in his body. "All right, let me do it now." At the same time, the lady in red stepped out. She was wrapped in a tight-fitting red dress, and her figure could be said to be extremely beautiful. At this moment, her entire body was wrapped in dazzling symbol energy. In her hands, there were 17 formation flags condensed. The 17 formation flags were all emitting a shocking fluctuation. However, at this moment, all the energy in the lady in red's body seemed to have been poured into the 17 formation flags, causing her delicate face to turn pale. Xinyan, Gu Xinyan? She's actually a 5-star beginner talisman master. Du Xiaofu was quite surprised. This lady in red should be Gu Xinyan, who was ranked second on the martial roll. She was actually a 5-star beginner talisman master. The aura that spread out from her body just now was clearly that of a martial arts cultivator. Her aura was even above that of Princess Netherworld Wu Quebec. Therefore, this lady in red was also a cultivator of both talisman and martial arts. Judging from her age, her talent could be said to be absolutely terrifying. She was indeed someone who had created a record in the war realm. Spirit suppressing heavenly phoenix formation. The lady in red waved her hand, and the 17 formation flags immediately swept to the front. They covered the front with a lightning-like speed and trajectory. Then, the formation flags turned into dazzling symbol light pillars and disappeared. The sky suddenly fluctuated violently, and the space suddenly trembled. Rumble! In an instant, The wind whistled high up in the sky, and the space became chaotic. Dazzling symbols spread all over the sky, and the entire space rumbled and trembled. A powerful talisman array appeared in the air, enveloping the gray-robed man, the black-clothed old man, and the other 6 martial marquis cultivators behind him. The talisman array covered the sky and the sun, causing the wind and clouds to surge in the sky and the world to darken. The talisman array was terrifying, and the endless energy from the talisman array distorted the space. In the end, it faintly transformed into a gigantic heavenly phoenix silhouette that was several hundred feet tall. Ku. The heavenly phoenix silhouette was like a living creature, and its entire body was filled with an ancient aura. An earth-shattering Ku resounded between the sky and the earth. Its might suppressed the sky, and its power made one's heart tremble. Heavens, what a terrifying talisman array! What a powerful talisman array! In the entire Dark City, it would be difficult to find a talisman master of this level. At that moment, in the night sky, countless gazes in the city were astonished. The terrifying talisman array's power was too terrifying. Let's go first. The lady in red's face was pale. At the same time, her beautiful figure swept through the sky. So. Upon seeing this, the group behind her immediately retreated. Du Xiaofu retracted the faint golden talisman wings behind him and leaped onto the back of the king-scaled demonic tiger. Du Xiaoyao's nimble little macaque body also landed on Du Xiaofu's shoulder. One by one, the figures soared into the sky and disappeared into the distant night sky. The students of Tianwu Academy are truly terrifying. Each of them is stronger than the previous. As expected of Tianwu Academy, I heard that Ghost Claw killed an elder of Tianwu Academy and even snatched the spirit heaven vine. It seems like Tianwu Academy won't let Ghost Claw off this time. Those extraordinary students of Tianwu Academy are probably here to capture Ghost Claw. Why would those people in the talisman array kill the students of Tianwu Academy? Could it be that they are in cahoots with Ghost Claw? Under the cover of night, the Dark City was terrifyingly huge. In the night sky, Du Xiaofu followed the lady in red's group and flew through numerous buildings. After half an hour, they landed in a courtyard far away from the hustle and bustle of the city. So. Figures landed one after another. Wu Kei, Guo Xiaofeng, Bai Mingfeng, Liu Xiao, and the others all landed on the ground with pale faces. Puqi, Luo Tianqin, Pan Yu, and Tai, who landed on the ground with blood spurting from their mouths. Their injuries seemed to be severe, especially Tai Hu's. Junior sister Xinyan, why are you here? I heard from the general that you felt a breakthrough and are preparing to break through. Wu Kei walked to the lady in red's side and looked at her. Fortunately, you arrived in time. Otherwise, we would be in trouble. Those people seem to be prepared. I just broke through as a talisman master. The general and ghost child asked me to find you, said the woman in red. Her voice was clear and melodious. Suddenly, her pale face turned ghastly pale, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. She frowned and said, "They've broken the formation. It took them longer than I expected. Based on their techniques, they don't seem to be from the Dark Forest. They don't even seem to be from the Stone Dragon Empire. If I'm not wrong, those people shouldn't be from the Stone Dragon Empire. They should be from the Dark Nether Church. The Dark Nether Church is extremely powerful and notorious." The mysterious, black-clad young man walked out. His figure was slender and thin, and there was a hint of indifference on his face. His eyes were piercingly cold, but his face was pale at this moment. He said indifferently, "I don't know how you've offended the people from Dark Nether Sect, but you'd better be careful. Dark Nether Sect has always been ruthless. If they want to kill someone, they'll definitely pursue that person to the ends of the earth." The lady in red looked at the black-robed young man with doubt in her beautiful eyes. The lady in red was the second on Tianwu Academy's martial ranking, Jade Maiden Gu Xinyan. Regardless of talent or strength, she had always surpassed the martial ranking. She was an unreachable existence in Tianwu Academy. The only person who could compare to her was the first on the martial rankings, General Buddy in Mountain River. Wu Kei could see Gu Xinyan's confusion. Her red lips parted slightly as she said to Gu Xinyan, "It was all thanks to his help just now. Otherwise, it would have been even more difficult for us today. The consequences wouldn't have been like this. Thank you for your help earlier." Hearing this, Gu Xinyan nodded slightly at the black-robed young man. Her otherworldly temperament was inexplicably moving. She stood side by side with Wu Kei, and they were equally beautiful. However, the two completely opposite styles were breathtaking. Chapter 301. We owed you a favor first, and now that we've returned it, we won't steal or rob in the future. You guys better be careful. Goodbye. The moment he finished speaking, the black-robed youth turned around and left with an arrogant smile. His gaze did not linger on Wu Kei and Gu Xinyan. "Brother, you seem to be injured. Do you want to come with us? Those people might come looking for you, and we might be able to take care of each other if we go together." Du Xiaofu spoke as he looked at the black-robed youth. Using his mental energy, Du Xiaofu discovered that the profound energy within the black-robed youth's body was in a mess. There was something wrong with him. "No, their target is you guys. It will be more dangerous if I stay with you guys." The black-robed youth paused in his steps as he looked at Du Xiaofu. Then his gaze landed on Du Xiaoyao, who was on Du Xiaofu's shoulder. "That's true. You might be in more danger if you stay with us. Then be careful. We owe you a favor now. If you need any help in the future, you can find us at Tianwu Academy." "My name is Du Xiaofu," Du Xiaofu said straightforwardly. He felt that this black-robed youth's temper was quite compatible with his. "Yi Piaoling." The black-robed youth nodded slightly. Profound energy surged beneath his feet as he pushed off the ground. His figure soared into the air, and after a few flashes, he disappeared into the night sky. "This person is very strong. I wonder where he came from," Liu Xiao said. Many cracks had appeared on his dark red robe, and his face was pale. It was obvious that he had used up most of his energy. As the black-robed youth called Yi Piaoling left, Gu Xinyan's gaze landed on Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao, who was on his shoulder. However, she only glanced at them briefly before saying to the people around her, "Let's stay here for now. This place should be safe for now. The general and ghost child are also inside, but their condition isn't too good. They're both heavily injured. The second on the martial ranking, Gu Xinyan, is quite pretty." Du Xiaofu looked at Gu Xinyan, sizing her up without any hesitation. Gu Xinyan was also a martial artist and talisman cultivator, and her strength was terrifying. Tianwu Academy was truly extraordinary. Those who ranked at the top of the martial ranking were all powerful, especially the top 5. "Do you think Junior Xinyan is very pretty? Why are you looking at her like that?" "Little pervert, I'll tell Yuruo," Ouyang Shuang's voiced Du Xiaofu's voice. "Shuang Shuang Lucas, Du Xiaofu," Xiaoyao Luo's. Du Xiaofu's voice, Du Xiaofu. "Du Xiaofu, you're shameless." Hearing this, Ouyang Shuang immediately glared at Du Xiaofu and shouted. However, Du Xiaofu had already taken a step forward and distanced himself from her. When she saw the surrounding people looking at her in confusion, Ouyang Shuang could only stomp her feet and give up. However, her gaze was filled with the desire to skin Du Xiaofu alive. "Why do you like looking at their breasts? That Gu Xinyan also has a talisman weapon on her body. I really want to eat it." Du Xiaoyao whispered into Du Xiaofu's ear. She really didn't know what could be more attractive than talisman weapons and spiritual herbs. Du Xiaofu rolled his eyes at Du Xiaoyao and said, "Nonsense, I didn't look at it on purpose. It's just that it's very obvious." After a while, after walking through a few alleys, Du Xiaofu arrived at a quiet courtyard. He saw the first ranked general on the martial ranking. No touch the mountains and rivers, and 9 neither too young, ghost child. The general looked to be around 21 or 22 years old. His facial features were clear and deep, and his skin was slightly tanned. When one looked at him, one would feel as if he could dominate the sky and suppress the mountains and rivers. What surprised Du Xiaofu was that this general was the extraordinary young man he had met at the 5th level of the combat realm. As for 9 neither too young and ghost child's aura, Du Xiaofu felt as if he was truly unapproachable. He wore a black robe that was as black as ink. However, his handsome face had a hint of wanton and unrestrained aura, which made him less approachable. However, there was still a faint sense of sharpness. I didn't expect you to come as well. I just heard that you broke a new record at the 5th level of the combat realm. You are indeed powerful. In the small hall, the general nodded slightly at the crowd. However, when he saw Du Xiaofu, he was a little surprised. At this moment, his face was pale and his robe was torn. It seemed like he had just experienced a fierce battle. Breaking a new record? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have broken it. When the record was mentioned, Du Xiaofu thought of the 8 million points he had. He didn't feel good. So you're Du Xiaofu. I heard that you beat up the people of the Divine Light Court. Not bad, you deserved it. Ghost Child looked at Du Xiaofu and said with a gentle voice. His gaze then fell on Du Xiaoyao's shoulder. He was curious. His face was as pale as the general's, and there was some blood at the corner of his mouth. You're injured. Is it serious? Princess Netherworld Wu Kei came to Ghost Child's side. She took out a soft handkerchief and gently wiped the blood from the corner of Ghost Child's mouth. She forced a few healing pills into Ghost Child's mouth. Her expression became even more charming. It was obvious that the relationship between the two of them was not ordinary. People could only envy them. It's all right. We managed to survive. Ghost Claw's cultivation base had a breakthrough. Both the general and I had to use our trump cards to escape. We almost couldn't make it back, Ghost Child said with a serious look in his eyes. You found Ghost Claw. Wu Kei was surprised. Ghost Claw seems to know our whereabouts. He wanted to kill us. Ghost Child said, It seems like tonight's events are not normal. You were intercepted by the Ghost Claw, and we were intercepted by those mysterious people. This seems to be a plan that was prepared long ago. Guo Xiaofeng said he felt that things were very complicated, as if everything had been planned by someone. Our whereabouts should be under someone's control. Ghost Claw was already prepared and knew that we would come. Li Yuxiao said. There was a faint evil aura around him. Hearing Li Yuxiao's words, everyone in the hall fell into silence. Everyone present was currently ranked at the top of the martial ranking, especially the top 5 of the martial ranking. However, they were nearly wiped out in one fell swoop tonight. Everyone present was not stupid and could naturally figure out the reason behind this. Other than you guys, is there anyone else who knows about this place? Du Xiaofu suddenly asked the general, Gu Xinyan and the rest. Not many people knew that he had come to Dark City from Tianwu Academy. However, that mysterious black-clothed man knew his identity. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but suspect that those mysterious people had spies in Tianwu Academy. If someone else knew about this place, Du Xiaofu was worried that it would be like the Four Seasons. Perhaps it would also be razed to the ground. If they were struck by over 100 scarlet astral heavenly lightning bullets again, they wouldn't be as lucky as before. If they were struck by over 100 scarlet astral heavenly lightning bullets without any warning, an ordinary martial lord wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. This is a secret location of our Tianwu Academy in Darkness City. Initially, we intended to stay here, but due to the distance from the auction, we decided to stay at the Four Seas Tavern instead. There shouldn't be any outsiders who know about it, Guo Xiaofeng said. Didn't people know about it at the number 4 inn? Du Xiaofu asked. Let's go. We will leave the city immediately. Let's leave Dark City first. Hearing Su Yu's words, the general suddenly said with a grave expression, So. In a short moment, many figures left in the night. In a few flashes, they disappeared from the sky. Dawn quietly caught up with the night, and the curtain of night began to fade. A gray ray of light pierced through the hazy brown curtain of night. Unknowingly, it was already daybreak. Under the hazy morning light, over a dozen figures flashed out from the forest outside Dark City and landed on a mountain peak. They were Du Xiaofu, the general, Gu Xinyan, and the rest. When the figures landed, a jade strip in the general's hand suddenly emitted a rune light before shattering. We were indeed discovered. Looking at the shattered jade strip in his hand, the general's expression turned grave. When he left the courtyard, he had specially set up some small traps so that he would be able to detect anyone approaching. He didn't expect that they would really be discovered. Seeing the situation, everyone's expression changed. If they hadn't left, there would be another fierce battle. The consequences would be even more severe than before. Wu Kei looked at Du Xiaofu and asked doubtfully, How did you know that it wasn't safe? Du Xiaofu's clear eyes narrowed as he replied, If I'm not wrong, Tianwu Academy has probably been monitored by those people. Naturally, they would know where we are. The Academy had just obtained the profound spirit Heavenspan Vine, and it was immediately snatched away. Ghost Claw broke through the restriction. Someone must have secretly helped and leaked the news. Ghost Child and I were ambushed, and you were surrounded in the 4 Seas Inn. Even your final resting place was discovered. I'm afraid that the Academy isn't being monitored. Instead, there's a traitor who leaked the information. The general placed one hand behind his back and crushed the jade slip in his hand into powder, scattering it on the ground. Ghost Claw openly auctioned the profound spirit Heavenspan Vine in Dark City, and we were ambushed. The strength of those people isn't ordinary. Their plan seems to be targeting Tianwu Academy. I suspect that someone is targeting Tianwu Academy. We have to inform the Academy about this, Gu Xinyan said as ripples flickered in her beautiful eyes. There's not much time left. The auction for the mysterious spirit Heavenly Vine will begin in 2 days. If the mysterious spirit Heavenly Vine is successfully auctioned off and the Ghost Claw disappears, then it will be even more difficult to find him. If the Ghost Claw and the others are really here to deal with us, then they won't give up so easily. They will definitely find us again. We're all injured, so let's heal first. We'll think about what to do next. Chapter 302. N. Everyone nodded. They were all injured, and what they needed the most right now was to treat their injuries. Du Xiaofu did not say much. He also needed to treat his injuries. In the fight with the gray-robed man, he had suffered quite a bit. If not for the strength of his physical body, the consequences would have been dire. After a while, everyone found a place to treat their injuries. After feeding the king-scaled demonic tiger some healing elixirs, Du Xiaofu and Ouyang Shuang also found a nearby natural cave. Are you all right? Ouyang Shuang asked Du Xiaofu. When she first saw Du Xiaofu fighting with the gray-robed man, he should have been injured. The black-robed man's strength was too terrifying. If it were her, she would not have been able to resist. She was even more shocked by Du Xiaofu's strength. When they were in Lanling Prefecture City, Ouyang Shuang felt that her strength was not weaker than Du Xiaofu's. But now, in less than half a year, Du Xiaofu's strength had already reached a terrifying level. It's nothing. Du Xiaofu said to Ouyang Shuang. Although he had suffered some injuries, they were not serious. With the strength of his physical body, although they were not light, they were not too serious either. Then Du Xiaofu seemed to think of something. He looked at Du Xiaoyao with a puzzled expression and said, Du Xiaoyao, I didn't expect your strength to be so terrifying. Very strong. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Ouyang Shuang's gaze also turned to Du Xiaoyao with shock. She had personally witnessed the strength of Du Xiaoyao's attack last night. It was definitely not an ordinary level of strength. Of course, but I used up a lot of energy. Give me some elixirs or something to recover. Du Xiaoyao's lively pale golden eyes looked at Du Xiaofu. This is extortion. Du Xiaofu glared at Du Xiaoyao. He knew that Du Xiaoyao was blackmailing him, but he still took out a lot of spiritual herbs from his Qinkuan bag and handed them to Du Xiaoyao. After all, he needed Du Xiaoyao's help. The benefits he gained from comprehending in Du Xiaoyao's rune space made Du Xiaofu know that if Du Xiaoyao could let him enter her rune space to comprehend more, it would be better than comprehending alone for months or even years. Moreover, the effects would be better. Stingy, that's all, Du Xiaoyao said with a grin. However, she grabbed all the elixirs in Du Xiaofu's hands and stuffed them into her mouth. Looking at little demon, Du swallowing the spirit medicine and still leisurely and contented, Ouyang Shuang could only be used to the strange sight. To Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaofu, and Du Xiaoyao, these two fellows were simply equally strange, both unfathomable. Let's recuperate. After which, Du Xiaofu stuffed a lot of elixirs into his mouth and sat down cross-legged to recuperate. It didn't take long for his body to be enveloped in a faint golden glow. Early in the morning, the 4 seas was razed to the ground. Countless people died and the surrounding buildings were destroyed. There were many onlookers walking around, and there seemed to be spies from the various powers among them. From time to time, there would be discussions among the crowd. They were discussing whether Tianwu Academy was planning to enter Dark City, or if they were just here for the Ghost Claw. Furthermore, several martial lord realm experts had appeared last night, and they didn't seem to be experts from the 4 powers. Everyone in Dark City was guessing whether a new power had entered Dark City. In any case, there was a commotion in Dark City, and the slightest movement would affect the nerves of many powers. So, they are from Tianwu Academy. Sigh. In the crowd, Hua Fangkong's face turned ugly, and he wanted to cry. His Kuei Sha gang had suffered heavy losses, and more than half of their experts had fallen. Even his Qinkuan bag had been stolen. Just thinking about it made his heart bleed. Gang leader, what should we do now? Should we find a way to take revenge and take back our Qinkuan bag? A severely injured Meridian Spirit Realm Nirvana Realm cultivator asked from behind Hua Fangkong. His face was pale. He was one of the lucky survivors last night, but his Qinkuan bag had been stolen by the purple-robed youth. Revenge? How can we take revenge? Tianwu Academy isn't something we can afford to offend. Hua Fangkong said solemnly. He also wanted to take revenge and take back his Qinkuan bag. However, he knew that the youths from Tianwu Academy might be young, but each of them was more terrifying than the last. None of them were easy to deal with. This was especially true for the purple-robed young man who had robbed his Qinkuan bag. Hua Fangkong could tell that the purple-robed young man's strength might not be the most terrifying among the crowd, but his overbearing killing intent was the most terrifying. Yesterday, more than 100 masked Meridian Spirit Realm cultivators had been suppressed and slaughtered by the purple-robed youth alone. His actions were clean and swift, and the thought of it was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Gang leader, we don't have a choice. However, we can look for the Twin Hatred Sect, Black Fiend Sect, Mu Clan Fort, or Myriad Cloud Pavilion. They have been trying to rope you in. If we ask for their help, I believe they will not reject. The pale-faced Meridian Spirit Realm Nirvana Realm cultivator said. Hearing this, Hua Fangkong's face darkened. He looked straight at the Meridian Spirit Realm Nirvana Realm cultivator and shouted softly, "Idiot! Do you really think they are trying to rope us in? Their goal is to annex us. Once we ask for their help, I'm afraid we won't be able to get away. There won't be a chief evil gang in the future." Early in the morning, looking from afar, the sky seemed to be shrouded in a thin layer of translucent fog. Then the sunlight shone, filling the sky with a faint golden glow. In a small hall in a secluded courtyard, 8 people stood. The skinny ghost claw, the gray-robed man, the black-robed old man with a mask, and the other 5 masked martial marquis realm cultivators. Did you let the general and Ghost Child escape? The black-robed old man asked Ghostclaw. His eyes were always suffused with a faint chill, and he looked sinister. I was careless. I originally wanted to tear the general apart with my own hands. Who knew that the 2 brats had so many trump cards on them? They trapped me for a while and then escaped. Ghostclaw's face was gloomy. His body was all skin and bones, and his eyes were sunken deep into his eye sockets. At this moment, his eyes were extremely sinister. He looked at the black-robed old man and the others and said, "So many of you attacked together, but you couldn't do anything to the others. Is this all there is to it? The 7 evils of the dark underworld are a little overrated." Ghostclaw, what do you mean? The black-robed old man's eyes were cold, and his voice was sinister. He said in a deep voice, "If it weren't for some unforeseen circumstances, those people from the 4 seas and wouldn't have been able to escape so easily." I don't mean anything. The most important thing is to kill those brats from Tianwu Academy as soon as possible. Let's hurry up and make our preparations. The commotion you caused this time is too big. Based on my understanding of Darkness City, I'm afraid that the 1 pavilion, 1 castle, and 2 sects have already noticed this. This is Darkness City, not the Dark Nether sect. If we cause too big of a commotion, I'm afraid those fellows will be displeased. Ghostclaw's eyes were filled with a sharp killing intent. His shriveled hand was like a ghost claw, and a baleful aura was faintly discernible. So what if it's the 1 pavilion, 1 castle, and 2 sects? My dark underworld sect isn't afraid of them, the black-robed old man said in a deep voice. All right, let's go and recover first. Those brats from Tianwu Academy will definitely appear again. As long as the profound Spirit Heaven Vine is still in Dark City, they won't hide. We'll think of a way to deal with them then, the gray-robed old man said. The gray-robed man raised his head slightly. Beneath the gray robe, there was a long scar on his forehead that was covered by the hair on his forehead. However, it was still very eye-catching. Within his eyes there was a gray-white light. Ghostclaw and the black-robed old man didn't say anything else and left separately. The gray-robed old man stood quietly for a moment before leaving the courtyard. A moment later, the figure of the gray-robed man appeared in another secluded courtyard. He pushed open the half-closed door and gently walked in. There was a young man sitting in the room at this time. He looked to be around 25 or 26 years old. His extremely glossy long silver hair draped down like a painful waterfall. It was loosely tied up with a monochromatic ribbon. He looked handsome. His eyes were cold and unapproachable, causing people to involuntarily feel a chill in their hearts. You failed. The gray-robed old man walked into the room. The young man didn't even raise his gaze and continued sitting there. He looked out of the window and murmured, "It's a new day, a beautiful day has begun." There were some unforeseen events. Someone interfered and he isn't weak. There was also a strange demonic beast that appeared, and it was very powerful. The gray-robed old man stood there and didn't get too close. His eyes were filled with respect, but there was also a hint of wariness and fear. It was an indescribably complicated gaze. A failure is a failure. There's no need to find excuses. You guys caused too much of a commotion last night, but the results weren't ideal. I'm worried about you guys, so I came here. At this moment, the pavilion and castle should have already noticed you guys. Be more careful in the future and follow the plan, the young man said calmly. His voice had a fleeting feeling as he continued. It's better to be careful. I heard that the Dark City is much more complicated than the pavilion and castle. This is also the main reason why no one has dared to touch the Dark Forest for so many years. Even though I don't believe it, I'm afraid that those people have been misled by the rumors. However, since the sect master has instructed us to handle the matter with Tianwu Academy well, we should be more careful. It's enough to kill a few people from Tianwu Academy. Everything that happens after that will have nothing to do with us. Also, we have to bring back the profound spirit heaven vine. The sect master wants to forge a Tao artifact for it. Yes. The gray-robed old man nodded and replied respectfully, "Did you meet that young man named Du Xiaofu?" The silver-haired young man asked. The gray-robed old man's eyes flickered, and he replied, "We fought. He's only at the great perfection of pulsation realm, but his strength is sufficient to contend against martial marquis initial stage cultivators. His physical body is extremely terrifying." Thanks to question 83B2BC6329E05B69D4444493 for the tip. It's the end of the month, so don't forget about the fresh flowers. Shall you go back to writing? Chapter 303. Time passed quickly, and a day and night passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, the brilliant sunlight shone through the gaps between the leaves of the dense forest. Through the morning fog, the rays of light scattered across the dense forest. Inside the cave, the faint golden halo around Du Xiaogang slowly retracted, like a small golden snake, mysteriously entering his body. Who? A mouthful of turbid qi flowed from his abdomen down his throat, and finally exhaled through his mouth. His eyelashes trembled a few times, and Du Xiaofu opened his eyes. Faint golden light flickered in his eyes, faintly exuding a domineering sharpness and intimidating sharpness, following which his eyes gradually regained their clarity and then became more profound. A moment later, in a cave, the general Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, Du Xiaofu, and the others gathered. After recuperating for a day and night, and with the help of many pills, everyone's injuries had mostly recovered. However, to Taihu, Luo Tianqin, and Panyu, who were already heavily injured, their injuries were still severe. To completely recover was definitely not something that could be done in a short period of time. Tomorrow is the day of the auction for the profound spirit heavenly vine. The general's gaze swept across everyone, his brows slightly furrowed, and his eyes were filled with seriousness. Hearing this, everyone's brows furrowed, and the cave was silent for a moment. Everyone knew that the Academy wanted them to retrieve the profound spirit heavenly vine and capture Ghost Claw. But the difficulty seemed to be much greater than they had imagined. Those mysterious people were almost certainly related to Ghost Claw. Even if everyone attacked together, it would be difficult to contend against those people, and it would be even more difficult to retrieve the profound spirit heavenly vine that was about to be auctioned off. Even if we inform the Academy elders now, I'm afraid it will be too late, Luo Tianqin said. From Dark City to Tianwu Academy, even for a martial lord, it would take at least 2 to 3 days. If they sent the news back to the Academy elders now, even if the Academy elders came to Dark City, who knew how many days it would take? Naturally, it would be difficult to make it in time. By the time the elders arrived, the profound spirit heavenly vine would probably have fallen into someone else's hands. Moreover, everyone knew in their hearts that if the Academy's elders could appear in the Dark City, they would have gone to the Dark City long ago and wouldn't need to attack them. Does anyone have any thoughts? If not, I think we can only enter the Dark City again. Even if we have to snatch it by force, we have to retrieve the profound spirit heavenly vine. If the profound spirit heavenly vine and ghastly claw leave the Dark City, the reputation of our Tianwu Academy will be completely tarnished. The general looked at the crowd and sighed. Everyone was silent for a while. Guo Xiaofeng raised his head slightly and said, "Let's take it. The mysterious spirit heaven-span vine can't leave Dark City. If we just watch the mysterious spirit heaven-span vine and the ghost claw leave, we won't be able to go out and meet people in the future." Snatch! Ghost Child simply uttered a single word, and a faint murderous aura emanated from his body. The situation is different now. If we go and snatch it, let's not talk about the fact that the Mu family fort is watching over the profound spirit heavenly vine. Even if the elders go and snatch it, I'm afraid they won't succeed. Moreover, it's difficult for us to do anything to Ghastly Claw and the others, Gu Xinyan said. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a dignified brilliance. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Naturally, everyone knew what Gu Xinyan had said. Is the Mu family fort watching over the profound spirit, heavenly vine now? Du Xiaofu, asked the crowd. That's right. As far as we know, the Mu family fort is in charge of the auction. Wu Kei nodded and said. Du Xiaofu raised his head and pondered for a while. He then looked at the crowd and said, How about this? Let me go to the auction alone. Don't tell me you want to bid for the profound spirit, heavenly vine at the auction. We don't have the capital to get the profound spirit, heavenly vine. Guo Xiaofeng reminded Du Xiaofu again. If you want to go to the auction, I'm afraid it won't work. Gu Xinyan also said to Du Xiaofu. She looked at Du Xiaofu with a doubtful gaze and said softly, The profound spirit, heavenly vine is priceless. Since the news of the auction spread, the entire Dark City has been in an uproar. According to the news I received, even the major forces in the surrounding empires have sent experts. If we want to bid for it, let alone the fact that we can't afford the price, the most important thing is that the Academy asked us to snatch it, not auction it. They didn't give us any resources to bid for it, so we can't compete at all. Gu Xinyan paused and looked at Du Xiaofu's eyes. There was a slight fluctuation in her eyes. She opened her red lips and faintly revealed her teeth. She continued, Even if we manage to get the profound spirit, heavenly vine at the auction, I'm afraid that as soon as we leave the Dark City, we will immediately be snatched by many forces. This is the Dark City and the Dark Forest. No one will follow the rules. Du Xiaofu had a faint, bitter smile on his face. He shook his head and said, I don't plan on bidding for the profound spirit, heavenly vine. Since no one has any ideas right now, I want to give it a try. As for whether it will work or not, I don't know right now. Everyone was silent when they heard this. After a while, the general looked at Du Xiaofu and said, What do you plan to do? Can you tell us? Du Xiaofu shook his head and said, I haven't thought about it yet, but it is better than doing nothing. Maybe I will be able to come up with a solution when the time comes. In fact, it was not that Du Xiaofu didn't have a plan. However, since they suspected that there was a spy in the academy, Du Xiaofu had to be careful and keep it a secret from everyone. It was always better to be careful. I agree with you. It is better than doing nothing. Maybe we will be able to come up with a solution when the time comes. Gu Xinyan looked straight at Du Xiaofu's clear eyes and said, I'll go with you so that we can take care of each other. I should be more familiar with the Dark City than you. Maybe I can help you a little. Well, Du Xiaofu hesitated for a bit before nodding his head. Although I don't know what you plan to do, if you need my help, just let me know. Or we can all go together, just the two of you. If something happens, there will be no one to take care of you. The general said to Du Xiaofu, I've almost recovered. How about I go with you? Li Yuxiao also said to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu shook his head and said, It will be inconvenient if there are too many people. It will attract attention. Du Xiaofu looked at the general and said, There really is something that I need your help with. Several hours later, outside the Dark City, in front of the huge city gate, Du Xiaofu looked at a woman wearing a cloak and a light red veil covering her face and said, That's right, it should be like this. The effect is much better. Am I really that eye-catching? Under the red veil, a pair of beautiful eyes gazed at Du Xiaofu. She smiled faintly and said, However, I don't understand why you have to wear a cloak. It seems that not many people will look at you. Of course, you are so beautiful that you will attract attention wherever you go. I'm afraid that it won't be long before those people from last night notice us. As for me, those people from last night will definitely remember me. It won't be good if they recognize me. In addition, I also have some enemies in the Dark City. Now is not the time to deal with them. So, hiding for the time being is not wrong. Du Xiaofu said helplessly. In order to make it easier to enter the Dark City, he had to wear a black cloak. First, he did not want to attract the attention of those mysterious assassins from last night. Second, Du Xiaofu did not forget that he still had an enemy in the Dark City, the Black Evil Sect. At this time, Du Xiaofu knew that it was not the time to deal with the Black Evil Sect. Today, he entered the Dark City again in disguise. Du Xiaofu only brought Du Xiaoyao and Gu Xinyan. He let Ouyang Shuang and the king-scaled demonic tiger stay with the general and the others. First, he was afraid that too many people would attract attention. In addition, Ouyang Shuang and the king-scaled demonic tiger strength was not enough. If something happened, Du Xiaofu was afraid that he would not be able to protect them. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Gu Xinyan smiled lightly. Her smile was beautiful, and her face under the red veil was breathtaking. However, no one could see it at this time. She said, "I didn't think that you would have enemies. Being your enemy must not be too good." She still remembered that outside the Peace Square, she had seen with her own eyes how fierce this young man was. When he fought, he would not be polite at all. Du Xiaofu's clear eyes flashed with a cold light. He naturally had to take revenge on the Black Evil Sect, but now was not the time. Of course, Du Xiaofu also knew that his current strength was not enough to deal with the entire Black Evil Sect. He knew from Wu Kei that there were martial kings in the one pavilion, one castle, and 2 sects in the Dark City. It was rare to see them in the outside world. It seems that many people have spiritual weapons and practitioner weapons on them. I want to eat them. Du Xiaoyao suddenly said. She squatted on Du Xiaofu's shoulder and looked at the group of brightly dressed figures entering the city. She felt the aura of many spiritual weapons, and some people even had practitioner weapons on them. She had already looked at Du Xiaoyao many times and heard Du Xiaoyao's words along the way. However, when she heard Du Xiaoyao say that she wanted to eat spiritual weapons and practitioner weapons, Gu Xinyan could not help but tremble. Then Gu Xinyan's eyes followed Du Xiaoyao's gaze and looked at the group of brightly dressed figures entering the city. She glanced at them, and under the red veil her eyes narrowed slightly. She was like a misty rain that had gathered for half a lifetime. She said softly, "Tomorrow is the auction for the mysterious spirit, Heavenly Vine. Many forces, including the forces of the surrounding empires, have rushed into the Dark City. I'm afraid that tomorrow's auction will be very popular. However, no matter who obtains the mysterious spirit, Heavenly Vine in the end, danger will be everywhere." "What are those people's motives?" Du Xiaofu murmured. If it was for the mysterious spirit, Heavenly Vine, Ghost Claw and the others could have fled far away. Chapter 304. However, if a treasure like the mysterious spirit, Heavenly Vine, was not their goal, then what was their real goal? Du Xiaofu was puzzled and could not figure it out. "Where are we going now?" Gu Xinyan looked at Du Xiaofu through her red veil. Her lips moved slightly, and the corners of her mouth curved into a perfect smile. Du Xiaofu said, "To the auction at the Mu Clan fort. I want to take a look first. Do you know where it is?" "I do." Gu Xinyan nodded. In the Dark City, the streets and alleys were bustling with activity during the day. The crowd was surging, accompanied by the sound of chatter. In the streets and alleys, many unfamiliar figures could be seen over the past 2 days, but they did not attract too much attention. For the Dark City, it was normal for strangers to appear in the Dark City. In the streets and alleys, among the bustling crowd, there was no lack of people discussing the great battle in the Dark City last night. Many martial marquis realm experts fought, and it was extremely shocking. When the crowd vividly described it, with some exaggeration, the rumors became more and more outrageous. The Mu Clan Trading Company stood on the busiest and most prosperous street in the Dark City. The majestic building stood tall and occupied a large area, almost occupying half of the street. In the trading company, there was a dazzling array of goods. It was said that in the VIP lounge on the 2nd floor, even black-level upper cultivation methods, the secret bones of powerful demonic beasts on the earthly beast ranking, noble-grade martial techniques, noble-grade elixirs, and so on could be purchased. However, even in the lawless Dark City, where strength reigned supreme, no one dared to have any ideas about the Mu Clan Trading Company. This was because everyone knew that the Mu Clan Fort was behind the Mu Clan Trading Company. The Mu Clan Fort was one of the 4 major forces in the Dark City. No one dared to have any ideas about the Mu Clan Trading Company. In the lawless Dark City, strength reigned supreme. In fact, the biggest rule was that strength reigned supreme. The Mu Clan Fort was one of the 4 major forces in the Dark City. It represented the forces in the Dark City. Over the years, there was no lack of people who had challenged the authority of the Mu Clan Fort. However, there was no doubt that those people had completely disappeared from Dark City and never appeared again. To the side of the Mu Family Trading Company, there was a rather dilapidated alley. However, it was extremely clean, and there was a simple and unadorned feel to it. It seemed that this alley had existed for many years, and even after being battered by the wind and rain, it still stood tall. On the side of the alley, there was a shabby little hut that looked out of place. Outside the hut, on top of the alley, was a thick and shabby canvas that could shelter them from the wind and rain. The alley was occupied, and 5 or 6 tables were set up. An old granny and her grandson were selling tea. In the morning, there were not many people drinking tea. There were only 2 tables. One of the tables was occupied by Du Xiaofu, who was wearing a cloak, and Gu Xinyan, whose face was covered by a red veil. In a place like Dark City, there were many people who wore cloaks or even changed their appearance, so no one found it strange. No one would come to inquire about their identities. After all, in Dark City, there were many fugitives from various empires, people who were hiding from their enemies, and people who lived in seclusion. There were many different kinds of people. At the table on the other side, there seemed to be 3 burly men sitting. They did not lower their voices as they talked about some of the dirty things that happened last night. From time to time, a few extremely rude words came out of their mouths. As Gu Xinyan listened, her face under the red veil blushed a little. That is the Mu Clan Trading Company. The auction will be held there tomorrow. Gu Xinyan looked at the magnificent building in front of her and said to Du Xiaofu, under the red veil, her red lips slightly parted as she took a sip of tea. Then her charming face slightly changed as she said with some surprise, I never imagined that the tea from such a small tea stall would be so delicious. However, business doesn't seem to be too good. Strange. If this was the imperial capital, it would be full of customers. Du Xiaofu also took a sip of tea. It was fragrant as it entered his mouth. He said, It's not some famous tea, but it's very delicious. However, the people in Dark City live a life of licking blood from the edge of the blade. I'm afraid that not many people have the leisure to drink tea. Naturally, business will be mediocre. Then, Du Xiaofu's gaze turned towards the Mu Clan Trading Company on the other side of the street. No fluctuation could be seen in his clear eyes. Have you thought of a way? Gu Xinyan asked Du Xiaofu. No, but I plan to go inside and look for someone. Hopefully I can find him. Du Xiaofu said, Dear customers, you forgot to leave the money for the tea. Just as Du Xiaofu was about to leave, a clear voice rang out. A 12 or 13-year-old boy came forward. He had a round face, 2 thin eyebrows, a pair of big eyes, and a slightly small nose. He could be considered well-proportioned. His eyes were also very bright, revealing a sense of innocence. Du Xiaofu thought that the little boy was reminding him. Only when he turned his head did he realize that it was from the table next to them. 3 big men in their 30s stood up and left. However, they seemed to have forgotten to leave the money for the tea, so the little boy chased after them. I forgot to bring some change today. I'll pay you another day. I'll owe you for now. When one of the big men saw the little boy chasing after him, he revealed a displeased expression. His eyes revealed an ominous glint as he pushed the little boy away and left. Dear customers, our tea stall is a small business. We don't accept credit. The little boy retreated a few steps. When he saw the big man's ominous appearance, his bright eyes revealed some fear. However, he immediately gathered his courage and chased after him. "Blind brat, go away." The big man once again pushed the little boy away and pushed him to the ground. However, the little boy took the opportunity to hug the big man's leg and said, "Dear customers, we really don't accept credit. You drank the tea, so you have to pay for the tea." Following this scene, it immediately attracted the attention of many people in the surrounding streets. Immediately, the entrance of the alley was densely packed with people. He actually didn't even pay for the tea. His character is really low. This grandfather and grandson depend on each other for survival. They rely on the money for tea to survive. Unexpectedly, there are people who don't pay for the tea. This is too much. Looking at the three burly men, although there weren't many good people in Dark City, when they saw that there were people who didn't even pay for tea for women, children, and the elderly and bullied the weak, the old, and the sick, this was a big taboo in Jianghu. Many people immediately showed disdain towards the three burly men. The people who lived in the vicinity all knew that this tea stall was run by an old granny and her grandson. They bitterly struggled to survive. That old granny had lived in this small alley for several tens of years. As for how many years, no one could remember clearly. There were many people coming and going on the street, and there were many people who came and went. Most likely, no one had lived as long as that old granny. However, as time passed, the old granny also became older and older. There were also people who heard that the old granny's grandson was adopted. He was a little beggar that was picked up on the street in front of the alley. At that time, he was only 3 or 4 years old. When the old granny picked him up, he was already on the verge of death. However, he was lucky and survived. In the blink of an eye, 8 or 9 years had passed. The little boy was already 12 or 13 years old. He was already old enough to help the old granny sell tea. The grandfather and grandson had always relied on selling tea for a living. Their days were very simple and poor. However, one could often see the little boy's face rippling with a youthful smile. At this moment, being pointed at by the surrounding crowd, the three big men's faces turned ugly. "Little bastard, get lost." The big man whose leg was hugged by the little boy was furious. He fiercely kicked the little boy several meters away and fiercely fell to the ground. Then, the three of them planned to quickly leave. With so many onlookers pointing at them, they couldn't stand it. "You guys are a little too much." At this moment, a green figure wearing a cloak blocked the three big men's path. The person who came was Du Xiaofu, who was originally planning to leave. Seeing the scene before him, he couldn't bear it anymore. Du Xiaofu's eyes under the cloak looked at the three big men and lightly said, "Pay for the tea and apologize to the little boy. Then pay 1,000 cultivation coins for the medical expenses, and you can leave. Are you okay?" Gu Xinyan also went to the little boy who fell and helped him up. "Thank you, sister. I'm fine." Hearing Gu Xinyan's voice, the little boy patted the dust on his plain but clean clothes. He judged that it was a sister who shouldn't be too old. Her bright eyes revealed a kind of intelligence. "Brat, who are you? Meddling in other people's business. Do you want to die? Get lost." When the big man heard Du Xiaofu's voice, he should be a young brat. Suddenly, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he looked like he was about to attack. In the Dark City, no one talked about mercy. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't want it. Even if you're weak, you're miserable. Keeping your life is a disaster." When Du Xiaofu's voice fell, a fist strangely fell on the big man's chest. The big man didn't have time to react, and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Pucci! As the blood spurted out, the fierce-looking man didn't even have time to scream before he fell to the ground. In an instant, he lost all signs of life. His eyes closed weakly, and the last thing he saw was fear and regret. "Sir, please spare our lives." When the two big men saw this, their legs suddenly trembled, and they immediately knelt on the ground. They knew that they had met a strong expert. They were only in the Xiantian realm. In the eyes of the experts in the Dark City, they were no different from ants. Pay for the medical expenses, pay for the tea, and take the body away. Du Xiaofu indifferently said. The two Xiantian realm cultivators weren't in the mood to kill them. They also didn't want to attract too much attention. Hearing this, the two big men didn't dare to delay. After leaving all the cultivation coins on their bodies, they hurriedly took their companion's body and left in a panic. They didn't dare to stay for a second longer. Good kill. That guy deserved to die. Looking at the big man being killed, the onlookers didn't have any pity. Chapter 305. Good job, that guy deserved to die. Looking at the big man being killed, the onlookers didn't have any pity in their hearts. Inside and outside the Dark City, this kind of thing was too common, not to mention that the unlucky guy really deserved to die. Seeing that the show had come to an end, the onlookers immediately began to disperse. Everything that had just happened in front of the tea stall seemed to have never happened. Du Xiaofu put away the cultivation coins of the two big men, which was far more than 1,000 cultivation coins. Then he walked to the front of the little boy and said, "Take it if you're not injured. Go buy some good food to nourish your body." "Thank you, big brother." The little boy nodded, his cheeks slightly flushed. Then he took a bag of cultivation coins from Du Xiaofu, but his eyes were curiously looking at Du Xiaoyao, who was on Du Xiaofu's shoulder. "This is the money for my tea. Keep the change." Du Xiaofu immediately gave the little boy a handful of cultivation coins, hinted at Gu Xinyan, and immediately turned to leave. "Didn't you say that you don't want to attract attention?" Gu Xinyan walked side by side with Du Xiaofu, her red lips slightly opened, her breath like an orchid. She usually didn't speak much, but for some reason, she was unconsciously interested in the young man in front of her. She herself couldn't tell the reason. Perhaps it was because she usually didn't speak much. Du Xiaofu said, "If we don't strike hard, those guys who bully the weak and fear the strong, even if they are honest today, they might come back to find trouble with this tea stall after we leave. Kill one, then the other two will have real scruples. Big brother, big sister, wait a moment." As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the little boy behind him caught up, ran a few steps, and handed a few cultivation coins to Du Xiaofu and said, "My mother-in-law said that you guys are good people and told me to thank big brother and big sister, so I can't take your reward anymore." "Is that so? Okay." Du Xiaofu smiled faintly and kept the few cultivation coins. His gaze was fixed on an old granny who was staggering at the tea stall. He saw that the old granny's hair was already completely white, like silver strands, shining with sparkling white light. At this moment, her head was lowered as she tidied the tea leaves. As if sensing Du Xiaofu's gaze, the old lady raised her head slightly with a smile in her eyes. Her face was full of wrinkles, but because she always had a smile on her face, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes were like two open fans. But she looked extremely kind and amiable. Du Xiaofu also nodded slightly. The granny seemed to be at least 80 years old. She didn't have any aura on her body, and the little boy didn't have any aura either. They were obviously ordinary people. The granny and grandson relied on a broken tea stall to survive in a place like Dark City. It was probably very difficult for them to survive. "Thank you, big brother and big sister." After the little boy finished speaking, he left happily with a childlike smile on his face. "That's great," Gu Xinyan said softly. She didn't know what she was talking about, but her beautiful eyes revealed a smile at this moment. Du Xiaofu turned around and looked at the Mu family's trading firm in front of him and said, "Let's go. I'll go find someone first. I hope I can find him." The entrance of the Mu family's trading firm was majestic and grand. There were two stone sculptures in front of the door, and the door was dazzling and magnificent. Inside the trading firm, there were people coming and going. It was very lively and business was booming. There was a dazzling lineup of goods in the trading company. It was too much for the eyes to take in. There were all kinds of things for cultivation. Elixirs, all kinds of weapons, martial skills, spiritual herbs, cultivation methods, and even some unpopular defensive armors. Even the surrounding walls were hung with many weapons and armors. There are so many spiritual herbs. I want to eat them. There are also spiritual weapons. I really want to eat them. Du Xiaoyao followed Du Xiaofu into the trading firm. After seeing a lot of spiritual herbs and spiritual weapons in the weapons and spiritual herb section, her eyes suddenly became fixed. If Du Xiaofu didn't pull her back, she would have rushed up and devoured them. It's indeed the Mu family's trading firm in the Dark City. It's not inferior to the big trading firms in the imperial capital. Gu Xinyan said softly, although she was curious about the dazzling array of cultivation items on the first floor. She didn't show any interest. Obviously, she was already very knowledgeable. Ordinary items couldn't catch her eye. What are the two of you looking to buy? Is there anything I can help you with? Just as Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan were looking around inside the trading firm, a smart young man walked up. His attitude was very polite. Du Xiaofu looked at the smart young man and said, "Do you have a person called Mu Zhenghao here?" As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the smart young man's face suddenly changed. His eyes were full of vigilance, and then he asked, "Why are you looking for our young fort master?" So it's the young fort master. Du Xiaofu's eyes were full of surprise. When he was in the dark forest, Du Xiaofu remembered that he had helped a young man called Mu Zhenghao. He had a good impression of that young man. But that time he had helped because he needed to deal with the people of the Black Fiend sect. Based on the principle that the enemy of my enemy is half a friend, Du Xiaofu had helped him. Later on, Du Xiaofu had almost forgotten about that matter. It was not until a few days ago, when the auction of the Mu clan fort's trading firm was mentioned, that Du Xiaofu remembered Mu Zhenghao. At that time, he felt that the young man called Mu Zhenghao had a high status in the Mu clan fort. If he could get his help, perhaps it would be of great help in the matter of the mysterious, spiritual heavenly vine. Therefore, Du Xiaofu came to the Mu clan's trading firm. In fact, he already had a plan in mind, but he did not tell the general and the others. He was also afraid that if there were any unforeseen circumstances, it was better to be careful. At this time, the person that Du Xiaofu wanted to look for in the Mu clan's trading firm was Mu Zhenghao. Although he knew that Mu Zhenghao had a high status in the Mu clan fort, when he heard the smart young man call him the young fort master, he was slightly surprised. Then Du Xiaofu said to the smart young man, "I have some matters to discuss with him, but it's not convenient to tell you. Are you here now?" The young man looked at Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan, whose faces were covered by cloaks. His eyes moved slightly, but he did not directly tell Du Xiaofu whether Mu Zhenghao was here or not. Instead, he asked Du Xiaofu, "May I know who you are, Your Excellency?" "Who am I?" "Your young fort master probably doesn't know my name. If he is here, you can inform him that he had an appointment with me in the dark forest a few months ago, but I did not come. Now that I am in the Dark City, I am here to look for him," Du Xiaofu said to the smart young man. Listening to Du Xiaofu's words, the young man felt that this person seemed to really know the young fort master. Moreover, in the Dark City, no one would dare to behave atrociously in the trading house, let alone deliberately looking for the young fort master. The smart young man hesitated for a moment, then said to Du Xiaofu, "Your Excellency, please wait for a moment. I will go and inform the shopkeeper." After saying that, the smart young man immediately left in a hurry. He went to a corner of the trading house and whispered something to an old man who looked to be in his 50s. Then the old man looked over from afar, and his gaze fell on Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan, sizing them up. "I didn't expect you to know the young fort master of the Mu fort." Gu Xinyan was surprised and said softly, "We don't have much of a friendship. In fact, we are just acquaintances." "Don't get your hopes up," Du Xiaofu said. He could roughly guess what Gu Xinyan was thinking in her heart. When Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the quick-witted young man had already walked over again. The old man in his 50s in the distance had already disappeared into the trading company. The quick-witted young man said, "The two of you, please wait in the inner hall first. The shopkeeper has gone to inform the young fort master. Looks like our luck isn't bad. At least the person we are looking for is here." Du Xiaofu smiled faintly, and then followed the clever young man through an inner door of the trading company. After walking through several corridors with hidden sentry posts, they arrived at a small hall. It was luxurious yet rather low-key, and it made people feel extremely comfortable staying in it. "Please wait for a moment. The shopkeeper has already gone to inform the young fort master." The quick-witted young man served Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan some fresh fruits and tea, and then retreated. Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan looked at each other and did not say anything. Gu Xinyan was not a talkative person. In the academy, other than meeting and exchanging a few words with those who were ranked at the top of the martial roll, she had always been otherworldly, and it was rare to see her. Even if some of the students of the same generation met her, there were not many who could still speak in front of her. In the entire Tianwu Academy, she was an existence that could only be looked at from afar and could not be touched. In the entire academy, she was the most untouchable girl. Du Xiaoyao jumped down from Du Xiaofu's shoulder and jumped onto a chair beside Du Xiaofu. It sat there like a monkey, looking lively and lovable. If Gu Xinyan didn't know how terrifying little demon Du was, she probably wouldn't have been able to stop herself from hugging it. However, after knowing the terror behind Du Xiaoyao's lovable and harmless appearance, Gu Xinyan could not help but think more about it. "Haha, if I'm not wrong, it must be little brother who is looking for me." Not long after, a hearty voice came from outside the door, and a young man wearing a long gown walked in. The young man looked to be around 25 or 26 years old. When he entered the inner hall and saw Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan wearing cloaks, he did not find it strange. He must have just heard from the report that two people wearing cloaks were looking for him. Du Xiaofu looked at the young man in long gown. His face could not be considered extremely handsome, but it was filled with a heroic spirit. His face gave off a clean feeling. It was the young man in short gown, Mu Zhenghao, whom he met in the dark forest. "That's right, I'm here." Du Xiaofu stood up and took off the cloak on his head, revealing his resolute and determined face. "Sure enough, it's little brother. It's good that you're here. I've always remembered you as my savior. Since you're here, please stay here for a while. Let me do my best as a host." Mu Zhenghao laughed heartily as he walked up to Du Xiaofu and gave him a warm bear hug. He seemed to be extremely happy. When he heard the report, he immediately sensed that the valiant young man in the dark forest had arrived. Thus, he immediately rushed over. "It's time for the 8th watch. There are not enough fresh flowers, so Xiao, you will write the 8th watch. It's mainly because I've been writing for 18 hours since dawn last night. I feel very tired and need to rest. Recently, I've received some suggestions from my readers that Martial God's World is less passionate than Martial God's World. Xiao, you also felt that it might be because of the recent foreshadowing. As the Dark City and Tianwu Academy are related to the foundation of the book, the foreshadowing is a little longer. Xiao Yu has received everyone's suggestions and will speed up the plot and write in a passionate style. Finally, I would like to thank my brothers and sisters for their support. There are only a few days left at the end of the month. If there are any fresh flowers left, please send them to Xiao Yu as thanks." Chapter 306. I'm here to ask for your help. It's not an ordinary matter and might make things difficult for you. After a bear hug, Du Xiaofu did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Mu Zhenghao looked at Du Xiaofu and smiled. "Don't worry, there are many things I can help you with in Dark City. Just based on the fact that you saved my life in the dark forest, as long as it's something I can do, I will not refuse. Is it convenient to talk here?" Du Xiaofu looked around and asked. Mu Zhenghao looked at the expression on Du Xiaofu's face, and his expression turned serious. He then said, "Let's talk in my courtyard. You happen to be staying at my place as well. Once we're in Dark City, you must let me do my best as a host." A moment later, in a small hall in a secluded courtyard, the three of them sat down. Under Mu Zhenghao's puzzled gaze, Du Xiaoyao quietly leaned against Du Xiaofu's side. You can talk without worry now. I've already instructed that no one will come here. Mu Zhenghao said to Du Xiaofu, Is the Mu clan's trading company going to auction the mysterious spirit Heavenly Vine tomorrow? Du Xiaofu did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. That's right. Are you interested in it as well? Mu Zhenghao smiled and said, If you are interested, I can arrange for you to go to the auction tomorrow. Just leave everything to me. Of course I'm interested. Furthermore, I must retrieve the mysterious spirit Heavenly Vine. Du Xiaofu said with a bitter smile on his face. Truth be told, I'm a student of Tianwu Academy. I believe that you should be able to understand why I'm saying this. You are also a student of Tianwu Academy? Mu Zhenghao seemed surprised, but his expression did not change. That's right. Du Xiaofu then told Mu Zhenghao everything that he could, including the matter of the ghost claw. After learning of this, Mu Zhenghao was astonished. However, he did not show any signs of surprise. Instead, his expression became much calmer. Looking at Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan, who was wearing a red veil and wearing a cloak, he revealed a bitter smile and a little astonishment. He said, If that's the case, the rumored Tianwu Academy students involved in the battle at the Four Seas in last night were you too? I'm one of them. The others are my senior sister and senior brother. Du Xiaofu nodded. The whole city probably knew about this. As the young fort master of the Mu clan fort, he probably knew more than the average person. Sure enough, Mu Zhenghao was no longer surprised. Instead, he asked curiously, Then who is the mysterious force that is dealing with you? The Mu clan fort had been investigating the mysterious faction as well. In fact, they were more concerned about it than Tianwu Academy. It's related to the Ghost Claw. It said that they might be from a force called the Dark Nether Sect. Du Xiaofu remembered that the mysterious black-robed young man, Yi Piaoling, had mentioned that the masked experts were most likely from a force called the Dark Nether Sect. They were not from the Stone Dragon Empire. Dark Nether Sect. Hearing this, Mu Zhenghao's expression suddenly turned serious. He seemed to have heard of the Dark Nether Sect as well. His expression was calm, but he looked at Du Xiaofu seriously and said, Little brother, I think I already know why you are here. You are a student of Tianwu Academy, and you are here for the mysterious spirit, Heavenly Vine. You must have two objectives: to take back the mysterious spirit, Heavenly Vine, and capture the Ghost Claw, right? That's right. Gu Xinyan spoke to Mu Zhenghao for the first time. Mu Zhenghao looked at Gu Xinyan. He could faintly see that under the red veil there was a beautiful face. He said, I already have a rough idea of why you are here. However, I don't know if you know how the Mu family business was able to establish itself in Dark City. Therefore, I feel that I should tell you. Mu Zhenghao paused for a moment. His gaze landed on Du Xiaofu, and he said, The Mu clan fort is able to become one of the 4 major forces in the Dark Forest, and the Mu clan firm is able to become one of the top firms in Dark City. In a special place like Dark City, other than relying on strength, they also rely on integrity and rules. As long as someone puts something up for auction in the Mu clan firm, we will not care about who the person is or where the item came from. We will only auction it well and collect the commission. During this process, we will also be responsible for protecting the item until the auction ends. This is not only the rule of the Mu clan firm, but also the rule of the entire Dark City. If you want to bid for the mysterious spirit, Heavenly Vine, I can do my best to help. However, it is indeed difficult for me to help with other things. If I give you the mysterious spirit, Heavenly Vine, the Mu clan firm and the entire Mu clan fort will no longer be able to establish themselves in Dark City. Moreover, even if I want to help, I am afraid that many elders and my father will not agree. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Zhenghao looked at Du Xiaofu with a bitter and apologetic smile. He said, Little brother, logically speaking, I cannot refuse your request. However, this is really not something that I can help with. Du Xiaofu naturally understood what Mu Zhenghao had said. As one of the 4 major forces in Dark City, it was impossible for the Mu clan fort to hand over the mysterious spirit, Heavenly Vine, and Ghost Claw to him when he went to the Mu clan firm. Du Xiaofu knew that the Mu clan fort did not owe him anything. If it were someone else, the Mu clan fort would not have been so courteous. As for saving Mu Zhenghao in the dark forest, to Du Xiaofu, it was purely because he wanted to take the opportunity to deal with the Black Fiend sect. Back then, it was an unintentional action. This time, Du Xiaofu came to the Mu clan fort with the intention of trying his luck and hoping to get some help. He did not come here to threaten them. This was not Du Xiaofu's style and temperament. I understand. I have put you in a difficult position. Du Xiaofu nodded and took a deep breath. With a bitter smile, he looked at Mu Zhenghao and said, "However, I still hope that you can help me or Tianwu Academy. Of course, I will not force you. If you help me, I will keep it in mind. If you don't help me, I can understand. It is also your duty." "I am afraid that I will not be able to help you," Mu Zhenghao said with a bitter smile. "If my guess is correct, there will be a strong person in the Mu clan fort guarding the Mu clan trading company during this period. It will most likely be the fort master of the Mu clan fort, who is your father, Fort Master Mu. If you can let us meet him, it will be fine," Du Xiaofu said to Mu Zhenghao after pondering for a while. Mu Zhenghao was silent for a while. He looked at Du Xiaofu, then at Gu Xinyan, and finally at Du Xiaofu. He was slightly surprised and asked, "How do you know that my father is in the trading company?" The mysterious spirit vine has attracted a lot of attention. There are many people who want the mysterious spirit vine. I am afraid that not only Fort Master Mu, but more than half of the strong people in the Mu clan fort will be in the trading company, Du Xiaofu said with a smile. Mu Zhenghao's eyes flickered slightly. He said to Du Xiaofu, "Wait for me here. I will talk to my father. I will try my best to help, but I cannot guarantee the outcome." "No matter what the outcome is, I will still be grateful," Du Xiaofu said. "You are welcome." Mu Zhenghao smiled bitterly. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "I still don't know your name. I have to tell my father, who wants to meet him." Du Xiaofu smiled and said, "Du Xiaofu." Mu Zhenghao nodded. His eyes changed again, and he left the courtyard. "If you meet the fort master of the Mu clan fort, are you confident that you can get the Mu clan fort to help?" "We don't seem to have anything," Gu Xinyan said to Du Xiaofu as she watched Mu Zhenghao's back disappear. "If I don't try, how would I know if there is a chance? Besides, I have no other choice now," Du Xiaofu said. "You are still on the Academy's wanted list. You killed the seniors, arrested the law enforcement team, stole the spiritual herbs, and destroyed the herb farm. Why are you doing this for the Academy now?" Gu Xinyan's face was covered by a red veil. She was puzzled. After 2 days of contact, she seemed to feel that the young man in front of her was different from the rumored ferocious young man. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly and said with a hint of bitterness, "The elders of the Academy want me to take back the mysterious spirit vine and capture Ghost Claw. Then I will write off everything that happened in the past. So I have no other choice. Is this reason enough?" "This reason is indeed enough." Gu Xinyan's beautiful eyes were stunned. Then she smiled faintly and said, "Those elders really know how to order you around, but it also proves that they have good taste." In the quiet study, a few figures stood respectfully. Mu Zhenghao was among them. A burly man in his 40s sat upright, his appearance somewhat similar to Mu Zhenghao's. Although he wasn't particularly handsome, he had a heroic air about him. He had a well-built body, and his eyes shone brightly, exuding a dignified aura. This burly man was the current fort master of the Mu clan fort, Mu Mingqing. He was one of the top powerhouses in the entire Dark Forest. He had led the Mu clan fort to roam in the Dark Forest for decades and brought the Mu clan fort to its current status and power. controlling a force and becoming an overlord wasn't something that could be done with absolute strength. In addition to absolute strength, extraordinary courage and strategy were indispensable. The Dark Nether Sect. Why are they in the Dark City? Mu Mingqing murmured. There was a hint of doubt between his eyebrows. He then looked at Mu Zhenghao and said, Zhenghao, the young man you mentioned, is called Du Xiaofu. Is he the young man who saved you in the dark forest? That's right. I think father must have heard of him, Mu Zhenghao said. Chapter 307. Du Xiaofu. Mu Mingqing's eyes flickered slightly when he heard this. He raised his head slightly and said, I heard that there's a right-in student in Tianwu Academy who defeated the top 10 freshmen in his batch, killed 2 seniors, crippled 3 seniors, resisted arrest, and stole Tianwu Academy's green bamboo spirit fruit. Recently, he set a record in the Tianwu Talisman stage and even ranked 2nd in the combat realm. I heard that the young man's name is Du Xiaofu. I think it must be him, Mu Zhenghao said as he looked at his father. Mu Mingqing smiled faintly as he looked at Mu Zhenghao and said, I didn't expect Tianwu Academy to look for us. The Dark Nether Sect is also involved in this matter. Tianwu Academy doesn't have much interaction with us. Since Ghost Claw placed the mysterious spirit Heavenly Vine in our Mu Clan fort, I'm sure you know what will happen to the Mu Clan's trading company and Mu Clan fort in the Dark Forest in the future if anything happens. I understand. Mu Zhenghao nodded. You understand, but you still came to me. Mu Mingqing asked Mu Zhenghao. He saved you once, which means that you've helped him. Even if you're his friend, you've done what you should do as a friend. However, as the young fort master of the Mu Clan fort, you also have to do what you should do. Do you think we can help? Mu Zhenghao pondered for a while before looking at his father and saying seriously, From my point of view, I still think that if I can help, I'll definitely help. Mu Mingqing said, The Dark City has been peaceful for many years, but there are many undercurrents. Now that an external force has suddenly joined, the situation will change. Do you understand the change? I understand. Father, haven't you been worried all this time? Mu Zhenghao hesitated for a moment, and then he took a deep breath and said, Ghost Claw intentionally put the profound spirit Heavenspan vine up for auction in my Mu Clan trading company. Obviously, he intentionally attracted the people from Sky Martial Academy. If those mysterious people are really from the Dark Nether Sect, then it's very likely that they were attracted by Ghost Claw. The mysterious spirit Heavenly Vine was placed in the Mu Clan's trading house, and even the Mu Clan's trading house was part of the scheme. Perhaps this time, the Dark City, which has been peaceful for a long time, will start to become turbulent because of the mysterious spirit Heavenly Vine. My Mu Clan fort will bear the brunt of it. I wouldn't dare to plot against you. Ghost Claw just wants to make use of the Mu Clan fort. Mu Mingqing looked at Mu Zhenghao and said, You are my son and also the young master of the Mu Clan fort. All the uncles in the Mu Clan fort have always admired you, so I will ask you again about this matter. As the young fort master of the Mu Clan fort, this matter is of great importance. I can't make the decision. Moreover, I can't represent the Mu Clan fort. The only one who can represent the Mu Clan fort is you, father. Mu Zhenghao said solemnly. However, personally, I hope that father can help him. The fact that he came to me proves that he trusts me. In the dark forest, he saved me but did not ask for anything in return. I also believe in his character. With his talent, he is destined to achieve great things in the future. If I help him this time, I will be his friend in the future. If I and the Mu Clan fort are in trouble in the future, I will ask him 10 times and he will definitely not reject me. I'm willing to bet on this. Mu Mingqing did not speak. He only looked at Mu Zhenghao. After a long time, he looked at the other middle-aged men and a few burly young men in the study and said, Do any of you have anything to say? The few of them looked normal, as if they had nothing to say. Big brother, I believe in Zhenghao and you. only a burly man in his 40s walked out. He was dressed in a short robe and had a strong build. He looked at Mu Mingqing and Mu Zhenghao and said, "However, I feel that there is no reason for us to place our bet on Tianmu Academy. Tianmu Academy is no longer what it used to be. This time they were attacked without any scruples and were unable to retaliate. Moreover, we are placing our bet on a young man. Even if he is extraordinary, he is still just a brat who is still wet behind the ears." Mu Zhenghao looked at the burly man and asked, "Fifth uncle, what do you mean?" The burly man smiled at Mu Zhenghao and said with a grin, "It's simple. Isn't that brat extraordinary? Doesn't he want to see Big Brother? Outside the courtyard is the drill ground where Big Brother usually cultivates. I will wait for him there. If he can defeat me, I will let him in. As for whether Big Brother agrees to help him in the end, I don't care. However, if he can't even defeat me, he doesn't need to see Big Brother." Mu Zhenghao's face turned serious. He knew how powerful his fifth uncle was. "Zhenghao, let's do it this way. If he wants to see me, it's not too much to ask for your fifth uncle's permission first. Once your fifth uncle agrees, all the uncles in the Mu family fort will agree." Mu Mingqing nodded at Mu Zhenghao. In a small hall in the secluded courtyard, Du Xiaofu, Gu Xinyan, and Du Xiaoyao were seated and waiting for Mu Zhenghao. "I'm so bored. Why don't you give me some spiritual herbs to eat?" Suddenly, Du Xiaoyao turned around and looked at Du Xiaofu with her pale golden eyes. She looked very pitiful. Du Xiaofu knew that behind Du Xiaoyao's pitiful look, there was an absolute cruelty. However, he still took out a bunch of spiritual herbs from his Qingkuan bag and handed them to Du Xiaoyao. There were quite a lot of them. Du Xiaoyao did not say that Du Xiaofu was stingy this time. She took the spiritual herbs and stuffed them into her mouth one by one. She ate the spiritual herbs that were glowing, fragrant, and fluctuating with energy as if they were snacks. She slowly chewed them raw. Gu Xinyan watched from the side. Under the red veil, her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Du Xiaofu was neither fast nor slow. His expression was indifferent. Under the red veil, Gu Xinyan seemed to be even more nervous than Du Xiaofu. In the end, Gu Xinyan could not help but look at Du Xiaofu. She asked, "Aren't you anxious? If the fort master of the Mu family fort does not want to see you, we don't seem to have any other choice." Mu Zhenghao is back. Du Xiaofu straightened his body. His expression did not change much. Only he knew that it would be strange if he was not nervous. However, in front of a woman, it was better to pretend to be calm. As soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, Mu Zhenghao appeared in the small hall. He looked at Du Xiaofu and spread his hands. He did not beat around the bush and said helplessly, "I have good news and bad news. The good news is that my father is willing to see you. However, there is also bad news. My fifth uncle is guarding outside my father's door. If you want to go in, you have to defeat my fifth uncle." Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan looked at each other. Then, Du Xiaofu stood up and looked at Mu Zhenghao. He asked, "Young fort master, what is your fifth uncle's cultivation level? Just call me by my name. If you think highly of me, I should be a few years older than you. You can call me brother." Mu Zhenghao patted his chest and said, "Brother Zhenghao." Du Xiaofu nodded. "Okay, then I'll take advantage of you." Mu Zhenghao smiled, but then his expression turned serious. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "My fifth uncle's cultivation level is at the early stage of the martial lord realm. However, he has reached the late stage of the martial lord realm and is close to the peak. He has not found an opportunity to break through. It seems that he is the weakest among my father's sworn brothers. You can only see Fort Master Mu if you defeat him. Let me do it." Gu Xinyan stood up and covered her face with a red cloak. However, under the red cloak, her graceful curves could not be hidden. They were exquisite and alluring. Gu Xinyan did not know Du Xiaofu's true strength. However, she was worried that Du Xiaofu would be defeated by a martial lord who had just reached the peak of the martial lord realm. After all, as far as she knew, Du Xiaofu had not even set foot in the spiritual pulse realm. The Mu clan fort's intentions were clear. They were testing and rejecting him. In fact, there was more of a rejection than a test. He could only see the fort master if he defeated a martial lord. If he could not defeat the fort master, he could only leave. At that time, there would be nothing to say. Of course, Gu Xinyan knew that the Mu clan fort could not be blamed for this. From the perspective of the Mu clan fort, they were already being very polite. Hearing Gu Xinyan's words, Mu Zhenghao did not know the identity of the woman in the cloak. However, from her indifferent tone, it was not difficult to tell that the woman in red did not seem to take a martial lord who had just reached the peak of the martial lord realm seriously. Mu Zhenghao was suspicious, but he did not show it. He just shook his head and smiled bitterly. I'm afraid that won't do. I think fifth uncle wants to spar with brother Xiaofu. Let me do it. Du Xiaofu looked sideways at Gu Xinyan and said. He then looked at Mu Zhenghao, and a smile appeared on his resolute face. Brother Zhenghao, please lead the way. I also want to experience the unique skills of the Mu clan fort. Brother Xiaofu, you should be careful. My fifth uncle's fist is more powerful. Among my father's sworn brothers, only my fifth uncle cultivates the power of the physical body. The strength of his body is comparable to a spiritual weapon. Mu Zhenghao reminded Du Xiaofu and then led the way. He led Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan out of the small hall. In the picturesque courtyard, there was a small square that was not too big. The small square was not small. Its diameter was dozens of feet wide. The square was covered with thick, strange rocks. There were various kinds of weapons placed around it. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, spears, staffs, and chains. Du Xiaofu followed Mu Zhenghao through several corridors before arriving at the small square. Looking around, there were no less than 200 to 300 people around the small square. They were all quite young, and there were even quite a few youths among them. Standing in front of them were a few burly men and old men. A few martial lords. When Du Xiaofu's gaze landed on the few old men and the burly man, his eyes immediately moved. There were at least 3 marquis experts among them. They are indeed one of the 4 major forces in the dark forest. Du Xiaofu thought to himself, to be able to casually bring out a few martial lords, this kind of strength was not ordinary. Chapter 308. Brother Xiaofu, my fifth uncle is called Lu Lin Xiao. I don't know why there are so many people here, so please be careful. Mu Zhenghao whispered apologetically into Du Xiaofu's ear. Seeing so many people here, it was obvious that his fifth uncle wanted the young disciples of the Mu clan fort to come out and broaden their horizons. There was also the possibility that he wanted to embarrass Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu nodded and did not say anything else. His gaze passed through the crowd and landed on a courtyard in front of him. There was a rather obscure aura coming from there, and it was difficult to detect it. As Du Xiaofu arrived, the gazes of the people in the plaza all landed on Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan. Most of them were filled with curiosity. Brat Du Xiaofu, come on up. Let me see how capable the students of Tianwu Academy are. A burly man in his 40s walked out. He was dressed in a short robe and had a muscular build. His gaze had already landed on Du Xiaofu. Based on Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan, it was not difficult to figure out Du Xiaofu's identity. Without much hesitation, Du Xiaofu stepped forward under the gazes of the crowd. He raised his head slightly and looked at the burly man. This should be the fifth Uncle Lu Lin Xiao that Mu Zhenghao had mentioned. His skin was yellow and towering, as if there was power erupting from his body, as expected of someone who cultivated the physical body. Those who cultivated the physical body could use their body as a spiritual weapon. Once they succeeded in cultivating their body, they would be extremely terrifying. Greetings, fifth Uncle Lu. Cupping his fists, Du Xiaofu greeted Lu Lin Xiao with a smile. Since he was Mu Zhenghao's fifth uncle, it was not a loss for him to address him as fifth uncle. You must be Du Xiaofu. How courteous. How about this? As long as you can tie with me, I'll let you in. When Lu Linchao saw Du Xiaofu being so courteous and addressing him as fifth Uncle Lu, Lu Linchao initially wanted to teach this brat from Tianwu Academy a lesson in front of the younger generation of the Mu Fort. However, as the saying goes, one does not slap a smiling face. Seeing how courteous this purple-robed young man was, he naturally could not bring himself to make things difficult for him. Hearing Lu Linchao's words, Du Xiaofu smiled again and said calmly, "Thank you, fifth Uncle Lu. This kid called Du Xiaofu is indeed not simple." In front of the crowd from the Mu clan fort, an old man looked at Du Xiaofu with a flicker in his eyes. To be able to remain calm in front of old Five, he is the most extraordinary young man I have ever seen. He is even stronger than Zheng Hao. A large man said, "Don't try to curry favor with him. Make your move. If you are not strong enough, I will not go easy on you." In the field, Lu Linchao said to Du Xiaofu, in the entire dark forest he was absolutely famous. Although his cultivation was not the strongest in the entire dark forest, his physique was well trained. Even the strong people in the dark forest were wary of him. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Linchao took a big step forward and an aura began to surge from his body. He said, "Brat, don't blame me for bullying you. You make your move first. This is the drill ground that is paved with black steel rocks. Don't worry about it. Even I can't destroy this place. A guest will follow the host's wishes. I will do as you say." Du Xiaofu nodded and the aura on his body suddenly fluctuated. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his long sleeve and a faint golden qi fluctuation suddenly surged out. As soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, the aura on his body fluctuated. Everyone around could immediately feel that the whole space seemed to have solidified. The young man named Du Xiaofu was already extraordinary. This brat seems to be quite strong. Feeling Du Xiaofu's aura, Lu Linchao's eyes moved slightly and he was quite surprised. Whether he is strong or weak, we will know after we try. Fort Master Mu, I will definitely meet you today. At the same time, a faint golden light surged within Du Xiaofu's clear eyes. The profound energy in his body surged, and he stomped his foot on the thick and strange rock floor. Golden profound energy gushed out from the soles of his feet, and his figure instantly pounced towards Lu Linchao. "Haha, you are quite arrogant at such a young age. I just don't know if you have the strength." Lu Linchao laughed, and the aura around his body suddenly swept out. A terrifying and vigorous aura fluctuated. Looking at Du Xiaofu's figure rushing over, he began to stretch out his hands. On his palms, there was a rune light surging. "You will know after you try." In a short moment, the sound of wind breaking was heard. Du Xiaofu's figure still appeared in front of Lu Linchao like lightning. At this moment, there seemed to be a faint rune on the surface of Du Xiaofu's body under the cover of his purple robe. The seal formed by his hands and the energy fluctuated, causing the surrounding space to fluctuate like boiling water. A palm print directly slammed towards Lu Linchao. He seems to be quite strong, but it doesn't seem to be enough. Lu Linchao's eyes were shocked, but he immediately grinned. In the next moment, his strong and burly body directly rushed out like a ferocious beast. Boom! The burly body moved like lightning. Lu Linchao waved his hand and directly collided with the palm. That brat is quite arrogant. So what if I let him suffer a little? Doesn't he know that I cultivate my physical body? In the entire dark forest, how many people dare to go against me? As fast as lightning and as fast as lightning, the two of them instantly caused an uproar. A palm and a fist suddenly collided. Boom! The moment they collided, a low, muffled sound immediately resounded. As the light from the runes burst forth, circles of visible ripples of energy spread out, causing the entire space to tremble. It was also at this instant that the golden light around Du Xiaofu's body blazed brightly while his profound energy surged out explosively without holding back any longer. The imposing aura on his body instantly became fierce and shocking, and it was like a ferocious beast that had suddenly awakened from its slumber. Stormy wave palm. A thunderous sound suddenly rang out. Within Du Xiaofu's palm, waves of runic energy visible to the naked eye spread out. Waves of violent energy, waves like stormy waves, instantly collided with Lu Linqiao. It was overbearing and fierce as it suddenly swept out. Stomp, stomp. Under the stormy waves of wind, Lu Linqiao's strong body was immediately forced back. He took 7 consecutive steps back, and with each step, cracks faintly appeared on the hard stone floor. At this moment, Lu Linqiao's gaze suddenly became shocked. His right hand quietly drooped down, and his 5 fingers faintly curved. At this moment, only Lu Linqiao himself knew that his palm was currently numb and painful. It was as if his palm had collided with the hardest rock. Du Xiaofu's body only leaned back slightly and did not retreat a single step. Before entering the heavenly martial talisman realm, Du Xiaofu was already able to kill a Xianyun scarlet dragon that was comparable to a martial lord. And after coming out of the heavenly martial talisman realm, his comprehension had improved greatly and his strength had also increased. From Mu Zhenghao's words, Du Xiaofu learned that Lu Linqiao cultivated his physical body. It was very powerful and comparable to a spirit weapon. However, no matter how powerful his physical body was, it would be difficult to compare with the Xianyun scarlet dragon's body. Naturally, Du Xiaofu would not care too much. It's really a good physical body. Du Xiaofu was also quite surprised by the palm strike just now. Lu Linqiao's physical body was indeed extremely powerful. In terms of physical body alone, he was definitely the strongest person that Du Xiaofu had encountered so far. Such a scene occurred. With one strike, Lu Linqiao was forced to retreat. Everything around him calmed down. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the field, and all of them were dumbfounded. Many of the Mu clan fort's disciples had their jaws dropped. They were so shocked that they could not close them for a long time. At this moment, Gu Xinyan's beautiful eyes, which were covered by a red veil, were also moved. I must have been careless. I must have been careless. His gaze was fixed on Du Xiaofu. After a short pause, Lu Linqiao pounced. This time he took the initiative to attack. For Lu Linqiao, he thought that he must have been careless just now. It was absolutely impossible that he would be forced to retreat so pathetically by a young man. His figure was like lightning, moving like thunder. Like an afterimage, Lu Linqiao instantly appeared in front of Du Xiaofu with a terrifying aura. Not only is his physical body strong, but his speed is also fast. Du Xiaofu looked at Lu Linqiao, who was rushing toward him. Lu Linqiao's figure rapidly enlarged in his pupils. His speed was also extremely terrifying. It was so fast that it was difficult for Du Xiaofu to detect it with his current mind power. Boom! In a short moment, Lu Linqiao appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. Accompanying him was a fist print wrapped in runes. Lu Linqiao's martial marquis realm aura erupted at this moment without holding back. Before his fist, he wanted to blast the space apart. The surroundings were distorted. His aura was as oppressive as a wild beast, as if it could suppress everything and blast the space apart. Wave surfing free steps. Du Xiaofu was not afraid of Lu Linqiao's physical body, but he did not have to choose to take it head-on. After all, he was in the Pulse realm, and Lu Linqiao was in the Martial Marquis realm. He activated the wave-surfing free steps, and his figure was like a god. His feet slanted, and suddenly, at an incredible angle, his body leaned back in a strange arc bang. Lu Linqiao's fist exploded in the air before Du Xiaofu's body leaned. The fist shattered the air, and a low muffled sound was heard. However, Du Xiaofu's figure disappeared before the fist. Lu Linchao's martial marquee realm cultivation was not just for show. His fist changed into a claw print. Suddenly, the rune light flashed, as if it was going to tear the space apart, and directly locked onto Du Xiaofu's throat. The claw print swept over, and it rapidly enlarged in Du Xiaofu's slanted eyes. However, just as the claw print was about to reach his throat, Du Xiaofu stood on the center of gravity. His qi surged, and his body once again drew a strange arc, as if drawing a beautiful arc pattern around him, and just happened to avoid Lu Linchao's claw. "Boy, you are quite fast. Let's see how many moves you can dodge." Lu Linchao could not stand it anymore. Clenching his claw print, he once again formed a fist and chased after Du Xiaofu. Boom! A fist print that was about to explode the space appeared in front of Du Xiaofu again. A series of changes and attacks, fast, accurate, and fierce, were enough to prove Lu Linchao's strength. As a martial marquee realm cultivator, even in the whole continent, he could be regarded as one of the strongest. "Then I won't dodge." Du Xiaofu did not dodge again. Just as the fist was in front of him, there was a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Today's update is finished. Brothers, go to bed early after reading. Chapter 309. Bang! A low, muffled sound suddenly rang out from Du Xiaofu's chest. The punch shattered the faint golden defensive halo around Du Xiaofu's body and landed on Du Xiaofu's chest. Du Xiaofu had not resisted Lu Linchao's first punch at the start because Lu Linchao had taken advantage of the situation to launch his first punch. Now, Lu Linchao's punch had been launched in a panic. It was the same punch, but its power was much weaker. And just as Lu Linchao's punch was about to land, Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly flashed with a golden light. He looked around arrogantly, and a domineering and terrifying aura erupted like a torrent. The golden talisman patterns on the surface of his body surged, as if a golden-winged rock had spread its wings. In that instant, Du Xiaofu's hand was like a cattail leaf fan. As the faint golden talisman patterns flickered and coalesced, he slapped out viciously at Lu Linchao. Wang! Dense layers of golden talisman patterns shook the air, forming an arc-shaped golden dent in space. It was like the golden wings of a golden-winged rock. Suddenly, like thunder, it slammed viciously into Lu Linchao's chest with a force that could crush all things. Du Xiaofu's hand slapped down on Lu Linchao's body. In that instant, the golden talisman patterns glowed brightly, as if suppressing everything. The air hummed with the sound of wind and thunder. A punch for a palm. Du Xiaofu chose to fight directly. His cultivation level could not compare to that of a martial lord. But in terms of physical strength, Du Xiaofu was not afraid at all. Bang! A terrifying aura was released, and a storm swept through the air above the square. Crackle! Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, everything was like a hot knife through butter. Lu Linchao's body was instantly sent flying, like a bird with broken wings. Pucci! Lu Linchao finally fell to the ground, causing the ground to crack. His body brushed against the ground for several dozen meters before he finally stabilized himself. Dang dang! Du Xiaofu's body was also retreating. He staggered backward for 7 steps. With every step he took back, the ground of the drill ground that Lu Linchao had boasted was covered with hard black steel rocks that were hard to destroy, cracked under Du Xiaofu's feet. Humph! Du Xiaofu took the last step to stabilize his body. He let out a faint groan from his throat, as if he had been greatly affected. Lu Linchao's punch, coupled with the fact that he was a cultivator of the physical body, was absolutely powerful. Even if the protective profound qi had resisted a lot of the force, the impact was still very terrifying. However, Du Xiaofu's current situation was much better than Lu Linchao's. Victory and defeat were decided immediately. Hoo-hoo! Around the drill ground, all the disciples of the Mu clan fort narrowed their eyes. That purple-robed young man was at most 16 or 17 years old. But his strength was so terrifying that even Elder Lu, who was at the Martial Lord realm, was severely injured in 2 moves. Unbelievable. Du Xiaofu's aura is only at the complete pulsation realm, but his strength is so terrifying. An old man was so shocked that he could not recover from his shock. His physical body is too terrifying. It's much stronger than Old Five's physical body. It's insane, a burly man exclaimed. If Old Five's physical body is comparable to the top-notch demonic beasts on the Earth Beast ranking, then Du Xiaofu's physical body is comparable to the top-notch demonic beasts on the Heavenly Beast ranking. If they were at the same cultivation level, Old Five wouldn't even be able to resist. Another burly man exclaimed in shock. Are all the students of Tianwu Academy so terrifying? I haven't heard of Tianwu Academy's students being so terrifying in the past. Many disciples of the Mu clan fort were shocked. He's too powerful. It hasn't been long, and he's already so terrifying. At this moment, Mu Zhenghao's face was filled with shock and astonishment. He still remembered how terrifying Du Xiaofu was back in the dark forest. However, compared to now, the difference was huge. Gu Xinyan's face was covered by a red veil, so no one could see the change in her expression. However, her delicate body trembled at that moment. Lu Linchao stood up as dark red blood seeped out of his mouth. He looked at Du Xiaofu in front of him and was deeply shocked. If it was before, Lu Linchao would never have believed that a young man at the complete pulsation realm could defeat him. Moreover, he had defeated him in a head-on manner. To him, this was the most shocking and shocking blow. Fifth brother let him in. A hearty voice came from the courtyard in front of him. The voice wasn't loud, but it reverberated around the drill ground and fell clearly on the drill ground. Kid, go in! Lu Linchao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth helplessly as he looked at Du Xiaofu in shock. Fifth Uncle Lu, you haven't lost yet. Du Xiaofu smiled. As a martial marquis realm expert, although he had just suffered a great loss, Du Xiaofu knew that Lu Linchao had not lost the ability to fight again. As a martial marquis realm expert, he would not be defeated so easily. If they continued to fight, Du Xiaofu knew that Lu Linchao would not necessarily be defeated. According to Du Xiaofu's knowledge, a martial marquis realm expert was far more powerful than a pulse spirit realm expert. In particular, the unique means and representatives of the martial marquis realm were at a level that a pulse spirit realm expert could not contend with. Kid, do you still want to fight? I've asked you to go in, so go in. Be careful that I don't change my mind. Lu Linchao rolled his eyes at Du Xiaofu. He could not wait to teach this purple-robed kid a lesson. Didn't he know that he had been humiliated in front of the younger generation of the Mu clan fort? Even if they fought again, Lu Linchao was not confident that he would win at this time. Although he still had the ability to fight again, he still had a trump card. However, Lu Linchao could also feel that the purple-robed kid named Du Xiaofu had not used his strongest trump card. When the time came, it was still unknown who would win and who would lose. At this time, Du Xiaofu still wanted to fight. He must be deliberately making things difficult for Lu Linchao to take revenge for making things difficult for him. Of course, Lu Linchao did not know that he was overthinking. Du Xiaofu really did not have the intention to take revenge. Thank you very much, Fifth Uncle Lu. Du Xiaofu nodded and then nodded to Gu Xinyan, indicating that they should go to see the fort master of the Mu clan fort together. The rest of you don't have to come in. Kid, you can come in alone. The rest of you can wait outside. Just as Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan were about to enter the courtyard together, the hearty voice was heard again. You go in, I'll wait for you outside. Gu Xinyan heard and said softly to Du Xiaofu. At this time, Du Xiaoyao also landed on her shoulder. Du Xiaofu nodded slightly and then entered the courtyard under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The surrounding disciples of the Mu clan fort were still in shock. After that, Many people gathered around Lu Linchao. "Fifth uncle, are you okay?" Mu Zhenghao came in front of Lu Linchao and could only smile bitterly at this time. His fifth uncle was severely injured in just 2 moves. This was something that he did not expect at all. "I'm fine. That kid is really crazy. He's stronger than you," Lu Linchao said bluntly, speaking the truth. "Of course, I can't compare to him." Mu Zhenghao did not care. He knew that he was indeed no match for the fierce, purple-robed youth. After entering the courtyard, Du Xiaofu went into the study based on his intuition. Then he saw a burly man. He was not too handsome, but he had a heroic aura. He had the aura of a superior. There was no fluctuation of aura on his body, but it made people's hearts tremble for no reason. "Greetings, Fort Master Mu." Du Xiaofu cupped his fist and bowed. Naturally, there was only the fort master of the Mu clan fort. From his appearance, one could tell that he was related to Mu Zhenghao. Mu Zhenghao had already stood up from his sitting position and slowly left the desk in front of him. He took a few steps to Du Xiaofu's side and stood with his hands behind his back. For no reason, Du Xiaofu felt a great pressure. This kind of pressure seemed to exist silently and was difficult to resist. It made people's hearts tremble for no reason. "I already know who you are. Since you are Zhenghao's friend, you can call me uncle from now on," Mu Mingqing said. When Du Xiaofu heard this, he was slightly stunned. Then he opened his mouth and said, "Greetings, Uncle Mu." Mu Mingqing continued to look at Du Xiaofu and asked, "Since you have already called me Uncle Mu, I will not beat around the bush with you. I know the reason why you are here. Tell me, why does the Mu clan fort want to help you? What kind of reward can you give me?" "I can't give the Mu clan fort any reward for the time being. Indeed, the Mu clan fort does not have to help me." Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked straight at Mu Mingqing. Under the invisible pressure, he was neither servile nor overbearing. With a faint sense of pride, he said, "However, if the Mu clan fort helps Tianwu Academy today, Tianwu Academy will owe the Mu clan fort a favor. I believe Fort Master Mu will weigh the pros and cons. A favor is the most worthless thing in the Dark City." Mu Mingqing smiled. He looked straight at Du Xiaofu and said, "You don't seem to be able to convince me." "You are wrong. Even though a favor is worthless in the Dark City, a favor from Tianwu Academy is. Everyone in the Empire would like to have Tianwu Academy owe them a favor," Du Xiaofu said as he looked at Mu Zhenghao. "What do you mean by that?" Mu Zhenghao asked with interest, as if he was intrigued. "Tianwu Academy has existed for so many years, and countless students have graduated from Tianwu Academy. Over the years, they have been scattered all over the world. Now that someone has stepped on Tianwu Academy's head, I believe there will be many people paying attention to this matter. They might be restricted by their status, or they might be observing the situation quietly. Therefore, it is inconvenient for them to intervene. However, if the Mu clan fort can help Tianwu Academy at this moment, I believe many people will remember the Mu clan fort. Perhaps one day, when the Mu clan fort needs help, these people will be able to help." Chapter 310. Translator. H2DH2. Mr. Du Xiaofu paused for a moment, looked at Mu Mingqing and continued, "This is only one of the reasons. Tianwu Academy must also owe the Mu clan fort a huge favor. I believe that the Dark Forest is filled with turbulent undercurrents and unpredictable changes. Although the Tianwu Academy will not interfere in the matters of the Dark Forest, if the Mu clan fort needs to stay in the Tianwu Academy for a period of time, I believe that the Tianwu Academy will not reject the favor owed to them. I believe that this is enough. These are indeed tempting, and I am tempted by them. To be able to make Tianwu Academy owe you a favor, its value is definitely not below that of the profound spirit Heaven Spanbine. You have a sharp tongue, and you're not simple at all." Mu Mingqing looked at Du Xiaofu and smiled. However, he shook his head and said, "I have to say that if the Mu clan fort was not located in the Dark City, I would definitely be moved by your words." Mu Mingqing paused for a moment, then looked at Du Xiaogang and said, "However, you still do not understand the Dark City well enough. The Dark City is very realistic. Intangible things like human relationships pale in comparison to the Dark City. After witnessing the deceit and cruelty of the Dark Forest, no one will believe in intangible things like human relationships. Tangible benefits are the most important. I will give you one last chance. See if you can move me." Outside the courtyard, Gu Xinyan had been waiting quietly. She stood there quietly. Many Mu Clan fort disciples could not help but steal glances at the graceful curve of her face under the red veil. An entire hour later, Du Xiaofu's figure finally appeared at the entrance under the gazes of many people. When Du Xiaofu walked to Gu Xinyan's side, Gu Xinyan asked, "What's the result?" Du Xiaofu nodded at Gu Xinyan and said softly, "I think we should prepare for the auction tomorrow. Let's go back first." Inside the study, Mu Mingqing stood by the window and watched the purple-robed figure leave. His eyes flickered, and he seemed to have thought of something. A faint smile appeared on his face as he murmured, "Time really flies. Big brother, did you promise that kid? Is our Mu Clan fort really going to get involved in this mess?" A few burly men and elders walked over, including Lu Linchao. Their gazes all fell on Mu Mingqing. Mu Mingqing looked at the crowd and finally looked at Lu Linchao. "Fifth brother, didn't you notice anything when you fought with that kid?" As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Mingqing stretched out his hands from behind his back, and then a series of profound hand seals began to form in his hands. Waves of aura suddenly began to silently bloom. As Mu Mingqing's hand seal slowly took shape, Lu Linchao and the others' expressions changed drastically. So this kid, Lu Linchao, was the first to react. Then he straightened his burly figure and said, "It seems that the Mu Clan fort has no choice but to intervene this time." "That's right. We have no choice but to intervene." The old man and the burly man nodded in agreement. Time flew by, and it was night time again. Dark City was not dark at all. It was brightly lit as if it was daytime. There were still people talking about the night when the 4 seas and was razed to the ground. But for the people of the Dark City, it was almost forgotten. For the Dark City, aside from the 4 major forces, it was unknown how many forces were destroyed every day and how many new forces would emerge every day. Not many people would remember it. They were already numb to it. All of this was just a topic for the people of the Dark City to talk about during their leisure time. Right now, the hottest topic in Dark City was the auction that would be held in the Mu Clan Trading Company tomorrow. It was rumored that the students of Tianwu Academy were involved in the battle at the 4 Seas a few days ago, and the other group of experts were related to the Ghost Claw. This made people wonder if there would be a big show at the auction in the Mu Clan store tomorrow. Recently, there were many external forces that entered Dark City, and most of them were here for the mysterious spirit vine. Who would be the one to obtain the mysterious spirit vine in the end? The night was as dark as ink, and there were no stars or moon. Occasionally, there would be flashes of light in the sky, as if it was going to rain tomorrow. In a secluded courtyard, a 25 or 26-year-old silver-haired man stood by the window. His extremely glossy long silver hair flowed down like a waterfall. It was loosely tied up with a single colored ribbon. His eyes were currently looking at the ink-black night sky. The sky was constantly flickering with light as he softly said, "After tomorrow, after killing a few people, everything will no longer have anything to do with us." Behind the silver-haired man, a gray-robed man stood respectfully. The wide hat on the back of the gray-robed man covered his entire face, and only his eyes could be seen. In the dark night, his eyes were emitting a cold light. He looked at the silver-haired man and said in a low voice, "Everything is under our control. Should we close the net now? Everything can be settled as soon as possible. It's not the time yet. Let's settle it tomorrow." The silver-haired man's voice had a fleeting feeling to it. His eyes seemed to push people 1,000 miles away, causing people to involuntarily feel a chill in their hearts. He then continued, "It's best to be careful. After all, the Dark City still has a pavilion and a castle. Yes, the gray-robed man nodded and replied respectfully. It was a vast complex of buildings and huge pavilions. They had an antique feel to them, but there were traces of evil aura in the air. Tomorrow we must get the mysterious spirit vine. In the hall, a middle-aged man in a brown robe said to a black-robed young man, "Don't worry, father. I will definitely get the mysterious spirit vine. No one can compete with us." The black-robed young man replied, as if he was confident. Then he said softly, "Whoever dares to stand in the way of our black killing sect is courting death." Night covered the sky, and the curtain of night covered Dark City. For the ordinary people in Dark City, they did not feel much. However, for the various forces, tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. When the first ray of light spread out from the eastern horizon, many places in Dark City seemed to have suddenly awakened. Many people began to walk out, and all of them were looking at the Moo Family Trading Company. Today's auction of the Moo Family Trading Company was not simple. It was said that other than the mysterious spirit vine, which had not been auctioned yet, many other treasures would be auctioned in this auction. It was also said that this was definitely the rarest auction in the history of the Moo Family Trading Company, and many treasures would appear. Therefore, this kind of attraction was a huge temptation for any cultivator. In the room, the morning light slowly spread out outside the window, leaving mottled traces in the room. On the bed, a purple-robed young man, who appeared to be 16 or 17 years old, was already a young man. He had a resolute face, and a determination that was rarely seen in people of the same age. As the sky gradually brightened, the faint golden circle of light around the purple-robed young man's body began to slowly enter his body. The eyelashes on his eyes faintly trembled a few times, and then he opened his eyes. The faint golden light in his eyes flickered and slowly disappeared, becoming clear and bright. Huff! When he spat out a mouthful of turbid air, a domineering and fierce aura suddenly spread out from the purple-robed young man's body, like a real rock spreading its wings, causing the entire room to tremble. I'm almost going to break through again. I can't break through yet. I'll continue to suppress it and stabilize my foundation. I'll be as firm as a rock. The purple-robed young man softly muttered to himself. This purple-robed young man was naturally Du Xiaofu. After a night of breathing, he was almost about to break through again. However, Du Xiaofu once again forcefully resisted the temptation of breaking through, and with great difficulty he once again suppressed it. Du Xiaofu had not allowed himself to break through. He continuously suppressed it, and it was better for his foundation to be as firm as possible. Breaking through was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Feeling the abundant, profound energy within his body, a slight smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's face. He took out the small pagoda from his bosom and lightly stroked it. He didn't know when his big brother Jin Qingchen would come out of closed-door training, nor did he know when his big brother Jin Qingchen would be able to return to his peak. After a short while, Du Xiaofu put away the small pagoda, and only then did he jump off the bed. Then he put on a cloak that covered his face from yesterday, pushed open the door, and walked out. In the small hall, Gu Xinyan seemed to have been waiting for a long time, while Du Xiaoyao sat quietly to the side. In addition, Mu Zhenghao was also waiting in the small hall. When he saw Du Xiaofu, he said, "Brother Xiaofu, everything has been arranged. Someone will bring you to the VIP room." "Thank you, Brother Zhenghao." Du Xiaofu nodded his head to express his thanks. "It's nothing. I'm a little busy today, so I can't accompany you. I'll take my leave first. See you later." After Mu Zhenghao said his goodbyes, he hurriedly left. Today's auction of the Moo Family Trading Company was extraordinary. As the young fort master of the Moo family fort, he naturally had no free time. Looking at Mu Zhenghao's back as he left, Gu Xinyan was still wearing the red veil that covered her face. She looked sideways at Du Xiaofu through the red veil and said, "You still haven't told me what you talked about with the Mu family fort master yesterday." Is the Mu family fort really going to help us? Du Xiaofu's expression changed slightly, and then he said softly, I don't know what to say. Let's go to the auction first. We'll know what will happen today then. All right. Gu Xinyan did not ask any more questions, because she trusted the young man in front of her. Chapter 311. It started to drizzle in the dark city today, but it did not affect the liveliness in front of the Mu family's trading house. Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan had stayed in the courtyard behind the Mu family's trading house last night. When they walked out of the door, there was a clever young man waiting to lead the way. It was the same clever young man they had seen in the trading house yesterday. The auction would be held in the Mu family trading company. The Mu family trading company occupied half the street, so there was no need for them to worry about not having enough space. However, when Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan arrived at the auction with the quick-witted young man, they couldn't help but feel shocked when they saw the densely packed crowd in the streets and alleys. They had underestimated the popularity of the Mu family's auction. On the densely packed streets, the front of the auction venue was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. However, under the guidance of the quick-witted young man, Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan once again headed for the VIP room. After passing through a VIP passageway that was guarded by many Mu fort guards, they easily arrived at the auction venue. The entire auction hall was circular in shape, with a huge dome covering the top. The enormous building area was astonishing. It had a total of 3 floors and could accommodate more than 10,000 people. Not a single stone pillar could be seen inside, making it seem even more imposing. As expected of the Mu clan fort, upon entering the auction house, Du Xiaofu even saw a few of the Mu clan fort's elders that he had seen at the drill ground yesterday. A few of the elders were casually standing quietly in the auction house. An invisible aura that emanated from their bodies was enough to make people feel oppressed. At this moment, there were still many figures walking out from the VIP passageway. All of them were led by the disciples of the Mu fort. This caused Du Xiaofu to involuntarily turn his head to take a few more glances. Those who could enter the VIP passageway were naturally not ordinary people. These people were the majority of the true buyers in today's auction. Sirs, the VIP rooms are on the 3rd floor. There are a total of 99 rooms. It's not easy to enter the VIP rooms of the Mu family trading company. The quick-witted young man introduced as he led Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan to the 3rd floor of the auction house. They entered one of the best VIP rooms in the auction house. The VIP room wasn't big. It was only a few feet in size, but the decorations were extremely elegant and luxurious. Sitting in the private room, one could overlook the entire auction hall below. Immediately, one could feel a different feeling, exuding a noble aura. One could also clearly see the circular auction stage in the middle of the auction hall. One could clearly see the items being auctioned. The window in front of the VIP room was hung with a special downward slanted Venetian blind, allowing one to have a clear view of the entire auction hall. However, no one would be able to spy on the situation inside the VIP room. It was extremely private. Inside the VIP room, there were already a lot of fresh fruits and juices. After the clever young man brought Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan into the VIP room, he turned around and left. What a lively place! As expected of the Dark City, there are quite a few experts here today. Gu Xinyan looked at the crowd of people who were pouring into the auction hall and sighed. Even the busiest auction in the capital couldn't compare to this scale. At this time, Gu Xinyan, who was also a soul talisman master, sensed with her mental energy that there were already many experts in the auction hall. The attraction of the mysterious spirit, Heavenly Vine, is really not small. Du Xiaofu murmured softly. With his mental energy, he also sensed many obscure auras. There were many marquee experts, and there were even many soul talisman masters among them. Gu Xinyan didn't speak again, but it could be seen that she was quite nervous. However, she immediately suppressed the emotions in her heart. Her beautiful eyes under the red veil slightly closed, and she began to close her eyes and rest. Du Xiaofu didn't speak again, waiting for the auction to officially begin. From time to time, he sensed many people entering the VIP room, but it was also difficult to see who they were. However, when those figures entered the third floor, they brought with them waves of invisible auras, which made Du Xiaofu feel a little depressed. There was no lack of experts coming. Those auras made Du Xiaofu feel a sense of oppression and danger. The auction hall, which could accommodate tens of thousands of people, was gradually filled to the brim. All kinds of discussions and conversations gathered together, making the entire auction hall extremely noisy and noisy. Looks like there are quite a few people here for the mysterious spirit Heavenly Vine today. When the entire auction hall was filled to the brim with people, Du Xiaofu's eyes moved as he looked at the entire auction hall. Gu Xinyan opened her slightly closed eyes, feeling the sea of people in the auction hall. A dignified look flashed across her beautiful eyes, and she said softly, "Looks like whoever gets the mysterious spirit, Heavenly Vine today, will not have a good ending. Once they leave the Dark City, they will become the target of everyone." Du Xiaofu smiled faintly and didn't speak. Gu Xinyan was worried. Du Xiaofu naturally understood that there were no rules in the dark forest. Even if someone got the mysterious spirit, Heavenly Vine today, others would not let it go so easily. Once they left the Dark City, they would become the target of everyone's hunting. Buzz! At that moment, a bell rang in the auction hall. It was low and deep and immediately suppressed all the noise in the auction hall. Then, rows of figures slowly walked out from the auction hall. Waves of aura suddenly faintly fluctuated, faintly sealing off the entire auction hall. Those who came were the absolute powerhouses of the Mu family fort. Among their aura, there were a few who were at the martial lord realm. Du Xiaofu looked over and saw that Lu Linchao, who had fought with him yesterday, was among them. There was no doubt that the Mu family fort was one of the 4 major forces in the Dark Forest. But in the lawless Dark City, they had no choice but to be careful about this auction. If anything went wrong in this auction, the Mu clan fort would be utterly disgraced in the Dark Forest. One should know that this auction had unknowingly become a little different. It was no longer a simple auction. As the powerhouses from the Mu family fort walked out one by one, they entered the auction hall. Under the gazes of many people, a rather enchanting lady walked up. This lady looked like she was only 27 or 28 years old. The aura on her body might not be very strong, but her enchanting attire was extremely impactful. Immediately, many people in the auction hall stared at her enchanting body. Around the auction venue, there were many burning gazes that couldn't wait to tear apart the clothes on that enchanting figure that she wasn't wearing much to begin with, especially when looking from above as the lady walked up to the auction stage. One would be able to catch a glimpse of her beauty. The enchanting lady stepped onto the auction stage and smiled before saying anything. Then she bowed slightly to the people around her. When she bowed, her fair bosom seemed to be jumping out. Immediately, many people in the surrounding almost had a nosebleed. "Thank you for coming to the auction organized by the Mu family fort today. Thank you for coming." The lady stood up. At this moment, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people in the auction hall, and the invisible aura of many powerhouses shrouding her, she still looked indifferent. Based on this point alone, it proved that this lady was not ordinary. Otherwise, an auction of this level would not allow ordinary people to participate. The lady's voice was crisp and clear, reverberating throughout the auction hall. It was enough for everyone to hear her clearly. Her style and tone were clean and concise. Then she continued, "Since everyone is here for the auction today, I will not waste everyone's precious time. Then let the auction begin. First, let's start with the first item of the day." When the lady's voice faded, she waved her hand and made a gesture behind her. Then, a graceful young lady walked out from the inner door of the auction hall. She held a crystal-clear jade plate in her hand and walked up to the auction stage. After circling the auction hall once, She finally placed the jade plate on the stone stage of the auction stage. Du Xiaofu looked down from the VIP room and saw a pill that was not even the size of a baby's fist on the jade plate. However, it was entirely greenish-white, with runes spreading out and flickering with multicolored light. As the pill appeared in the auction hall, a rich medicinal fragrance filled the entire auction hall. The light was dazzling, and the medicinal fragrance assailed the nostrils. Immediately, many people's gazes revealed a heated look. Not a bad pill. It looks delicious. Beside Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao's pale golden eyes flickered. She greedily licked her lips with her tongue. Don't cause trouble for me. Du Xiaofu had no choice but to warn Du Xiaoyao. An initial marquee grade spirit connecting pill. If consumed by a peak meridian spirit stage cultivator, it can increase the chances of breaking through to the martial marquee realm by 30%. Most importantly, it can increase the chances of successfully merging the meridian spirit and martial vein by 50%. Although it is only at the initial marquee realm, it is priceless. Its value is often much higher than marquee realm mysterious realm pills. Looking down at the pill from above, Gu Xinyan could not help but reveal some surprise in her eyes. The appetizer of the auction was already a marquee realm pill. Moreover, it was the spirit-connecting pill that was priceless. It was enough to show the extraordinariness and background of the Mu family trading company. Du Xiaofu was also quite surprised at this moment. The value of a marquee realm pill was self-evident. I believe that many experienced and knowledgeable guests have already recognized it. That's right, the first item we're auctioning today is the soul-connecting pill at the initial level of the marquee level. I'll make a long story short. The soul-connecting pill at the initial level of the marquee level can increase the chances of breaking through to the martial marquee level by 30%. Most importantly, it can increase the chances of successfully merging the pulse spirit and the martial vein by 50%. On the market, it's definitely priceless. Even my Mu family trading company had a hard time obtaining one. Tomorrow is the last day of the month. Brothers who still have flowers, please send them. Don't forget, or they will be invalid. Also, number 1, you will continue to have a big explosion. He wants to break all the explosive chapters in the past 2 months. Please support him. In these 2 days, I believe that everyone can see that you has adjusted a lot of the plot and state. He is gradually getting closer to the hot-blooded passion. He feels that he has found the state that he should be in. Therefore, number 1 has a big explosion. Please support him. Thank you. Chapter 312. The enchanting woman's bright eyes surveyed the surroundings as she spoke in a clear and loud voice. The auction will be conducted using magnetite. Each bid will be at least 1,000 magnetite. The starting price for the initial Ascension Noble Grade Soul Link pill is 100,000 magnetite. Begin now. 100 and 1,000 magnetite. 100 and 3,000 magnetite. As the enchanting woman's voice fell, the sounds of bidding immediately rose and fell in succession within the auction house. So it's all starting with magnetite. Du Xiaofu was rather moved as he listened to the rising and falling bids within the auction house. Du Xiaofu was extremely familiar with magnetite. Zhan Qingchun had mentioned it back then. When he was in Tianwu Academy, he had plundered quite a few universe bags that contained quite a number of magnetite. Tianwu Academy also had quite a few magnetite mines. Mystic coins were commonly used by the masses, while magnetite was used by almost all cultivators. 1,000 mystic coins could only be exchanged for 1 piece of magnetite. However, it was difficult to exchange 1,000 mystic coins for 1 piece of magnetite. Although 1,000 mystic coins was equivalent to 1 piece of magnetite, no one would be willing to use magnetite to exchange for mystic coins. Magnetite was condensed from the energy of heaven and earth and could be refined into a considerable amount of energy. In fact, many weapon refinements required the refined essence of magnetite to be added into spirit weapons and talisman weapons. After the magnetite was cut into mystic coins, the energy of heaven and earth would almost completely dissipate. As a result, it no longer had any cultivation value. 263,000 magnetite. In a short period of time, the price of the Soul Link pill had already risen to 263,000 amidst the rising and falling bids. Although the Soul Link pill was a good item, Du Xiaofu still had no use for it at the moment. Moreover, the price also made Du Xiaofu feel somewhat powerless. However, although Du Xiaofu did not have that many magnetite on him right now, it was not as if he could not take out something equivalent to the price of the Soul Link pill. One had to know that the universe bag that Du Xiaofu had obtained from Guyubak then had contained astonishing gains. Although Du Xiaofu did not have the time to open the Qiankuan bag that he had recently snatched from Hua Fankong, one could easily imagine the value of the Qiankuan bag of Hua Fankong, who was a martial marquis and a gang leader at that. Gu Xinyan had already reached the martial marquis realm long ago. Hence, the Soul Link pill was not very attractive to her. The two sat in silence, Du Xiaofu's universe bag. In the end, the soul channeling pill was purchased by a person in a VIP room on the 3rd floor for 380,000 profound stones. The voice seemed to belong to a young man, and Du Xiaofu felt a sense of familiarity, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. Then the second auction item came out. It was actually a martial skill of the marquis level. The starting price was also 100,000 magnetite. Once again, it caused the auction to madly bid. Even Gu Xinyan was moved, but she held herself back from bidding. "You seem to be interested." Du Xiaofu asked Gu Xinyan. "There are not many martial skills of the marquis level that can be auctioned. Even in the capital, it is rarely seen. Ordinary clans and factions would treat martial skills of the marquis level as their sect treasure and would not easily take them out. This place is truly worthy of being called the Dark Forest." Gu Xinyan sighed slightly and said softly, "However, although martial skills of the marquis level are rare, our academy also has them. If you use points to exchange for them, it is much more cost-effective than auctioning them off. If you encounter some rare martial skills or martial skills that are especially suitable for you, it would be good to buy them." Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. The academy also had martial skills of the marquis level. If he used points to exchange for them, it would naturally be much more cost-effective. However, when he thought of his 8 million points that had been deducted, he could not help but feel heartache again. Du Xiaofu watched calmly amidst the rising and falling cries. Du Xiaofu did not place too much importance on martial skills. Martial skills of the marquis level were indeed extraordinary, but due to various reasons, Du Xiaofu was not too interested in cultivating martial skills. What's more, Du Xiaofu didn't have much interest in ordinary martial skills, now that he had the mysterious move. His every movement was infused with the mysterious move, and ordinary martial skills couldn't be compared to it. Unless he encountered a martial skill that he liked, it would be a different story. Du Xiaofu quietly watched and listened to the rising price. It was not difficult for him to feel that many people in the auction house had not made a bid yet, especially for the people in the VIP rooms on the 3rd floor. The auction had just begun, and the real good items were at the back. The items that the Mu clan fort had put up now were absolutely extraordinary for ordinary people. However, for those who could enter the VIP rooms, they were not very attractive. Moreover, everyone knew that the focus of this auction was the mysterious spirit heavenly vine. It was estimated that half of the people in the VIP rooms on the 3rd floor had come for the mysterious spirit heavenly vine. Under Du Xiaofu's indifferent gaze, the second martial skill of the marquis level was finally bought by an old man on the 2nd floor at a price similar to the soul-connecting elixir. Then the 3rd item was put up for auction. It was a set of black-level, middle-class physique cultivation method. Physique cultivation methods were rare and black-level middle-class physique cultivation methods were even rarer. Without a doubt, it caused a frenzied auction. With the cultivation method of the golden-winged rock, Du Xiaofu was naturally unmoved by a set of black-level middle-class physique cultivation method. He did not take it seriously. As he waited, various items were put up for auction. The level of the items was getting higher and higher. Amidst the rising and falling bids, the mood in the auction house began to explode. In such a high atmosphere, many items were sold at extremely high prices. This was definitely a perfect auction for the Mu Clan Trading Company, and it was enough to make a lot of money. When the 8th item was put up for auction, a set of 5-star mysterious level talisman array was put up for auction. The starting price of 1 million blackstones was 10 times higher than the starting price of the Marquis level martial skill. As the 5-star mysterious level talisman array was put up for auction, there were not many bidders. After all, talisman arrays were only useful to a few spirit talisman masters. However, it did not affect the level of enthusiasm at all. The price of 1 million blackstones was immediately put up for auction by the people in the VIP rooms on the 3rd floor. After a few bids, it reached 7 million blackstones. 8 million blackstones. Gu Xinyan began to bid. When the price of 8 million blackstones came out of her mouth, her face did not turn red and her heart did not skip a beat. This caused Du Xiaofu to be slightly surprised. This price was definitely not low. Ordinary people would stop at the sight of it. Seeing Du Xiaofu's slight surprise, Gu Xinyan smiled and said to Du Xiaofu, "This set of talisman arrays is extremely suitable for me. If I can successfully cultivate it, it will increase my strength by a lot." In the blink of an eye, the price of the talisman array was raised to 1 million blackstones. 2 million blackstones. Gu Xinyan increased the price once again. She intentionally put the 5-star mysterious level talisman array into her bosom. However, the guests in the VIP rooms around her had no intention of putting it down either. Immediately, a fierce competition began. 325 million blackstones going once. 335 million blackstones going twice. Is there anyone who wants to go higher? After the fierce competition, the price of this 5-star mysterious level talisman array reached an astonishing price of over 5 million blackstones. It could be said that if it were not for the fierce competition, the price would definitely not be so high. After the price of over 5 million blackstones, the fierce competition began to calm down. This kind of price was not something that many people could afford. 335 million blackstones going thrice. Sold. Congratulations to the honorable guest in the VIP room on the 3rd floor. Finally, the alluring woman on the auction stage made the final decision. She raised her head and looked towards the 3rd floor. She nodded respectfully towards the room Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan were in. Congratulations. Du Xiaofu smiled at Gu Xinyan. The price of 5,335,000 was Gu Xinyan's. To be able to call out such a price proved that Gu Xinyan was definitely a wealthy woman. This price is already very high. If it were not for the auction, it would not have reached such a high price. However, to be able to obtain a suitable 5-star mysterious level talisman array, the price is a bit higher. It is worth it. Gu Xinyan smiled faintly. Although the price was extremely high, she did not mind it too much. It was obvious that Gu Xinyan was rather happy to have obtained a 5-star mysterious level talisman array. The items that were auctioned off could be exchanged directly after the auction ended. Next up is the 9th auction item. This item is not ordinary. I wonder if there are any honorable guests with unique eyesight present. On the auction stage, the alluring woman looked around the auction stage with a smile on her face. She waved her hand slightly, and 6 large men slowly carried an item out from the inner sect. They slowly walked onto the auction stage. Seeing the 6 large men carrying an item onto the stage, Everyone's eyes were filled with doubt and curiosity. They immediately looked over. The item that the 6 men carried onto the stage was the corpse of a headless, demonic beast. It was at least a few feet long, as if it had been hung in a ventilated area for thousands of years after its death. The corpse did not show any signs of decay. Instead, it had been dried by the wind. The demonic beast's corpse was headless, and its body had also been withered by the wind. It was impossible to tell what kind of demonic beast's corpse it was. However, the entire headless demonic beast's corpse was sparkling and translucent. It had been weathered for thousands of years, but it still contained a certain kind of energy and faintly emitted a pressure. For a headless demonic beast's corpse to still contain energy and pressure after so long after its death, this demonic beast's bloodline was definitely not low. It could not be an ordinary demonic beast. Honorable guests, this headless demonic beast corpse was accidentally obtained by the Mu clan fort a few years ago. After the appraisal of the Mu clan fort master and many spiritual talisman masters, this demonic beast corpse was at least at the level of a beast emperor when it was alive. It might even be a demonic beast at the top of the heavenly beast list, the alluring woman said as she looked around the auction house. On the last day of the month, brothers, please check the flowers. Don't forget to send them in. After today, they will be invalid. Thank you. Chapter 313. Translator. H2DH2, Mr. Heavens. How could there be a beast emperor level monstrous beast's corpse in the dark forest? A beast emperor's corpse is a precious treasure. A beast emperor's corpse is invaluable. As the enchanting woman finished speaking, there was a sudden uproar in the auction hall. A beast emperor level monstrous beast's corpse was definitely a precious treasure among precious treasures. This must be an exaggeration. There must be something wrong with this monstrous beast's corpse. Otherwise, the Mu clan fort would never auction off a beast emperor level monstrous beast's corpse. Gu Xinyan said softly. Du Xiaofu's eyes were fixed on the monstrous beast's corpse. The dried corpse's appearance could not be seen clearly, and it was even more difficult to identify it since it was headless. However, there were some fluctuations of energy contained in the sparkling and translucent corpse, proving that the headless corpse was not an ordinary monstrous beast's corpse. May I ask if the mystic bones and blood essence of this beast emperor level corpse still exist? On the second floor of the auction hall, a young man in green stood up and asked the enchanting woman on the auction stage. The enchanting woman smiled and said, when the Mu clan fort obtained this monstrous beast's corpse, it was already headless. It was also dried up, so naturally there was no blood essence. The mystic bones were also long gone. The enchanting woman continued. However, the value of a beast emperor level monstrous beast's corpse is astonishing. A beast emperor level monstrous beast is something that even a martial emperor level powerhouse of the human clan would have to avoid. I'm sure there's no need for me to explain. The beast emperor level monstrous beast's corpse contains many secrets. If we were to discover some kind of secret skill or beast ability, we would be rich. As the enchanting woman finished speaking, many of the excited gazes in the auction hall immediately cooled down. A monstrous beast's corpse without mystic bones and blood essence had already lost its greatest value. What's more, these were headless skeletons and dried corpses. Even if they fell into the hands of a talisman master, they wouldn't be of much use. The people present were not fools. If they could find any secret techniques or beast skills from the bones of a beast emperor realm demonic beast, the Mu clan's fort would have found them long ago. The demonic beast's bones had probably been studied by the powerhouses of the Mu clan's fort. They could not find any secret techniques or beast skills, which was why they could not put it up for auction. Only in this way could they maximize the profits from the bones. As for whether or not this headless monster skeleton, which had lost its mystic bones and blood essence, was a real beast emperor skeleton, that was what the Mu clan fort had said. At this moment, this skeleton had been weathered into a dried corpse, so it was hard to be sure. Of course, it was impossible to say that the bones of these demonic beasts were worthless. Everyone could feel that this demonic beast's bones still contained pure energy, even after being eroded by the wind. This was definitely not something an ordinary demonic beast could compare with. Even if this demonic beast's bones were taken home and refined into medicinal liquid for the younger generation to cleanse their bones, it would still be worth a lot. Just as the enchanting woman said, if they could find any secret techniques or beast skills from this demonic beast's bones, they would really hit the jackpot. Even if the people of the Mu clan fort could not find any, it did not mean that others could not. However, if the people of the Mu clan fort could not find any secrets from this demonic beast's bones, the chances of others finding any secret techniques or beast skills from this demonic beast's bones were not very high. It shouldn't be an ordinary demonic beast. Du Xiaofu's gaze was fixed on the demonic beast's bones. With the sharp mind power of a talisman master, he could feel that the headless monster's bones contained a lot of energy and pressure. Du Xiaofu was not sure if this demonic beast's bones were at the Beast Emperor realm when it was alive. After all, it was hard to say, and he had never come into contact with it. However, as the enchanting woman from the Mu clan's trading company had said, this demonic beast's bones were extraordinary when it was alive. Du Xiaofu was sure of this. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu looked at the headless corpse on the auction stage. All of a sudden, the blood in his body started to heat up, and the blood in his body started to tremble for no reason, as if it had been inexplicably touched by something. Du Xiaofu could clearly feel the source of this touch came from within the headless monster's bones. However, the feeling of being touched for no reason did not come from the headless corpse itself. Instead, it came from a secret place within the headless corpse. The aura of that demonic beast's bones seems to be related to that stupid tiger's blood. Du Xiaoyao suddenly said. There was a hint of doubt in her pale golden eyes. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu felt a strange touch from the headless monster's bones. He immediately asked Du Xiaoyao, "Do you know the origin of that demonic beast's bones?" Du Xiaoyao shook her head and said, "I can't recognize it, but I can feel that there is a lot of blood essence hidden within the bones. Ordinary people can't find it at all. This thing is not simple. You should buy it. I feel that if you give it to that stupid tiger, it will benefit it a lot." Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly lit up. The stupid tiger Du Xiaoyao mentioned was the little tiger. It could benefit the king-scaled demonic tiger greatly. If there was a chance, Du Xiaofu would not be stingy. At this moment, although the headless monster's bones and blood essence had lost most of the people's interest, there were still people who paid close attention to it and wanted to compete for it. The enchanting woman looked at the reactions of the people around her and said at the wrong time, "Distinguished guests, let's start the auction now. The starting price for the bones of a Beast Emperor realm demonic beast is 1,000,000 magnetite stones. Each bid is 100,000 magnetite stones. So expensive. Originally, there were still many people who were interested. However, when they heard the price, they were immediately disappointed. 1,000,000 magnetite stones could buy several soul-penetrating elixirs. Although the headless monster's corpse was extraordinary, it had lost 90% of its value without the bones and blood essence. They might be able to find some secret techniques and benefits from the corpse, but it was also a gamble. It was a huge gamble, and the odds of winning were obviously not high. Otherwise, the Mu family fort would not have released this mummy. It was possible that they would lose everything in the end. At most, they would only get a pile of mummies to refine and refine for their descendants to cleanse their marrows. Moreover, the price of 1,000,000 magnetite stones was not a small amount. Ordinary forces could not afford it even if they went bankrupt. When the price of 1,000,000 magnetite stones was announced, the auction house suddenly fell silent. This price had exceeded the expectations of many forces who wanted to compete for it. They had no choice but to give up. Do the people of the Mu clan fort really think that others are fools? The headless corpse that they obtained more than 10 years ago did not have any secret techniques or beast energy. Now, they want to auction it for 1 million magnetite stones. In a VIP room on the 3rd floor, a young man in a black shirt looked gloomy and arrogant. He stared coldly at the headless corpse in the auction house. However, he was very interested in the enchanting woman on the auction stage. With a dirty look, he turned around and said to a burly man beside him, "Elder Hu, you're in charge of our Black Demon Trading Company. If there's a chance, poach that woman to our Black Demon Trading Company. What do you think?" "Young master, this woman is called Mu Shinka. She's a trusted aide of the Mu clan fort. She has a very high position in the Mu clan trading company. It's not easy to poach her." The burly man suddenly looked troubled. "As long as the price is high, there's nothing you can't poach. I believe in you. You must poach her," the young man in black said as he patted the burly man's shoulder. "Yes, I'll do my best." The burly man could only nod his head embarrassedly. A man with a head full of silver hair in another VIP room in the auction house that was momentarily silent was looking down at the headless, demonic beast corpse on the auction stage. He spoke to a few people led by a gray-robed man beside him. "Do you think that the corpse is worth 1 million Xian stones?" Other than the gray-robed man, the rest of the people who were led by the gray-robed man were wearing masks. When they heard this, they looked at each other. "I'm afraid it's not worth it. If there's essence, blood, and secret bones, and it's really at the Beast Emperor realm, it would be difficult to purchase it even with hundreds of millions of magnetite stones. However, that corpse is half useless now. It's worth at most 300,000 magnetite stones." The gray-robed man hesitated for a moment before saying to the silver-haired man. When the silver-haired man heard this, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he softly said, "This demonic beast corpse is not bad. For some special people, it will be of great use. I happen to know a person who is especially interested in demonic beast corpses. When a demonic beast corpse falls into his hands, it will often be of great use. Although 1 million is a little expensive, if you can give it to that guy, you can sell him a favor. It's not a loss at all. 1 million magnetite stones." After a moment of silence, a bid was finally heard from the VIP room on the 3rd floor of the auction house. 1,100,000. Du Xiaofu called out the bid. His gaze also looked at a VIP room not far away from him. He did not expect that there would be someone who wanted this demonic beast corpse. That voice seemed to have a faint familiarity. Inside the VIP room, the gray-robed man wanted to call out another bid, but was stopped by the silver-haired man. He said softly, 1,200,000 is too expensive. That favor is only worth 1 million magnetite stones. There's no need for any more." "Yes." The gray-robed man nodded and did not call out another bid. 1,100,000 magnetite stones going once. 1,100,000 magnetite stones going twice. 1,100,000 magnetite stones going thrice. Sold. Congratulations to the esteemed guest above. The enchanting woman made the final decision. Her gaze once again looked towards the VIP room and nodded. She seemed to have received some information long ago and knew that the esteemed guest in the VIP room was different from the others today. "You've made a profit. Your luck is pretty good." Du Xiaoyao said to Du Xiaofu, "I'm afraid that I can feel that the demonic beast corpse is not simple. If nothing unexpected happens, that stupid tiger should be in for a treat." "Haha," Du Xiaofu chuckled. Only one person had competed for it once. If the price of 1,100,000 magnetite stones was really not simple, as Du Xiaoyao had said, it undoubtedly proved that he had picked up a great bargain. Chapter 314. Moreover, Du Xiaofu also felt that the demonic beast's dried corpse was extraordinary. It was able to stir the blood in its body. That touch made Du Xiaofu feel as if there was an inexplicable and strange life force within the demonic beast's mummified corpse. 1 million magnetite stones could buy a few spirit communication pills. However, at this moment, someone had bought a dried corpse. This immediately caused many people to raise their heads and look over. However, under the cover of the blinds, no one could see clearly who was in the private room. However, it was not difficult for the crowd to know that the 2 treasures in the VIP private room had already been auctioned off. It was likely that the background of the person was not ordinary. When the demonic beast's dried corpse was once again carried down by the 6 burly men, the enchanting woman looked around under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Her expression was exceptionally serious. At this moment, a burly man with an extraordinary aura slowly walked out from the inner gate. He held a rectangular brocade box that was half the length of a person and half the height of a meter as he slowly walked onto the stage. Around this burly man, the auras of a few Mu Clan Fort elders were locked onto him at this moment. They were afraid that if there was even the slightest movement in the auction house, the few Mu Clan Fort elders would immediately take action. Suddenly, when they saw the Mu Clan Fort being cautious as if they were about to face a great enemy, the entire auction house suddenly became extremely quiet. Many people's eyes immediately surged with passion. It was not difficult for the crowd to know that the 10th auction item was probably the last auction item that everyone had been waiting for today. It was also the finale treasure of the Mu Clan Trading Company's auction this time. It was the rumored mysterious spirit, Heavenly Vine. In today's auction house, most of the buyers, especially those with real strength, could be said to be here for the mysterious spirit, Heavenly Vine. The mysterious spirit, Heavenly Vine, was a precious treasure for refining weapons. It was said that it could be refined into a doctrine weapon. Its value could not even be compared to a 5-star talisman array. There was no cultivator who did not yearn for a doctrine weapon. Having a spiritual weapon could allow one to be invincible among those with the same cultivation base and increase one's strength greatly. Having a practitioner weapon would make it easy for one to kill those with the same cultivation base. However, it was not too difficult for cultivators to obtain a spiritual weapon and practitioner weapon, especially a spiritual weapon at the pulse spirit stage. Even though practitioner weapons were rare, there were still people who possessed them. Some top powers and clans also possessed practitioner weapons. With a practitioner weapon, he would be invincible among those of the same level of cultivation. It would be easy for him to fight against those of a higher level. However, Dao artifacts were too rare. They were so rare that they were akin to legends. It was rumored that with a Dao artifact, one would be able to communicate with and borrow the energy of heaven and earth. When an expert activated a Dao artifact, it was enough to cause mountains to crumble and the earth to crack. With a raise of their hand, they could destroy everything. Killing opponents above their level would be as easy as pie. His strength was unimaginable. The profound spirit heavenspan vine was a precious artifact that could be used to refine Dao artifacts. Its value could be imagined. Now, the mysterious spirit Heavenly Vine was in the Mu Clan's trading firm, in the dark city in the dark forest. In this place where strength was respected, if it were not for the Mu Clan Fort's strength that could suppress it, it would have been forcefully massacred by the powerhouses. As for the Mu Clan Fort, they had no choice but to auction the mysterious spirit Heavenly Vine. News had already spread that the profound spirit Heavenly Vine was being auctioned in the Mu Clan's trading firm. If the profound spirit Heavenly Vine was directly purchased by the Mu Clan Fort, it would be a crime to possess such a precious item. The Mu Clan Fort would immediately become the target of a joint attack by various forces. One could imagine the consequences. Everyone's burning gaze was fixed on the brocade box. Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan were no exception. The purpose of their visit today was the profound spirit Heavenly Vine. On the auction stage, the enchanting lady's face was extremely solemn. Her bright eyes swept across the burning gazes of the crowd. She said, "Distinguished guests, I believe everyone has already heard about the last item of today's auction. That's right, it's the profound spirit Heavenly Vine, a material used to refine Dao artifacts. As soon as she finished speaking, the enchanting lady waved her hand slightly. The brocade box in the burly man's hand immediately opened. Whoosh! In an instant, dazzling rays of light spread out from the brocade box. The rays of light soared into the sky, making the entire auction stage look like a dream. Energy fluctuations rippled in the air. At that moment, countless gazes ignored the dazzling rays of light and immediately fixed their gazes on the brocade box. There was a green vine within the brocade box. Its entire body was sparkling and translucent, and it was slightly curled up. However, one could see that the curled green vine was around 3 meters long. Its surface was wrapped in mysterious talisman markings, and it slowly wriggled like a living creature, as if it possessed intelligence. However, at that moment, there seemed to be some kind of restriction set up in the brocade box. The green vine wanted to break the restriction, but it was unable to do so. Du Xiaofu looked down at the profound spirit heavenly vine in the brocade box and murmured softly, "Is that the profound spirit heavenly vine?" "It should be the profound spirit heavenly vine. It was found in the celestial stone mine of our academy. It is a peculiar existence. It looks like a demon, but it is not a demon. It is used to refine Dao artifacts." Gu Xinyan's beautiful eyes, which were covered by a red veil, were looking at the profound spirit heavenly vine in the brocade box below. There were some fluctuations in her eyes. "The profound spirit heavenly vine. It has finally appeared." Along with the appearance of the mysterious spirit heaven vine, the entire auction house was in an uproar. This included the VIP rooms on the 3rd floor. Many auras that had been calm all this time seemed to have suddenly awakened. Their auras fluctuated and landed on the mysterious spirit heaven vine on the auction stage, one after another. On the auction stage, the brocade box was only opened for a moment before it was closed again. The multicolored light disappeared and the energy calmed down. The noisy auras in the entire auction house gradually calmed down. Only then did many of the increasingly heated gazes slowly fade away. Because the profound spirit heavenly vine's value is immeasurable, there is no reserve price and no limit. Distinguished guests, the auction for the profound spirit heavenly vine will now begin. The enchanting woman's bright eyes immediately scanned the surroundings. Unexpectedly, the auction house, which had been bustling with noise, fell into silence. No one bid. No one knew how much the profound spirit heavenly vine was worth, nor did they know how to bid. Those with brains knew that without absolute strength, even if they obtained the profound spirit heavenly vine, they would not need to leave the dark city. Once they left the Mu family trading company, they would immediately be torn to pieces. 10 million shenstones. I bid 10 million shenstones. A VIP room that had previously bought a soul channeling pill directly called out a bid of 10 million. The voice was unruly. 10 million profound stones was definitely an enormous sum. As the bid of 10 million shenstones was called out, the entire quiet auction house was in an uproar. Everyone's gazes were cast towards the VIP room that called out the bid. "TSK, TSK, who dares to fight with me? The profound spirit heavenly vine is mine." In the VIP room, a young man in black sneered. "Who would dare to fight with him in the dark city? Looks like he's a strong opponent." Du Xiaofu's gaze also looked towards the VIP room that called out the bid. The voice that called out the bid made Du Xiaofu feel a sense of déjà vu. 11 million. Suddenly, a bid came from the 1st floor of the auction house. A bid of 11 million shenstones came from the 1st floor of the auction house. A person who could pay such a price was definitely not an ordinary person. However, it was a little strange that the person was sitting on the 1st floor. With doubts in his heart, Du Xiaofu's gaze immediately looked down. Du Xiaofu looked over and saw that the person who called out the bid was a gray-robed elder. His expression was indifferent and his eyes were bright. However, he looked very normal and had a lazy appearance. It was as if he had been dozing off and had just woken up. "Oh no, this is troublesome." When Du Xiaofu saw the gray-robed elder who called out the bid, his expression changed drastically. Seeing this, Gu Xinyan asked Du Xiaofu in confusion, "Do you know that person?" "You can say that I know him. He's a very terrifying person. Looks like he's also here for the profound spirit, heavenly vine." Du Xiaofu's changed expression immediately returned to normal. No matter what, he had to obtain the profound spirit, heavenly vine today. 12 million Xian stones, 13 million Xian stones, 14 million Xian stones. Following the gray-robed elder's words, another bid came from the VIP rooms on the 3rd floor. 20 million Xian stones. In the private room where the first bid was made, a bid of 20 million profound stones was called out. Huff, huff! After the bid of 20 million Xian stones was called out, the entire auction house fell silent once again. There were even quite a few gasps. This price was indeed very frightening. After the price of 20 million Xian stones was called out, the several people who called out the bid earlier did not call out any more bids. It looks like quite a few people are determined to get it. In a VIP room, a silver-haired man looked down with a calm gaze and a smile on his lips. 20 million Xian stones. I'm afraid that not many people will bid higher. Do we need to call out a bid? The gray-robed man asked the silver-haired man, respectfully. There's no need. What belongs to us will return to us sooner or later. Let's not interfere. The silver-haired man smiled faintly. 20 million Xian stones. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? After a short period of silence in the auction house, the enchanting woman looked around with her bright eyes and asked an untimely question. Everyone in the auction house looked at each other. This price was not something that anyone could afford. Besides, so what if they could afford it? Everyone knew that even if they obtained it, they would definitely be attacked by countless people. Whether or not they could successfully escape was an absolute risk. Huff! Inside the VIP room, Du Xiaofu took a deep breath. The price of 20 million Xian stones was enough to make one's heart jump. However, he immediately opened his mouth and slowly said, "I bid 20 million and 1 Xian stones." Following Du Xiaofu's bid, the gazes of the entire auction house trembled as they all looked over. 20 million and 1 Xian stones. Of all the bids, that fellow actually only bid 1 Xian stone more. He was clearly doing it on purpose. Chapter 315. You want to bid for the profound spirit, heaven-span vine. Gu Xinyan looked at Du Xiaofu. She didn't know about Du Xiaofu's plan today, nor did she know what Du Xiaofu and the Mu family Fort Lord had talked about yesterday. But when Gu Xinyan saw Du Xiaofu directly bid 20 million, she couldn't accept such a price. She had already done her best to bid for a 5-star, profound, spirit, heaven-span seal formation. There's no helping it. The profound, spirit, heaven-span vine cannot fall into the hands of others. She shrugged helplessly at Du Xiaofu. Right now, all she could do was get the profound, spirit, heaven-span vine for herself. 21 million profound stones. The arrogant voice rang out again. It wasn't hard to tell from the voice that the person calling out the price wasn't in a good mood. 21 million and 1. 22 million. 22 million and 1. 25 million. 25 million and 1. Bids rang out continuously. The arrogant voice was close to exploding with rage. No matter how he bid, the other party would always bid 1 more profound stone than him. No more, no less, just 1 more profound stone. This was clearly done on purpose. Everyone's gazes wavered. Everyone was suspicious in their hearts. Could it be that the two people in the VIP rooms had some grudge against each other? Adding 1 more profound stone, no more, no less. This was clearly a provocation. It had been like this several times. This was clearly an absolute provocation. However, adding 1 profound stone each time was in accordance with the rules. The auction of the profound spirit, Heavenspan Vine had agreed that there was no limit to the base price or anything else. No one could say anything about it. You over there, what is the meaning of this? Are you doing this on purpose? 28 million profound stones. Add more if you can. From the VIP room, the arrogant voice directly berated Du Xiaofu's room. 28,000,001. Sir, this is just an auction. The highest bidder wins. Aren't you letting others bid? Du Xiaofu's deep voice rang out. He was in accordance with the rules, so he naturally didn't feel anything was wrong. 30 million. The arrogant voice shouted angrily, his dark gaze shooting out. 30,001. Du Xiaofu once again offered a price. This price was already enough to make one's heart jump. 3. The black-clothed youth flew into a rage and was about to raise the price again. Young sect leader, we can't raise the price any further. The price is already the limit. If you raise it any further, we won't be able to bear it. Within the VIP room, a burly man beside the black-clothed young man had no choice but to pull him back. The price of 30 million had already reached the limit of what they could afford. 30,001 going once, 30,001 going twice. Is there anyone who wants to go higher? 30,001 going thrice sold. Congratulations to the guest on the third floor for obtaining the mysterious spirit Heavenspan Vine. The enchanting woman looked towards the VIP room on the third floor. The price of 30 million was definitely the highest price she had ever paid in an auction in so many years. Swish, swish. As the enchanting woman's voice faded, the surrounding gazes uniformly looked towards the VIP room Du Xiaofu was in. Who? Du Xiaofu took a deep breath, but at this moment, the expression on his face turned serious. Using his mental energy, Du Xiaofu discovered several hidden auras spying over. These auras had their eyes on him. If he wanted to escape today, it wouldn't be easy. You really bought it. Gu Xinyan's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. From now on, I'm afraid that trouble will befall us. From now on, you have to listen to me. No matter what the situation is, you have to listen to me. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the mysterious spirit Heavenspan Vine won't be able to return to Tianwu Academy. Du Xiaofu turned around and looked at Gu Xinyan seriously. The beautiful eyes covered by the red veil looked at Du Xiaofu for a while. Then she nodded her head slightly and said gently, "All right. Du Xiaoyao, can you leave for a while? We don't want to attract too much attention." Du Xiaofu asked Du Xiaoyao. "All right." Du Xiaoyao nodded her head. Her translucent, pale, golden body flickered with light. Then, under Gu Xinyan's astonished gaze, she turned into a palm-sized bronze mountain peak and was kept by Du Xiaofu. When the two of them opened the VIP room's blinds and walked out, the entire auction house's gazes fell on Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan. However, Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan's faces were covered by cloaks, so no one could see their faces clearly. As the last mysterious spirit, Heavenly Vine, was auctioned off, the auction house began to disperse. The guests in the VIP rooms did not miss the opportunity to walk out. Their gazes and concealed auras fell on Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan. However, under the cloaks, their faces could not be seen clearly. Not far away, in a VIP room, several figures wearing cloaks and loose robes walked out. The leader was a silver-haired man who looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. His eyes were pitch black, and his gaze swept across Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan. This person is so evil. While Du Xiaofu's mental energy probed, he suddenly sensed a pair of eyes. Raising his head slightly, he looked over from under the cloak. The silver-haired man's eyes swept across his body, causing a chill to surge out of his heart for no reason. Those people are related to the Dark Nether sect. They were the ones who attacked us that night. Although they have concealed their auras, I have some means to detect them. Gu Xinyan's voice softly whispered into Du Xiaofu's ear. The Dark Nether sect? Ghost Claw should be related to them. Why would he appear in the auction house? When Du Xiaofu heard this, his gaze immediately became pensive. This did not seem to be normal. Congratulations on obtaining the mysterious spirit, heavenly vine. Congratulations. An arrogant voice sounded. A black-clothed young man arrived in front of Du Xiaofu. His gaze was gloomy and cold. Du Xiaofu recognized this voice. It was the voice that had been competing with him for the mysterious spirit, heavenly vine. When he looked at the black-clothed young man in front of him, Du Xiaofu's clear eyes under the cloak suddenly became cold. This young man was not an ordinary person. Du Xiaofu naturally knew him. They had fought more than once. Mu Zhenghao had mentioned Shui Yunming from the Black Fiend sect in the Dark Forest. He had an extremely high position in the Black Fiend sect. He seemed to be the young master of the Black Fiend sect. At this moment, when he saw the people from the Black Fiend sect, the coldness in Du Xiaofu's eyes could not help but fluctuate. However, this was the Mu family's trading company, and there were more important things to do now. He suppressed the coldness in his eyes and said in a low voice, "The mysterious spirit, heavenly vine, is auctioned off. The highest bidder wins." The highest bidder wins? Well, one must have the ability to do so. Don't worry, the mysterious spirit, heavenly vine, is still mine. We will meet again soon. Shui Yunming's gaze was gloomy as he looked at Du Xiaofu. Is that so? When we meet again, I hope you won't regret it, Du Xiaofu said in a low voice, emphasizing every word. You have guts. Let's see who regrets it later. I will definitely grind your bones to dust. You won't get the mysterious spirit, heavenly vine. Shui Yunming leaned forward and whispered in Du Xiaofu's ear. Then, his eyes greedily swept over Gu Xinyan's graceful body. In the end, he laughed loudly and left with the people behind him. I also look forward to seeing you again. Looking at Shui Yunming's back, Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed with coldness. That person should be the young master of the Black Fiend sect, Shui Yunming. Do you know him before? Gu Xinyan whispered to Du Xiaofu. Kind of. Our relationship is not shallow. A smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's face. He then said to Gu Xinyan, let's not talk about Shui Yunming for now. Let's go to the trading company to get the mysterious spirit, heavenly vine, and then find a way to leave the Dark City. A moment later, in a secluded hall behind the Mu family trading company, a muscular middle-aged man handed 3 Qinquan bags to Du Xiaofu. He said, the monster beast corpse and the mysterious spirit, heavenly vine that you want are all in the Qinquan bags. Thank you, Uncle Mu. However, I don't have any Shen stones on me right now. Can I use other things as collateral? Du Xiaofu accepted the 3 Qinquan bags with a bitter smile. He couldn't take out 1 million Shen stones on him. I've already given you the mysterious spirit, heavenly vine, so why would I care about your 1 million Shen stones? I'll give it to you. Many spirit talisman masters and I have studied the monster beast corpse for more than 10 years, but we have no clue. Although it's extraordinary, it doesn't have any substantial effects. 1 million Shen stones is on the high side. I hope you're lucky enough to research some secret techniques and beasts. The middle-aged man spoke with an imposing and oppressive aura. He was the master of the Mu family fort, Mu Mingqing. Give it to me. Du Xiaofu was rather shocked. 1 million Shen stones was equivalent to several spirit communication elixirs. The Mu family fort was being too generous to him. Since I'm giving it to you, just take it. Mu Mingqing looked at Du Xiaofu and then at Du Xiaofu. He said, you should know that once you leave the Mu family trading company, it will be extremely dangerous. Are you sure you want to do this? Du Xiaofu looked at Mu Mingqing and smiled. He said, if I don't leave the Mu family trading company, I'm afraid it will be extremely dangerous. Thank you for your help, Uncle Mu. Leave the rest to me. You're ambitious. Go. I hope you can succeed. Mu Mingqing nodded and didn't say anything else. Goodbye. Du Xiaofu put away the 3 Qingquan bags and turned to leave. As Du Xiaofu walked out of the room, several elders and burly men walked in. Lu Linchao was among them. He said to Mu Mingqing, "Fort Master, can this little guy do it? There are too many people outside. I'm worried that someone will make a move before they can leave the dark city. Brothers, let's start the combo. After you've finished reading, please give us some fresh flowers. Thank you." Chapter 316. Whether or not he can make it through will depend on his own ability, Mu Mingqing said softly. Then he looked at the crowd and said, "Ghost Claw should be here already, right? 30 million profound stones. He naturally came as soon as possible and is waiting inside." "We," an old man said. Before he could finish, Mu Mingqing interrupted. "I'll go personally. Looks like Ghost Claw has grown a lot more daring after not seeing him for a long time." In a luxurious little hall, a skinny old man of about 50 years old sat upright. He looked like he was just skin and bones, his eyes sunken deep into his eye sockets. His gaze wavered, revealing a slight sneer. Suddenly, Ghost Claw seemed to sense something, and his gaze abruptly turned towards the door. "Ghost Claw, long time no see." A hearty voice rang out as several figures slowly walked into the little hall. The one at the front was a well-built, middle-aged man with a smile on his face and a calm expression. Ghost Claw's gaze was fixed on Mu Mingqing. The sneer in his eyes instantly froze, and even the expression on his face immediately froze. The corners of his mouth twitched as he opened and closed his mouth a few times. Only then did Ghost Claw speak. Looking at the middle-aged man at the front, his skinny body trembled as he stood up and said softly, "Mu? Fort Master Mu, long time no see. Looks like you've obtained quite a bit of benefits recently. You're even willing to auction off the profound spirit heaven vine." The middle-aged man was Mu Mingqing. Looking at Ghost Claw, he smiled faintly, causing Ghost Claw's entire body to tremble for some reason. Forcefully suppressing the uneasiness in his heart, Ghost Claw raised his head. His gloomy expression receded, and a smile appeared on his skinny face as he said softly, "What are you saying, Fort Master Mu? No matter what, I can't compare to Fort Master Mu. 30 million and 1 profound coins. After deducting 20% of the commission, there's still 20 million and 1 profound coins left. Take it, it's all in the profound stone card. You can exchange it anywhere." Mu Mingqing waved his hand and tossed a jade crystal card to Ghost Claw. He smiled faintly and said, "Do you want to check it? Once you leave my Mu family's trading company, everything else has nothing to do with me. Hee hee. Since Fort Lord Mu is here personally, how can I not trust you? Naturally, there is no need for an inspection. Thank you very much, Fort Lord Mu. I still have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first." Ghost Claw put away the dark stone crystal card and wished he could leave as soon as possible. He immediately turned around and left, fearing that he would be stopped by the powerhouses of the Mu fort. "Take care." Mu Mingqing smiled. He had no intention of stopping Ghost Claw and allowed it to leave. "Big brother, Ghost Claw has always been very cautious. Why didn't he check the magnetite crystal card this time? By the time he finds out, it will be too late for regrets." Lu Linchao watched Ghost Claw's figure disappear with a smile in his eyes. Mu Mingqing smiled faintly and said, "He has a guilty conscience. When he came to the Mu family trading company, the person he was most afraid of meeting was me. Now that you've seen me, you're naturally worried. The more cautious you are, the more you want to leave. However, once you leave the Mu family trading company, everything will have nothing to do with my Mu family trading company." Outside the Mu family trading company, the people in the auction venue had already dispersed. Although the streets were bustling with people, it was no longer crowded. Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan walked out of the Mu family trading company. They raised their heads slightly and saw that the streets were bustling with people as usual. However, The surrounding streets were shrouded in a strange atmosphere for no reason. Even the tea stall on the opposite side of the alleyway was bursting with business at this moment. There were even many people who could only stand and drink tea. Du Xiaofu's eyes under the cloak could see the busy figures of the old lady selling tea and the little boy in the distance. His expression changed slightly, and he said to Gu Xinyan, who was beside him, "You haven't had a good tour of the dark city, right?" Gu Xinyan's beautiful eyes under the red veil looked around and felt the strange atmosphere. She said, "Are you still in the mood to walk around?" "Of course, I'll walk slowly. There's no hurry." Du Xiaofu smiled. He did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he slowly strolled on the streets with a leisurely look on his face. Gu Xinyan's delicate body paused for a moment. However, she quickly followed beside Du Xiaofu. The two of them strolled leisurely in Dark City at a leisurely pace. A strange scene immediately appeared on the streets. On the bustling streets, a man and a woman wearing cloaks were strolling leisurely. Behind the two of them, a crowd of people had unknowingly followed them, blocking the wide streets. However, no one was the first to step forward. Those two are actually strolling leisurely. There must be something strange going on. Don't be impulsive. We must not be used as cannon fodder. Wait for an opportunity. Looks like we have become the prey. On the streets, Gu Xinyan did not turn her head. However, she could sense the situation behind her. The more people there are, the safer we will be. No one wants to be the target of public criticism. They are waiting. Du Xiaofu smiled. However, between his eyebrows, there was a trace of seriousness. Time passed slowly. As the two of them strolled, dusk finally arrived. At this moment, the two of them could feel that more and more auras were tightly locked onto them. When the sun had set and the silver dew had just enveloped the dark city, Du Xiaofu raised his head to look at the twilight. In his line of sight, the outline of a vast mountain range appeared in front of him. He immediately said to Gu Xinyan, "It's time. Let's get out of the city. Quick!" Whoosh, whoosh! As soon as Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the profound qi under their feet surged. Their figures suddenly sped away like lightning. They have started to escape. They want to take advantage of the night to escape into the dark forest. Chase after them. As Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan sped away, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted behind them. Figures without any scruples, like locusts passing through, chased after Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan. Night gradually enveloped the sky. Inside the towering gates of the dark city, two figures wearing cloaks flew out. It was Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan. Pun descends to the ninth heaven. An overbearing aura spread out from Du Xiaofu's body. Pale, golden, profound qi soared into the sky. A pair of rune wings spread out from his back. He flapped his wings and soared into the sky. Like a flash of golden lightning, he flew into the dark forest in front of him. He did not dare to stop for a moment. Whoosh! Profound qi surged. Gu Xinyan soared into the sky. Her graceful figure drew a seductive arc in the air as she chased after Du Xiaofu. Chase after them. They want to enter the dark forest. Inside the gates of the dark city, a large number of figures soared into the sky. Their profound qi erupted as they chased after them. Woo woo! Awoo! In the air, beasts roared. Many huge flying mounts expanded their bodies in the air. Then, they flapped their wings and soared into the sky. However, among the overwhelming number of figures, there were not many who could catch up with the two in front. Undulating mountains and dense forests appeared. From time to time, low roars of beasts could be heard from the depths of the mountains. Enter the dark forest. Follow me closely, Du Xiaofu lightly shouted. In the night, the rune wings flapped and immediately plunged into the dark forest. Whoosh! Gu Xinyan followed closely. Her speed was not slower than Du Xiaofu's. As Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan's figures plunged into the dark forest, an extremely fast demonic beast mount, and a dozen figures also entered the dark forest like ghosts. They have indeed entered the dark forest. I am afraid that they are planning to take advantage of the night to escape. They are a little clever. However, they will still be unable to escape death. Later on, the elders will be happy to help us. Leave the woman alive, but we must obtain the mysterious spirit heavenly vine. Kill the man without mercy. On the back of the flying demonic beast, a black-clothed youth said in a cold and gloomy voice. Killing intent shot out from his eyes. One figure after another plunged into the dark forest and disappeared. Whoosh, whoosh! In the distant horizon, several streams of light, wrapped in light, swept over like rainbows. In a few flashes, they appeared above the dense forest. The light receded, revealing a silver-haired young man standing at the front. His extremely smooth silver hair cascaded down like a waterfall, loosely tied up with a monochromatic ribbon. He had a handsome appearance, and his eyes were as deep as the abyss in the night. Those two have entered the dark forest. Should we make a move now? Behind the silver-haired youth, a man in a gray robe slightly raised his head. Under the gray robe, a long scar on his eyebrows was covered by the hair on his forehead. In the night, his eyes glowed with a gray light, which was particularly strange. Wait until they are together. Kill them all in one fell swoop. The rest has nothing to do with us. The silver-haired youth said, if that woman is there, you must leave her to me. Beside the man in the gray robe, Ghost Claw's figure was among them. His eyes were gloomy. In the dense forest, Du Xiaofu's rune wings folded behind his back. The qi under his feet surged as he activated the wave-like free steps. His figure shuttled back and forth in the dense forest. He asked Gu Xinyan, who was following closely behind him, "Have you felt their presence?" Not far ahead, Gu Xinyan said, "I think they are waiting for us. Let's go and meet them first." Du Xiaofu said, but his footsteps were not relaxed at all. "Be careful." Just as his voice fell, Du Xiaofu suddenly shouted to Gu Xinyan behind him. Suddenly he threw a punch forward. Chapter 317. Rumble. Pale golden Xian qi surged as he punched out. A low, sonic boom suddenly rang out in the air, and energy blasts accompanied by dazzling runes shot out. Thud thud! Du Xiaofu's figure instantly staggered back a few steps, the ground beneath his feet cracking. His gaze immediately focused on the air in front of him. Following Du Xiaofu's gaze, two elderly men in their 50s leapt out in front of him. One was tall, the other short. Both of their gazes were gloomy, and their blazing gazes were fixed on Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan. Initial Martial Marquis Realm. Du Xiaofu looked at the two elderly men in their 50s, one tall, one short. His pale golden eyes rippled with coldness. Du Xiaofu had paid attention to these two people in the auction house. He didn't expect them to be fast enough to catch up with him so quickly. It seemed like these two people had some special means in terms of searching and speed. Hand over the mysterious spirit, Heavenspan Vine, and I'll let you go. The one on the left of the two elderly men stared at Du Xiaofu as he spoke, his aura locked tightly onto Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan. If you want the mysterious spirit Heavenspan Vine, then we'll have to see if you have the ability. As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the aura of the peak of the complete pulsation realm within his body unreservedly swept out. Xian qi gushed out from his feet, and his figure pounced towards the elderly man who had spoken like a bolt of purple lightning. Whoosh! At the same time, a red shadow flashed like a ghost. Gu Xinyan made her move, her lithe body pouncing towards the other elderly man. Complete pulsation realm, you're courting death. The elderly man, targeted by Du Xiaofu, sensed that the purple-robed figure was only at the complete pulsation realm level of cultivation. His tightly furrowed brows immediately relaxed, and a chill spread out from his cold eyes. With a wave of his hand, a fist blasted towards Du Xiaofu. Boom! In front of the fist, Xian Qi wrapped around it, intending to distort space. In the blink of an eye, under the elderly man's sneering gaze, the fist in his hand mercilessly landed on Du Xiaofu's chest. For a cultivator at the perfection level of the pulsation realm to fight with him at the martial marquee realm, that was equivalent to courting death. Not good. The moment the fist landed, the old man seemed to have sensed something. The look in his eyes changed drastically, and he seemed to want to retreat in a panic. Boom! However, it was too late for the old man to retreat. A fist that was wrapped in golden light directly smashed into his lower abdomen. Faint golden talisman runes poured in, and a tyrannical and fierce aura erupted like a volcano. That enormous force easily destroyed his profound qi defense, and the tyrannical enormous force directly surged into his divine watchtower. Qi. In the blink of an eye, the old man's pupils shrunk as if he had seen a ghost. Shock spread out from the depths of his eyes as blood spurted from his mouth. Boom! After that, the old man's body fell limply to the ground. The God's gate in his body had been destroyed by a single punch. His unwilling gaze was filled with fear, shock, and even more terror. Bang! Du Xiaofu swooped down and landed a punch on the old man's head. The old man's head exploded, and he couldn't be more dead. The unwillingness in his eyes was also destroyed. Du Xiaofu took out a chinquan bag from the old man's chest. Die! Not far away, Gu Xinyan's red figure was like a ghost in the night. Runes filled the sky, and a terrifying pressure swept out to suppress the former. In the end, it turned into a dazzling rune light beam and rushed into the old man's body with lightning speed. Boom! The rune beam shattered the old man's meridian spirit that he was about to activate. His body was then sent flying, crashing into a towering tree and breaking it in half. Let's go. There are many people chasing after us. Gu Xinyan looked at Du Xiaofu and saw the old man's corpse on the ground. Her beautiful eyes were stunned, but she didn't dare to delay and immediately left. Whoosh whoosh! Just as Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan left, a dozen figures landed. Looking at the two corpses on the ground, their expressions changed. The two dead are the Ming Shan brothers. To be able to be killed by those two so quickly, it seems that those two are not ordinary. Someone's expression turned serious. To be able to kill the Ming Shan brothers, who are martial lords, so quickly, it was enough to prove that those two were not ordinary. The weather was gloomy during the day, and it had rained last night. There was no moon or stars in the night sky. In the dense forest at night, Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan ran as fast as they could. They used the tall bushes as cover to escape, but it was easier said than done to get rid of the many experts behind them. You can escape. Hand over the mysterious spirit heaven vine. Whoosh! Following the gloomy voice in the night, a vast aura suddenly shrouded the sky, as if it wanted to freeze the surrounding space. Then, an old man in yellow appeared in front of the two. Martial Lord, Nirvana Realm Expert. Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan both paused for a moment. The aura of the person who came made their hearts tremble. He was already a martial lord, Nirvana Realm Expert. Let's work together. The two of them then looked at each other. To deal with a martial lord, Nirvana Realm Expert, they could only work together. Suddenly, the aura of the two of them surged. Their eyes shone as they planned to work together. With the two of them working together, it would not be easy for the other party to do anything to them. Seems like you two don't plan to hand over the mysterious spirit heaven vine. Then die. Seeing that the two of them didn't seem to have the intention to hand over the mysterious spirit heaven vine, the old man in yellow looked gloomy. He suddenly raised his palm and spun it slightly. A vast rune and qi quickly formed. In an instant, it condensed into a palm print and directly slapped towards Du Xiaofu. Whoosh! The rune surged and the palm print swept. Along the way, There were traces of distortion in the space, as if the space could collapse at any time. A martial lord, Nirvana realm expert, could not be compared to an ordinary person. Facing the palm print, the surrounding space froze for no reason, causing Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan to frown slightly. Humph! Just as Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan were about to work together, a cold snort suddenly came from midair. Boom! Then, a sky full of dazzling runes shone over. A terrifying pressure shrouded the sky. A rune energy was like a thunderbolt, crashing down and directly colliding with the former's shocking palm print. Bang! A low and deep muffled sound was emitted. Several towering trees in the surroundings were swept up by the energy force and uprooted. Rumble sounds were unceasingly heard. The ferocious attack was immediately destroyed. The energy force swiftly spread, causing Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan's bodies to immediately retreat. Dang dang! The yellow-clothed elder's figure staggered back a few steps. His gaze suddenly changed. Whoosh! The sound of the wind was heard. A figure appeared in front of Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan. He was wearing a cloak, and his face could not be seen. However, the aura on his body was extremely powerful. Compared to the yellow-clothed elder, he was much more powerful. Looking at the sudden arrival of the helper, Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan were both puzzled. The back of the helper gave Du Xiaofu a sense of familiarity. However, Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan did not know if this person was really here to help them. Perhaps he was only here for the mysterious spirit, Heavenly Vine. Who are you? Are you also here for the mysterious spirit, Heavenly Vine? The yellow-clothed elder looked at the person who came. His face was gloomy and solemn. The person who came did not pay attention to the yellow-clothed elder. Instead, he looked at Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan and said, "The two of you should go and gather the others. After that, go back. The elders that you are waiting for should be on their way. Go. Thank you for your help." Hearing this, Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan were a little surprised. At this critical time, there was no time to delay. The two of them thanked the person and immediately left. Trying to escape, the yellow-clothed elder's face darkened. His profound qi fluctuated and runes flashed. He was about to stop Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan. "Do you think that you can stop them? You are courting death," the cloaked man shouted coldly. His hand seals quickly fluctuated. At the same time, the aura around him exploded. Runes soared into the sky, causing the surrounding space to fluctuate violently. After that, the runes condensed and a finger seal pierced through the air and pierced towards the yellow-clothed elder's head. Whoosh! As soon as the rune finger seal appeared, the surrounding space violently surged. Countless lightning bolts faintly surged, wanting to seal off the yellow-clothed elder's surroundings. That vast aura seemed to want to suppress everything, causing people to tremble in fear. "It's right in front. Hurry up and chase. The mysterious spirit, Heavenly Vine, is on those two. It's right in front. Don't let them escape." In the dark night, a large number of figures shuttled through the dense forest. Countless birds flapped their wings and soared into the sky. Ferocious beasts lay dormant, not daring to make a sound. Whoosh whoosh! Figures came from all directions. Finally, more than 10 figures surrounded Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan once again. Flowing light spread around the figures. Their auras surged and surrounded Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan in a circular manner. These people were all at the Martial Lord Realm. More than 10 Martial Lord Realm auras locked onto Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan. Without a doubt, these Martial Lord Realm cultivators were the experts from various forces who had rushed into the Dark City these days for the mysterious spirit, Heavenly Vine. "It seems that we can't escape this battle." Du Xiaofu's figure stopped. Looking around, there were a total of 14 Martial Lord Realm cultivators. Several of their auras were clearly at the mysterious level of the martial lord realm. It would be difficult for him to escape. Chapter 318. Let's make our move then, Gu Xinyan said softly. Beneath the red veil, her beautiful eyes started to turn cold. Runes started to move around her body. That lady seems to be a talisman master. Be careful of her talisman array. Attack! A burly man detected the aura fluctuation on Gu Xinyan's body, and his face suddenly changed. He stomped his foot in the air, and his figure pounced on Gu Xinyan like lightning. The mysterious aura of the martial lord realm surged, and the profound qi around his body roared. He waved his hand and punched out. Scram! At this moment, a loud shout rang out. A powerful aura that could suppress the sky descended from the sky. A rune energy directly collided with the big man's fist. Boom! With a muffled sound of energy, the martial lord of the great Han dynasty, whose cultivation was at the mysterious level, was directly shaken and forced to retreat. Who dares to sneak an attack on me? The faces of the crowd changed, and the burly man immediately raised his head and roared. Tianwu Academy, General! The roar sounded from the sky, and a streak of light landed on the field. The streak of light retracted, and a young man appeared. The young man was in his early 20s, and he had an imposing figure. Under the illumination of the faint glow from the runes, his bronze skin glowed. His facial features were distinct and deep. The aura around him seemed to be able to dominate the sky and suppress the mountains and rivers. Tianwu Academy, Ghost Baby! Another flowing light flashed down, and the flowing light converged to reveal a handsome young man in a long robe that was pitch black like ink. His face had distinct facial features that seemed like they were carved, and the aura around him rippled, causing one's hair to stand on end for no reason. Tianwu Academy, Wu Kei! Tianwu Academy, Gua Xiaofeng! Tianwu Academy, Bai Mingfeng! Tianwu Academy, Li Yuxiao! Another 4 roars sounded in the night sky, and the space rippled. For figures flew through the air, and 4 auras descended. There were 3 men and 1 woman. The woman wore a large red robe that partially covered her body, revealing a portion of her soft breasts that were as white as jade. She wore an armor-like short skirt that wrapped around her perky buttocks, revealing a pair of long, moist, and well-proportioned legs that extended all the way to her fair thighs. Her figure was graceful and enticing. A young man's black hair was tied behind his head. A few strands of hair fell to his ears. His eyes were deep and pitch black. Both of his hands wore a strange, ancient, green-colored bracelet. There were quite a number of unfamiliar symbols carved on the bracelet, causing his originally elegant demeanor to have an additional machine-like feeling. The second young man had a tall nose bridge. His skin had a faint crimson color, and his eyes were as black as ink. The third young man had a burly figure, and his crimson robe fluttered in the wind. The demonic aura emanating from him made one's heart tremble. With the appearance of these 6 people, the entire surrounding space was faintly distorted. 5 young men and an enchanting woman. 6 auras faintly soared into the sky, suppressing the mountains and rivers and crushing the vast sky. What 6 powerful juniors! Sensing the auras of these 6 people, the 14 martial marquis realm cultivators were also moved. Tianwu Academy, Gu Xinyan! Looking at the 6 of them, Gu Xinyan raised her head slightly and took off the cloak on her head. Her peerless beauty was revealed, and her disposition was otherworldly. Her beautiful eyes shone brightly. Tianwu Academy, Du Xiaofu! Du Xiaofu looked at the 6 of them and took off the cloak on his head. There was a smile on his resolute face, and his eyes were faintly golden. His aura was domineering and sharp. General Buddy and Shanha, Lady Lingxian, Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, Princess Netherworld, Wu Kei, and Qianluo Sword, Gua Xiaofeng. They seemed to be the top 5 of Tianwu Academy's martial ranking. Astonishment flashed through the eyes of a burly man. He seemed to have heard of these reputable titles before. The 6 men and 2 women glanced at one another and didn't say anything. They quickly formed a circle and stood quietly. 8 powerful auras emanated from them. It seems like you guys have succeeded? The general glanced sideways at Du Xiaofu and said. On his handsome face, there was no worry for the 14 Martial Marquis trapped at this moment. We have succeeded, but we haven't seen Ghost Claw yet. Du Xiaofu nodded. It doesn't matter. Let's get rid of these people first. Let's fight. The general said, and his eyes flickered. Fight. Kill them all. Ghost Child looked at the 14 Martial Marquises and spoke with a gentle voice. However, there was a hint of sharpness in his voice. The aura on his body fluctuated and a baleful aura spread out. Stop talking. Let's get rid of these people who are courting death first. Li Yuxiao made his move. His dark red hair fluttered in the wind as a faint black devilish qi gushed forth from him. His red eyes flashed as he waved his hand, causing a great black halberd to appear. Runes erupted as the halberd locked onto one of his opponents. The great black halberd seemed as though it wanted to slash apart space itself. Ghost Child didn't say anything else. The faint black profound aura and baleful aura enveloped his body like liquid. The aura he released caused ripples to appear in the surrounding space. Chi. At the same time, Ghost Child turned into a shadow and pounced at the old man like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the old man, and his sharp claws tore through the sky. Qianluo's sword. Guo Xiaofeng raised both of his arms, and the runes on his hands blossomed. 2 ancient swords suddenly appeared in his hands. The sword light overflowed into the sky, and the runes surged as if they wanted to destroy the universe. Chi la la. Bai Mingfeng's pitch-black eyes also turned crimson at that moment, as if there were flame symbols about to erupt. A flaming blade condensed in his palm and swept across the sky. Along with the spreading flames, it covered half of the sky. Kill! Wu Kei shouted. She tapped the ground with the tip of her foot and flew up into the air. Her seductive figure was in the air, and a gust of ghostly aura swept out. Let's end this quickly. Gu Xinyan made her move. Her graceful figure moved. Her every movement was as beautiful as ever. She was so beautiful that it could move one's soul. Let's go and seize the mysterious spirit, Heavenly Vine. So what if he is a junior from Tianmu Academy? The 14 Martial Marquis realm cultivators moved together. The temptation of the mysterious spirit, Heavenly Vine, was enough to make them risk their lives. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, energy collided as the numerous Martial Marquis realm cultivators clashed. It was as if they were going to destroy the sky, making everyone shudder. Runes bloomed and energy spread out. Large areas of towering trees were uprooted and destroyed. Swoosh! The Martial Marquis realm cultivator who attacked Gu Xinyan just now unleashed his mysterious spirit, Heavenly Vine. In the dark night, the mysterious spirit, Heavenly Vine, shrouded the general. Scram! The general shouted. An aura that could suppress mountains and rivers erupted. A resplendent light burst out, and the mighty rune energy swept out. A palm print was like a torrential flood as it crashed forward. An old man in a long gown took the opportunity to approach Du Xiaofu, who had yet to make his move. This old man seemed to have sensed that Du Xiaofu's aura was the weakest among the 8 of them. Brat, consider yourself unlucky. A cold glint flashed across the old man's eyes. A gust of mysterious spirit, Heavenly Vine, swept out along with Fu Wenjing's movement. The mysterious spirit, Heavenly Vine, turned into a mysterious spirit, Heavenly Vine rune energy whirlpool that was over 30 meters wide. Walala! The mysterious spirit, Heavenly Vine rune energy whirlpool enveloped Du Xiaofu. It wanted to engulf Du Xiaofu's body within the spiritual energy whirlpool and tear him into pieces. Chi la! Within the mysterious spirit, heavenly vine, rune energy, whirlpool, a golden rune mark streaked across. A tyrannical and sharp aura swept out. The faint golden runes suppressed everything and instantly shattered the mysterious spirit, heavenly vine, rune energy, whirlpool. Die. An astonishing amount of energy spread out. Du Xiaofu's figure had already turned into a golden light and rushed out. He instantly appeared in front of the old man in a long gown. Caught off guard, he mercilessly punched the old man's chest. Bang! With a low muffled sound, the old man in a long gown was directly sent flying. His defense was easily shattered. Blood immediately spurted out from his mouth. His body brushed against the ground and was blasted back over 10 meters. He only stopped after he crashed into a towering tree. Swish! Du Xiaogang was about to continue pouncing on the old man in a long gown when the sound of wind breaking resounded from his left. A fierce claw, wrapped in dense runes, surged out. It twisted the space and swept down. In an instant, it was in front of Du Xiaogang. It directly grabbed his left shoulder and wanted to tear off his left arm. Come on! Du Xiaofu slightly gritted his teeth. He did not dodge and allowed the claw to land on his shoulder. Swish! This claw landed on Du Xiaofu's left shoulder, destroying the profound qi defense and tearing apart the purple robe on Du Xiaofu's shoulder. However, when it landed on the flesh of Du Xiaofu's shoulder, the light golden runes on Du Xiaofu's shoulder surged out. The fierce claw could not move an inch further. The mighty and fierce force only left 5 shallow bloodstains on Du Xiaofu's shoulder. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, a claw was exchanged for a fist. The fist was wrapped in faint golden talisman patterns, and 13 punches rang out as it directly bombarded the head of a short and burly man, blasting his head into pieces. Among the 8 people, Du Xiaofu was the first to kill a martial marquis. His ferocity immediately intimidated everyone. Awoo! A beast roared. A middle-aged man in white was shrouded in the phantom of a demon wolf. The phantom of the demonic wolf seemed to have completely fused with his body, as if they were one. At this moment, the person was the phantom of the demonic wolf, and the phantom of the demonic wolf was the person. The fusion was seamless, and the aura of this person had reached its peak. Xiao Yu continued to write, "Today is the 1st of the month. Flowers are very important, so please guarantee the minimum number of flowers, recommendation tickets, and coffee. Brother, you can also click on them." Chapter 319. Meridian and soul merging into the body was a sign of reaching the martial marquis realm. It was qualitatively different from the meridian spirit realm, as it had completely merged with the meridian and soul. Awoo! The white-robed, middle-aged man's wolf-like body pounced at Ghost Child, and a wolf claw pressed down on the sky. You're using all your strength? Unfortunately, it's not enough. Seeing the opponent using all his strength, Ghost Child's pupils shrank. Suddenly, a light spread in his eyes, and a dark color covered his eyes. Suddenly, there was an indescribable ghostly coldness, and black Xian Qi and runes flashed. 9 serenities kill. The dark, murderous aura gathered into a claw. Ghost Child didn't dodge and clashed with the wolf claw. Crackle! In such a collision, dazzling energy runes bloomed, and a deep sonic boom resounded. The white-robed, middle-aged man's wolf claw was destroyed. Die. Ghost Child's voice was short and terrifying. Then, another sharp claw that seemed to be able to tear the sky apart landed on the ferocious wolf head. The white-robed, middle-aged man held on for a short while, and then his head was torn apart by Ghost Child's claw. Finally, Ghost Child killed him. Bang! Under the general's palm, his aura suppressed the mountains and rivers, and a bald, middle-aged man turned into a bloody mist. Crackle! Almost at the same time, ancient runes spread on Guo Xiaofeng's practitioner weapons, and the sword light tore the sky apart. The spiritual weapon of a long-haired man in short clothes was destroyed, and his chest was pierced by the ancient rune sword shadow. Blood spurted out, and his vitality dissipated. Rolling demonic aura swept through the sky. Li Yuxiao activated the Demon Slayer sword and cut down his opponent in midair. Wu Kei and Gu Xinyan's beautiful and seductive bodies were wrapped in runes. They also killed their opponents in almost the same time. Crackle! Bai Mingfeng waved his fire blade, and flames rose into the sky, illuminating the sky as if it was daytime. He also cut down his opponent. Crackle! But at the same time, an old man in plain clothes appeared behind Bai Mingfeng. Passing through the flames, the mysterious aura of the martial marquis realm erupted, and his palm landed directly on Bai Mingfeng. Bang! Bai Mingfeng's body staggered and fell to the ground. He staggered a few steps before he could stabilize his body. Blood began to flow out from the corner of his mouth, and his face turned pale. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of the long-robed elder who had been severely injured by Du Xiaofu's punch. At this moment, the long-robed elder had already struggled to get up. His eyes were filled with shock as he communicated with his martial vein. The mysterious runes of the talisman appeared, and a strange beast covered in scales suddenly appeared. Destroy! The golden light figure rushed out and displayed the sky-shaking wings. One of its hands was like a palm leaf fan as it quickly landed in front of the long-robed old man who had not fully activated his pulse soul. The old man's body was violently sent flying, and the strange beast's illusory image suddenly shattered. Boom! With a punch, a bloody hole appeared in the chest of the old man in the long gown. The second martial lord had fallen at the hands of Du Xiaofu. In the blink of an eye, 9 of the 14 martial lords had fallen. Only 5 remained, and the remaining 5 were at the mysterious level of the martial lords. The 5 martial marquis realm mysterious level cultivators had serious gazes and did not continue to attack. The 8 young men and women all had the strength to kill martial lords at the initial level, which proved that they had the strength to fight against martial lords at the mysterious level. At this moment, the 5 of them had no chance of winning against the 8 extraordinary young men and women. However, if they were to leave so easily, they would not be satisfied. Seeing the mysterious spirit heavenly vine in front of their eyes, but not being able to get it, one could imagine how they felt. Woo! At this moment, a demonic beast screeched in midair. A huge flying demonic beast flew over and appeared on this messy mountain range that was almost razed to the ground. Swoosh, swoosh. 6 figures floated in midair and released their auras. 3 of them were at the initial level of the martial lords. 2 were at the mysterious level of the martial lords, and 1 was at the nirvana realm. The release of these 6 auras caused General Zai, Gu Xinyan, and the other 5 mysterious martial lords to have ugly expressions. Whoosh! On the back of the flying demonic beast, a young man in a black shirt jumped down and floated beside the 6 martial lords. His eyes were filled with arrogance and viciousness. He was the young master of the black killing sect, Shui Yunming. Shui Yunming's gaze immediately landed on Wu Kei and Gu Xinyan. His vicious and unruly gaze instantly became sluggish. It was as if his soul had been sucked away. He was unable to return to his senses for a long time. He had never met such an enchanting and elegant woman in the entire Dark City, let alone get close to one. However, when Shui Yunming's gaze fell on Du Xiaofu, it was as if he had been electrocuted. His gaze fiercely twitched, and he opened his mouth in shock. "It's you!" Shui Yunming recognized Du Xiaofu. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had taken off his cloak. Shui Yunming naturally would not forget the purple-robed young man who had killed so many of his black killing sect's elite disciples. In the end, even when the second elder intervened, the purple-robed young man was also rescued. The treasure that the sect was looking for was also in the hands of that young man. After so long, the black killing sect had searched the entire dark forest, but they still could not find any news of that young man. They thought that he had been rescued by that mysterious expert. "Yes, it's me." Du Xiaofu's expression was gloomy. At this moment, the purple robe on his shoulder was tattered, and there were faint traces of golden blood seeping out. Shui Yunming had seen him before, so he could naturally recognize him at a glance. "You're the one who bought the mysterious spirit heaven-span vine with a cloak. I really didn't expect to find it so easily after searching high and low for it." Shui Yunming looked at Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan beside him. Suddenly, he recognized Du Xiaofu, the one who had competed with him for the mysterious spirit heaven-span vine in the Mu family's trading house. Shui Yunming immediately laughed. Today he could take revenge for both old and new grudges. Whoosh, whoosh! Following the shocking battle here, a large number of flowing light figures also swept into the surrounding air. Waves of aura descended, and the flowing light spread. There was no lack of experts in the martial lord realm among them. Many figures who had rushed oversaw the huge scene below, and there were a few martial lord realm corpses lying on the ground. For a moment, they did not understand the situation and did not dare to casually attack. Instead, they all watched from the sidelines. Looking at the increasing number of figures rushing over, there was no lack of experts in the martial lord realm among them. Among the 6 martial lord realm experts from the Black Killing sect, the martial lord realm Nirvana realm cultivator's expression turned serious. He whispered something to Shui Yunming with a cold expression. He did not show too much respect to Shui Yunming. Instead, Shui Yunming was extremely respectful to him. After hearing that, Shui Yunming looked at the increasing number of figures around him. His gaze darkened, and he looked coldly at Du Xiaofu. He sneered and said arrogantly, "Kid, hand over the mysterious spirit heaven-span vine, and we can let go of our grudge today. Otherwise, you can't escape." Du Xiaofu's gaze swept past the increasing number of figures in the surroundings. In the end, his gaze landed on Shui Yunming. His gaze became extremely sincere, and there was even fear and dread in his eyes. He said, "Only now did I know that you're the young master of the Black Fiend sect. All right, I'll hand over the mysterious spirit heaven-span vine, and our past grievances will be written off." As his voice fell, Du Xiaofu took out a Qingquan bag from his chest. Runes surged, and then a rectangular brocade box that was half a person's length and half a meter high appeared in his hand. "Young master, I will hand over the mysterious spirit heaven-span vine to you. Remember, our grudges are written off." As soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, he opened the brocade box in his hand. In an instant, a dazzling light spread out from the brocade box. The light soared into the sky, and energy rippled through the air. At that moment, within the dazzling light, one could vaguely see a vine in the brocade box. However, before anyone could see it clearly, Du Xiaofu had already closed the brocade box. The mysterious spirit heaven-span vine. That is the mysterious spirit heaven-span vine. Many people in the surroundings had chased after them from the auction. They had all seen the brocade box and the mysterious spirit heaven-span vine. Although it was only a glimpse, it was enough for everyone to see that it was the mysterious spirit heaven-span vine. Everyone's eyes immediately turned red. "Young master, catch. The mysterious spirit heaven-span vine is yours." As soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, he immediately threw the brocade box in his hand to Shui Yunming, who was flying low in the air. Shui Yunming was still in a state of shock when Du Xiaofu really threw out the brocade box in his hand. How could he have imagined that the purple-robed youth would actually hand over the precious treasure, the mysterious spirit heavenly vine, to him? In fact, Shui Yunming had just said it casually at the beginning. How could he have spared the brat after handing over the mysterious spirit heaven-span vine? One should know that the brat had taken away the treasure of the Black Killing sect. However, Shui Yunming had never expected that the purple-robed youth would actually hand over the mysterious spirit Heavenspan Vine because of his words. Could it be that the brat was really afraid of his identity as the young master? The mysterious spirit Heavenspan Vine is mine. After a short moment of shock, Shui Yunming also recovered from his shock. He immediately stretched out his hand and reached for the brocade box. It's the mysterious spirit Heavenspan Vine. Snatch it. Everyone's eyes were blazing. At this moment, they saw the mysterious spirit Heavenspan Vine with their own eyes. How could they bear it? So what if the Black Killing Sect was here? Walala! One by one, the martial Marquis realm experts immediately took action to snatch it. Runes exploded and mysterious chi surged crazily. All of them were fighting for the brocade box. Bastard! Who dares to snatch the item of the Black Killing Sect? The 6 martial Marquis realm experts from the Black Killing Sect immediately took action together. They released their energy, especially the martial Marquis realm expert. His aura suppressed everything. Chapter 320. Bang, 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 bang. Air billowed in the air, flattening mountains and forests. Go, let's go. Du Xiaofu stared at the sky, a cold smile on his face. He whispered to the general, Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, and the others who were just as shocked. Celestial Qi surged beneath his feet, and he immediately fled. The general, Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, and the others were still in shock that Du Xiaofu had really handed the mysterious spirit Heavenspan Vine over to the Black Fiend sect. But when they saw Du Xiaofu leave, they gritted their teeth and followed, retreating quickly. Right now, everyone's eyes were on the mysterious spirit Heavenspan Vine in the brocade box. Who would pay attention to Du Xiaofu and the others? Even if they did, no one would pay them any attention. The mysterious spirit Heavenspan Vine had already been handed over. Who would care about that purple-robed youth? Their only goal was the mysterious spirit Heavenspan Vine. Du Xiaofu, did you really hand the mysterious spirit Heavenspan Vine over to the Black Fiend sect? Along the way, the general and Gu Xinyan were the first to catch up to Du Xiaofu. Their gazes were serious. What do you think? Du Xiaofu sped up. He had just met the general and the others. Du Xiaofu was not surprised. When he had set off for the Dark City for the second time, he had already arranged for the general and the others to wait for him in the vicinity. Could it be that you gave a fake, mysterious spirit Heavenspan Vine? Gu Xinyan's beautiful eyes shone, but she was also puzzled. She had seen the exact same brocade box with her own eyes and the green vine inside. Even if Du Xiaofu had faked it, he could not have done it so quickly. However, based on Gu Xinyan's understanding of Du Xiaofu these days, she felt that Du Xiaofu was not the kind of person who would really hand over the mysterious spirit Heavenspan Vine. Let's escape first. After Du Xiaofu finished speaking to Gu Xinyan, he turned to the general and asked, Where are the others? Shall we meet up first and then return to the academy? They are not strong enough. Luo Tianqin and Tai, who are injured. I told them to wait at the front. The general said. Night enveloped the area. On a mountain top, a couple of figures stared solemnly at the rune light that soared into the sky in the distance. Could it be that they've met an expert? Said Ouyang Shuang to the king-scaled demonic tiger next to her. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. Don't worry. With their strength, it shouldn't be difficult for them to escape. Luo Tianqin said to Ouyang Shuang. After a few days of treatment, he looked much better than before. Whoosh! After Luo Tianqin said that, a few beams of light appeared in front of them. They were Du Xiaofu, the general, Gu Xinyan, and the others. You're all back. When Ouyang Shuang, Luo Tianqin, Tai Hu, and Pan Yu saw Du Xiaofu, the general, and the others, they immediately gathered around them. Their knitted brows relaxed a little. Let's leave this place and return to the academy. Quick! The general said to everyone. It was not a good time to stay. Let's go. Luo Tianqin, Tai Hu, Ouyang Shuang, and Pan Yu nodded. The four of them were already prepared to leave at any time. What a good plan. But since you're all here, stay here. Don't leave, said a cold voice. It sounded as if it came from afar, but it also sounded as if it came from the surroundings. The voice was extremely faint. We can't leave. The general looked around and seemed to have sensed something. His expression suddenly became serious. Whoosh! In midair, the sound of wind breaking didn't cause much noise. Then, high up in the sky, 9 flowing light figures directly appeared. The light converged, and the leading silver-haired young man stood in the air. His glossy silver hair draped over his shoulders like a waterfall, loosely tied up with a monochromatic ribbon. He looked handsome, and his eyes were as deep as the abyss in the night. Beside the silver-haired man stood a gray-robed man. Under the gray-robed man's face, a long scar could be seen on his forehead, covered by the hair on his forehead. His eyes glowed with a gray-white light in the night, appearing exceptionally strange. Behind the gray-robed man, there was a black-robed old man and 5 masked men. Beside the gray-robed man, Ghost Claw was among them. His eyes were cold and his aura was cold. It's Ghost Claw. It's them. The people who ambushed us at the 4 Seas and were indeed with Ghost Claw. When they saw the 9 figures, the general, Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, and the others all had grave expressions on their faces. That person is so powerful. Du Xiaofu raised his head and his gaze landed on the silver-haired man. When the silver-haired man appeared, there was no fluctuation of aura. However, the temperature in the air started to drop. It was as if the energy of heaven and earth had been quietly changed. This kind of aura silently made Du Xiaofu feel an extreme sense of danger. The students of Tianwu Academy are indeed not weak, as expected of Tianwu Academy. However, the current Tianwu Academy is much weaker than before. In the air, the silver-haired man's gaze swept across the general, Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, Wu Kei, and the rest. In the end, his gaze landed on Du Xiaofu, and he asked, "You are Du Xiaofu?" That's right. Du Xiaofu looked at the silver-haired man and suppressed the sense of danger in his heart. His profound qi fluctuated, and he was on guard. This person was able to change the energy of heaven and earth with the invisible fluctuation of aura around him. This kind of strength was not ordinary. I didn't expect you to be so smart. You were able to make a fool out of the Black Fiend sect by framing them. However, you can't fool me. The silver-haired young man looked at Du Xiaofu with a faint smile. His eyes were cold as he said softly, "No wonder someone specially mentioned you in front of me and told me to take the opportunity to get rid of you, so as to avoid endless future troubles. Are you also from the Dark Nether sect?" Du Xiaofu was secretly shocked. This person actually knew that the mysterious spirit Heavenly Vine that he had given Shui Yunming was a fake. This plan could be said to be flawless. Only the fort master of the Mu clan fort and himself knew about it. Even the fake mysterious spirit Heavenly Vine was personally arranged by Mu Mingqing. An ordinary person would not be able to tell the difference at a glance. Of the 3 Qiankuan bags obtained from Mu Mingqing, 1 contained the real mysterious spirit Heavenly Vine, 1 contained the headless corpse, and the 3rd Qiankuan bag contained the fake mysterious spirit Heavenly Vine. In Du Xiaofu and Mu Mingqing's plan, they would throw out the fake mysterious spirit Heavenly Vine at the crucial moment to divert attention and seize the opportunity to escape. However, Du Xiaofu did not expect this silver-haired man, who had appeared out of nowhere, to know about it so clearly. From the silver-haired man's words, it seemed like someone was secretly watching him. It seemed like he had offended quite a number of people. When they heard Du Xiaofu mention the Dark Nether sect, the gray-robed man, the black-clad old man, and the 5 men wearing the cotton seeds changed their expressions. They did not expect their identities to be unknowingly exposed. It seems like you know too much and must die. Then all of you will die. The silver-haired man's expression changed. In an instant, the surrounding temperature plummeted. It was as if they had silently fallen into an ice cave. TSK, do it. I want Gusinyan. You can deal with the rest. Ghost Claw's cold voice came out in the dark night. His eyes were deep in his ice sockets. His eyes were red and filled with extreme coldness, giving people a creepy feeling. As soon as he finished speaking, he did not hesitate at all. He stomped on the air, and his figure flashed towards Gusinyan. Fight! The general shouted. His aura soared into the sky and hovered in the air. The general ranked first on the martial roll is still too young. Today he will die in the dark forest. As soon as he shouted, the gray-robed man's eyes were filled with coldness. He directly blocked the general's path. 9 Nether is too young. Ghost Child, I will deal with you first, the black-clad old man said coldly. His figure suddenly pounced toward Ghost Child. Fingerprints shot out along with the sound of wind breaking. The sharp wind tore through the air and swept toward Ghost Child in an instant. Ghost Child's pupils shrank. The tip of his foot touched the ground. Light black celestial chi surged like liquid and covered his body. In an instant he retreated dozens of feet. Crackle! As Ghost Child retreated, several fingerprints fell around Ghost Child. The fingerprints destroyed the ground, and a large number of cracks spread out. Jade Girl Gusinyan, TSK. You captured me last time. This time, I will settle the score with you. But don't worry, I will let you die comfortably. Ghost Claw let out a sinister chuckle. His words were ear-piercing, and his eyes were filled with filth. Within a short period of time, his figure appeared in front of Gusinyan in the blink of an eye, like a ghost. As his words sounded out, numerous mysterious symbols surged out from his shriveled ghost claw like hands. Crackle! A cold aura spread out from Ghost Claw's body. Under that cold aura, the celestial chi in Gusinyan's body slowed down a little. But in a short period of time, Gusinyan's hand seals condensed. Runes covered the sky and began to fight against Ghost Claw. Let's end this quickly. The sooner we finish this, the better. The mysterious spirit, Heavenly Vine, is also with you. Let's kill you first. The silver-haired man stared at Du Xiaofu, his voice faintly discernible. That indifferent tone of his made it seem as if everything was a matter of course, as if he didn't care about Du Xiaofu at all. His silhouette stepped out, as if he could traverse the vast sky, striding towards Du Xiaofu. Chapter 321. Du Xiaofu, take the mysterious spirit Heavenly Vine and leave first. Quick! Li Yuxiao bellowed. His dark red robes fluttered in the wind as a red glow flickered in his eyes. A demonic aura overflowed from his body, causing dark clouds to form in the sky. Dazzling crimson light filled the sky as a sinister wind blew in the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky, covering the sky. Demonic sword triple kill. Without any delay, Li Yuxiao's demon-slaying sword swept through the sky and gathered 3 blade lights. They were like 3 roaring, demonic blades. The blood-black runes bloomed like a bright moon, wanting to turn this space into a demonic land. The 3 demonic swords covered the sky as Li Yuxiao blocked the silver-haired man with his full strength. He could feel the terrifying aura coming from the silver-haired man. Although you're not weak, you're still too weak before me. Facing Li Yuxiao's 3 demonic blades, the demonic aura surged and covered the area. The silver-haired man's eyes moved slightly, and a dazzling pale white light suddenly spread out. Runes wrapped around his body, and his aura suddenly rose sharply. His aura suddenly suppressed everything for no reason. That kind of fluctuation made everyone suddenly feel fear. Chi-la-la! The silver-haired man stepped forward, suppressing everything. His aura seemed to have sealed the entire space. Then he waved his hand slightly at the 3 demonic blades, neutralizing the 3 demonic blades that were about to collapse before him. He easily destroyed the 3 demonic blades into nothingness. Chi. Then, the silver-haired man strangely appeared in front of Liu Xiao. A stream of pale white runic energy swept across Liu Xiao's body. Liu Xiao wanted to retreat, but he realized that there was one thing he couldn't do. Facing the silver-haired man, the blood in his body was rushing chaotically, and his body was in intense pain. It was as though his body was on the verge of shattering under the pressure of the silver-haired man. Puchi. When the energy gushed over, Liu Xiao could no longer endure it. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as his body was sent flying. He fell from the sky and crashed into a towering tree, suffering a heavy blow. Too strong. The crowd from Tianwu Academy was dumbstruck. How terrifying was the silver-haired man! Liu Xiao's full strength was actually unable to withstand a single move from him. How terrifying was his strength! Liu Xiao. Du Xiaofu leaped to Liu Xiao's side and supported the heavily injured and bleeding Liu Xiao. Du Xiaofu's eyes were bloodshot. Liu Xiao had blocked the silver-haired man's attack for him, but he had been severely injured in one move. He no longer had the strength to fight and was probably half dead. Qianluo sword technique. Guo Xiaofeng shot through the air, the Qianluo sword dancing in the air. At this moment, the energy of heaven and earth in the surrounding space was in chaos. Large swaths of sword shadows crisscrossed in the air. Crude runes blossomed and danced in the air, as if they wanted to destroy the universe. Chi la la, the sword image was about to pierce through space. Dazzling symbols shone resplendently as a dazzling mist spread out and enveloped the area. Its imposing aura suppressed the sky and was accompanied by a supreme pressure. Suddenly, it was as if an enormous cocoon of sword light had enveloped the silver-haired man. A practitioner weapon that is not weak is still too weak. An indifferent voice rang out from the sword shadow cocoon. Then, a pale white light shot out from the sword shadow cocoon. As the silver-haired man flew out, the sword shadow cocoon instantly shattered into runes that filled the sky. Puchi. As the sword shadow cocoon shattered, Guo Xiaofeng seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and retreated with a pale face. Chi. Fire blade Baiming Feng appeared beside the silver-haired man. His pitch-black eyes seemed to be on the verge of erupting with fiery runes. The fiery blade in his hand swept across the sky, and along with the spreading flames, it engulfed the silver-haired man. Never-ending. How irritating! The silver-haired man snorted coldly. He seemed to have been enraged. Amidst the torrential flames, a pale white rune hand shot out and destroyed the flames. With a momentum as fast as lightning, it grabbed fire blade Baiming Feng's neck. Not good. Everyone from Tianwu Academy was alarmed. At this moment, they couldn't help but exclaim. And just as everyone had been worried about the most, in front of everyone's eyes, fire blade Baiming Feng's body was crushed by the silver-haired man in midair. His body was crushed into a bloody mist that scattered across the night sky. Baiming Feng, Tai Hu, Guo Xiaofeng, Wu Kei, and the rest yelled. The eyes of the general, Ghost Child, and Gu Xinyan, who were engaged in an intense battle, turned scarlet red. Brat, you shall die too. Your talent is not bad, but it's a pity. After killing Baiming Feng, the silver-haired man remained unmoved. Even his eyes didn't waver. His chilling gaze was fixed on Du Xiaofu. He swooped down and pressed down on Du Xiaofu. Chi. Suddenly, a stream of light shot out from the night sky like lightning and blocked Du Xiaofu's path. It's him. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. The person who came was the one who helped him and Gu Xinyan to fend off the martial lord realm, Nirvana realm, cloaked figure. When the cloaked figure appeared, he suddenly waved his hand. Surges of mystic chi and runes collided with the silver-haired man. A horrifying aura exploded. It was even more domineering than the general and Gu Xinyan. Bang, bang, bang. In the night sky, an intense battle broke out. Densely packed figures besieged the experts of the Black Kill sect. The runes were dazzling, and the collision of energy was like thunder. At that moment, the brocade box containing the mysterious spirit vine had already landed on Shui Yunming's body. Shui Yunming was overjoyed. He didn't expect the mysterious spirit vine to land on him so easily. However, he was besieged by experts that blotted out the sky and earth, so he couldn't escape at all. Several martial marquis experts from the Black Fiend sect surrounded Shui Yunming in a circular formation. Their expressions were rather ugly, facing more and more attacks from the crowd from all directions. There was no lack of martial marquis experts. Sooner or later, they would be exhausted to death. In such a situation, it was likely that they would not be able to hold on for long. The mysterious spirit vine is on that brat. Seize it. Seize the mysterious spirit vine. The crowd broke out and attacked crazily. If it were one or two people, perhaps they wouldn't dare to attack the young master of the Black Kill sect in the dark forest. However, among the densely packed crowd, there were many experts who weren't from the dark forest. Especially with the temptation of the mysterious spirit vine, they naturally didn't have any scruples. Their eyes all surged with crimson red. Bang, bang, bang. Being besieged crazily, the few martial Lord Realm experts from the Black Kill sect were also suffering. The few martial Lord Realm experts who had just ascended to the martial Lord Realm had already suffered heavy injuries. The strongest martial Lord Realm expert at the Nirvana Realm was also unable to suppress everything under the overwhelming siege. He could only barely protect Shui Yunming. Bang! With a low muffled sound, one of the martial Lord Realm experts from the Black Kill sect was swept away by the dense siege. Finally, he couldn't hold on anymore. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his body was forced back. Uft! Immediately after, the second martial Lord Realm expert from the Black Kill sect was also heavily injured. Hand over the mysterious spirit vine. A martial Lord Realm expert at the mysterious spirit realm pounced towards Shui Yunming. This person was one of the last 5 martial Lord Realm experts from the 14 that besieged Du Xiaofu and Gu Xinyan not long ago. At this moment, the mysterious spirit vine landed on Shui Yunming's body. They naturally locked onto Shui Yunming. Young master, be careful, the surrounding martial Lord Realm experts from the Black Kill sect shouted. However, at this moment, they were locked onto by the dense attacks. It was difficult for them to escape. Uft! Just as the martial Lord Realm expert pounced in front of Shui Yunming, the space in front of Shui Yunming suddenly fluctuated. Then, a black-clothed thin figure appeared. As the black-clothed thin figure appeared, a huge pressure suddenly descended. A monstrous evil aura also swept out, causing the entire surrounding to suddenly freeze. Not good. Under this pressure and monstrous, baleful aura, the martial marquis old man, who was pouncing towards Shui Yunming, seemed to have suddenly felt something. His face immediately turned pale, and his eyes were quickly filled with shock. He suddenly began to retreat. At the same time, an arrogant and furious laughter resounded through the sky. Looks like there are more and more people who don't put my Black Kill sect in their eyes. The arrogant and furious laughter resounded in the night sky like thunder. The monstrous evil aura and pressure it contained caused the blood and profound chi in the bodies of the surrounding people to freeze. Their hair stood on end for no reason, and uneasiness and fear surged in their hearts. Martial Lord, Realm, Mysterious Spirit Realm, in front of me, you're just a bastard. You actually dare to touch my Black Kill sect. Under the gazes of the crowd, the martial Lord Realm, Mysterious Spirit Realm old man who was about to retreat had just retreated. However, the black thin figure sneered. He took a step forward and crossed the space. With a wave of his hand, a black rune palm print instantly swept out. It passed through the space and enveloped the martial lord realm mysterious spirit realm old man. Bang bang! Under the pressure of the palm print, the body of the martial lord realm mysterious spirit realm old man was destroyed like rotten wood. He suddenly turned into a large amount of blood mist and exploded. He couldn't be any more dead. He didn't have the strength to resist at all. All of you can go to hell. The thin figure's killing intent shot out as his baleful aura overflowed into the sky. A monstrous aura swept out like a storm around him, whistling through the sky in an instant. Rumble! The terrifying storm emitted the fluctuations of the black talisman inscriptions. Wind rose and clouds surged in the air. The pressure was unparalleled, and the baleful aura caused one's hair to stand on end. Bang, bang, bang! The three martial Lord Realm cultivators were enveloped. They didn't even have the time to scream before their bodies exploded into a bloody mist. Under the terrifying, baleful aura energy, the surrounding crowd also flew backwards as if they had suffered a heavy blow. Martial King Realm Expert. That's a Martial King Realm Expert. Chapter 322. Martial King Realm Expert. That's a Martial King Realm Expert. Poochie! Fear and shock surged in everyone's eyes as countless figures fell from the sky. The terrifying force caused ravines to appear on the already messy ground. The remaining people no longer dared to make a move. They were all horrified as they sucked in a breath of cold air. A martial marquis was unable to withstand a single blow. With a raise of his hand, a martial marquis was destroyed. The person who came must have reached the Martial King realm. In front of a Martial King realm expert, they were just ants. The Sect Master has come out. Greetings, Sect Master. In contrast, the Martial Marquis realm cultivators of the Black Fiend sect were pleasantly surprised when they saw the thin figure in black that suddenly appeared. It's the Sect Master of the Black Fiend sect, Xue Tianqiu. Rumor has it that Xue Tianqiu has already reached the Martial King realm. All the people who had just besieged the Black Fiend sect retreated far away. Their faces were filled with shock. At this moment, who would dare to make a move? In front of absolute strength, even if the mysterious spirit, Heavenly Vine, was placed in front of them, their lives were the most important. The thin figure in black looked to be around 60 years old. His eyes were deep and there was a faint, baleful aura around him, causing the surrounding space to faintly distort. He was the absolute expert in the dark forest, the sect master of the Black Fiend sect, Xue Tianqiu. With a stomp of his foot, it was enough to shake the entire dark forest. Father, I've obtained the mysterious spirit, Heavenly Vine. Xue Yunming happily stepped forward and handed the brocade box to his father. To be able to easily obtain the mysterious spirit, Heavenly Vine, was definitely a great merit. Xue Tianqiu's gaze slightly moved as he sucked the brocade box into his hand. He opened the brocade box, and a multicolored light soared into the sky. Energy fluctuated, and a green vine appeared in the brocade box. It looked like the mysterious spirit, Heavenly Vine. It's not the mysterious spirit, Heavenly Vine at all. It's just the green nightmare spiritual vine that set up some tricks. Bastard, you've been deceived. When Xue Tianqiu saw the multicolored light spreading within the brocade box and the green vine, his eyes immediately turned gloomy. With a loud cry, the brocade box and the green vine in his hand were instantly shattered into ashes. A monstrous, baleful aura swept out, causing the hearts of countless people in the distance to jump. Bastard, it's all because of that little bastard. Father, you must capture that little bastard. The guy who obtained the profound spirit heavenspan vine is the purple-robed youth who obtained our Black Fiend sect's treasure last time. Xue Yunming's expression changed. Only now did he realize that the purple-robed youth wasn't really afraid of him, the young master of the Black Fiend sect. The purple-robed youth had only given him the fake, mysterious spirit heaven-span bind so that he could fend off the pursuit. He had almost been played to death by the purple-robed youth as the cloaked figure appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. Surging rune energy rushed towards the silver-haired man. There's finally something worth watching. However, it's still far from enough in front of me. As the silver-haired man's voice fell, he waved his hand and a light gray rune energy flickered. It suddenly collided with the rune energy that the cloaked figure had activated. Martial King Realm. Seeing this, the cloaked figure's pupils suddenly shrank. A feeling of uneasiness suddenly surged in his heart. He immediately wanted to dodge and retreat. Crash! The light gray rune energy collided with the rune energy that the cloaked figure had activated and strangely swallowed it directly. It didn't have much resistance and was completely unable to resist. Chi. Just as the cloaked figure was about to dodge and retreat, the silver-haired man had already appeared like a ghost. On the 5 fingers of his slender and fair right hand, there were light gray runes on the fingertips. He pointed directly at the cloaked figure's head. Shock gushed out from the cloaked figure's eyes. The profound spirit chi around his body surged violently. In a panic, he turned around and retreated. He activated an extraordinary movement technique and narrowly avoided his head. However, the finger imprint carried a sharp force that made one's heart turn cold. It landed on his right shoulder as fast as lightning. Chila! The clothes on the shoulders of the cloaked man were torn to shreds. His defense was destroyed as easily as breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. A bloody hole was shot out from his body. Blood gushed out and dyed the clothes on his chest, shoulders, and back red. His body then staggered and fell to the ground. Chi-la-la! The cloak brushed against the ground and was lifted up, revealing a pale face. Seeing that pale face, Du Xiaofu's expression changed drastically. This person was none other than Tianwu Academy's Elder Liao. Elder Liao! Du Xiaofu was shocked. The person who had risked his life to block the silver-haired man for him was actually Elder Liao, who had many grudges with him in Tianwu Academy and who had deliberately targeted him. Elder Liao! In the distance, Ouyang Shuang, Luo Tianqin, and the others were also shocked when they saw Elder Liao. Suddenly, there was a fluctuation of energy. The 5 masked martial marquis cultivators who had followed the silver-haired man had already attacked Ouyang Shuang, Luo Tianqin, Taihu, and Panyu. Qi! The silver-haired man swooped down, and killing intent filled the air. His aura suppressed everything as he charged toward Du Xiaofu and Elder Liao. Brat, are you afraid of death? Elder Liao stood up and looked at Du Xiaofu. The last bit of his profound energy spread out and his eyes shone brightly. You might not die. Du Xiaofu supported Li Yuxiao and placed him on a rock by the side. Faint golden talisman inscriptions flickered in his eyes. Die. It's time to end this, the silver-haired man said in a cold voice. Then, a layer of pale white energy appeared on his palm. There were runes flashing on the surface of the pale white energy. Then, an overwhelming ice-cold aura was released. It enveloped Du Xiaofu and Elder Liao and covered a large area of space. I'm also interested in the mysterious spirit, Heavenly Vine. Don't take it for yourself. Suddenly, a strange and calm voice resounded, and a rune energy pillar tore through the air. Everywhere it passed, space distorted like a fried dough twist, causing the energy in the surroundings to tremble violently. After that, it directly collided with the silver-haired man. Bang! When the two energies collided, a terrifying force swept out in an instant. It was as though space itself was about to explode, after which a terrifying energy rippled outwards. Rumble! The earth shook and the mountains shook. The ground cracked, and a large number of towering trees were swept away. The entire mountain was flattened. Under the terrifying force, sand and stones flew. Du Xiaofu and Elder Liao had to retreat in a hurry. Dang dang! This time, the silver-haired man staggered. His silver hair fluttered behind him, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Chi! Under the night sky, under the illumination of the surrounding ruins, a gray ray of light appeared. The ray of light disappeared, and a gray-robed old man appeared. He stretched his arms and did not look at the silver-haired old man. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and turned his head to look at Du Xiaofu, who had been forced to retreat. His voice was still calm, but there was a hint of age in it. He said indifferently, "Brat, so you're from Tianwu Academy. We meet again." "That's right, we meet again. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road." Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. He did not expect to meet the gray-robed old man here. Others might not know who this person was, but Du Xiaofu knew that this gray-robed old man had appeared in the auction house of the Mu family's trading company. He was the dignified medicine king, a 6-star spiritual talisman master, a terrifying existence that was equivalent to the martial king realm. It was definitely a small world. Haha. The medicine king smiled faintly and did not continue speaking to Du Xiaofu. Instead, he looked at the sky and said, "It's lively now. It has been a long time since the dark forest was so lively." As the medicine king looked at the sky, the silver-haired man also raised his head and looked at the sky. He seemed to have discovered something. Boom! In a short period of time, a figure flew over from afar. Then, a black-robed, skinny figure appeared. Following the appearance of this person, an enormous pressure suddenly descended. A torrential, baleful aura swept out, causing the entire sky to freeze. The black-robed, skinny figure stood in the sky. He looked to be in his 60s, and his gaze was somewhat gloomy. He was the sect master of the Black Fiend sect, Xue Tianqiu. Whoosh whoosh! Following the arrival of this person, many rays of light flashed behind him. Then a few martial lord realm cultivators from the Black Fiend sect and Xue Yunming hurried over and stood respectfully behind Du Xiaofu. What a powerful aura! Du Xiaofu looked at the black-robed, skinny old man. From the shocking aura, it was not difficult to see that this person's aura was not below that of the silver-haired man. Without a doubt, this was another terrifying martial king realm expert. Xue Tianqiu of the Black Fiend sect. In the sky, Ghostclaw, who was suppressing Gu Xinyan, looked at the black-robed, skinny old man with a fierce gaze. His gaze was also filled with fear. "Father, it's that guy. The mysterious spirit, Heavenly Vine, is in his hands. Last time, the treasure of our Black Fiend sect also fell into his hands." Xue Yunming floated in the air. When he saw Du Xiaofu's figure below, his gaze suddenly surged with gloomy anger. If it was not for the fact that he knew that his strength was not enough, Xue Yunming would have already pounced on Du Xiaofu. Thinking of how he almost lost his life because of the fake mysterious spirit, Heavenly Vine, and the old grudges from the past, Xue Yunming could not wait to turn Du Xiaofu into ashes. "Brat, hand over what I want. Otherwise, you will regret it." Hearing this, Xue Tianqiu's gaze also looked at Du Xiaofu from afar. The gaze in his eyes fluctuated like a dormant scorpion in a cave. Being stared at by that gaze would make one's hair stand on end. "Xue Tianqiu, long time no see. The moment you come out, you scare a junior. That's not very graceful." 8 o'clock. Xiaoyu continues to write, working hard. Chapter 3:23. Just as Xue Tianqiu finished speaking, a calm voice suddenly resounded in the air. The calm voice contained a great majesty. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the voice fell, several flowing light flashed behind them and swept across the sky. The flowing light converged, and a burly man in his 40s stood in the air. He was not handsome, but he had a heroic spirit. His eyes were bright, and he had an imposing manner. Several middle-aged and old men behind the burly man also had an extraordinary aura. They were all experts in the martial Marquis realm. Mu Clan Fort. Du Xiaofu looked at the burly man with a sinister aura. It was the fort master of Mu Clan Fort, Mu Mingqing. Du Xiaofu's frown eased a little, but he still looked dignified. Mu Mingqing, the mysterious spirit vine was auctioned by your Mu Clan Trading Company. Are you going to interfere? Seeing Mu Mingqing, Xue Tianqiu's face suddenly turned ugly. The mysterious spirit vine has been sold, and it has nothing to do with me. So, there is nothing wrong with me coming here now. Moreover, Ghost Claw entrusted the mysterious spirit vine to my Mu Clan Trading Company to auction. Now that Ghost Claw is here, there is nothing wrong with me coming to join in the fun. Mu Mingqing smiled indifferently. He looked through the crowd and saw Ghost Claw, who was still fighting with Gu Xinyan. He said loudly, "Ghost Claw, tell me, can I come here?" One by one, the strong cultivators arrived. Although Ghost Claw had suppressed Gu Xinyan, he had been thinking about her beauty for a long time. However, at this moment he no longer had the heart to continue fighting. He took the opportunity to retreat and looked at Xue Tianqiu and Mu Mingqing. His skinny face was very embarrassed. He squeezed out an ugly smile and said to Mu Mingqing, "For Lord Mu is right. Naturally, we can also come here." As Ghost Claw stopped, the surrounding experts suddenly descended. The gray-robed man, the black-clothed old man with a sinister gaze like a poisonous snake, and the few masked martial marquis, cultivators all felt uneasy. They unconsciously stopped, their gazes secretly fluctuating, and then they all stood behind the silver-haired man. The general, Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, and the others retreated. Their faces were pale as they approached Elder Liao and Du Xiaofu. "Did you three hear that? I can come here openly, so why are you still hiding? It's rare for us to meet. So let's take this opportunity to get together." Mu Mingqing smiled faintly as he looked into the distance. "Are there any more experts?" Du Xiaofu frowned. There were more and more experts coming today. This was becoming more and more disadvantageous for him. "You're right. Let's take this opportunity to get together." A soft and delicate voice came from afar. "It's rare for all of you to come. It's really not easy." A sinister voice was heard. Whoosh, whoosh! As these two voices rang out, a figure appeared in the sky to the left. It was as if he had crossed the sky and appeared in the sky. It was a middle-aged man in his 50s. He was wearing a brocade robe. He was not tall, but he was shockingly fat. His head was about the size of two people's heads. His face was so fat that his eyes seemed to be squinting at all times. On the right side of the sky, there were two figures standing in the air. Both of them looked to be around 70 years old. Both of them were skinny and had long hair that reached their shoulders. One of them was wearing a blue long robe while the other was wearing a yellow long robe. Both of them looked very similar, as if they were twins. When these three people appeared, three more terrifying auras appeared in the sky. They were not weaker than Xue Tianqiu, and each of their auras had the power to distort space. After these three people appeared, they immediately scanned the area. In the end, they looked at the king of medicine and the silver-haired old man with curiosity. Xue Tianqiu, the sect leader of the Black Fiend sect, Mu Mingqing, the fort master of the Mu family fort, Wan Sanpeng, the pavilion master of the Thousand Clouds Pavilion, and the two brothers, Hen Tian and Hen Di, the sect leaders of the Double Hatred sect. These people are all here. Elder Liao's expression turned solemn as he looked at the experts in the sky, each of whom had a powerful aura. Wan Sanpeng, the pavilion master of the 10,000 Clouds Pavilion, and the two brothers, Hen Tian and Hen Di of the Twin Hatred sect. Listening to Elder Liao's whisper, Du Xiaofu looked at the last three people in the sky. The fat man in the middle was Wan Sanpeng, the pavilion master of the 10,000 Clouds Pavilion. The other two old men who looked like twins were undoubtedly the two brothers, Hen Tian and Hen Di of the Twin Hatred sect. The Mu family fort, the Black Fiend sect, the 10,000 Clouds Pavilion, and the Twin Hatred sect were the four major forces in the Dark Forest. They controlled the entire Dark Forest. The silver-haired man looked at Shui, Tianqiu, Mu Mingqing, the two brothers, one Sampang, the king of medicine, and the others in the sky. His eyes flickered. Whoosh, whoosh! A moment later, the shocking commotion here once again attracted the dense search crowd in the distance. However, when they felt the shocking aura in front of them solidifying the space, the pressure spread silently. It made them tremble, and the celestial qi in their bodies stagnated. They could only watch from afar and did not dare to get close. The king of medicine suddenly turned around and looked at Du Xiaofu. His tone was still quite calm as he asked, "Boy, how about we make a deal? You seem to have a lot of enemies. Give me the mysterious spirit, heavenly vine, and you come with me. Today, I will not only protect you, but also protect the people around you. How about it? You are a smart man. You should know what to choose." Du Xiaofu looked at the powerful people in the sky. Other than the people from the Mu family fort, they were all here for the mysterious spirit, heavenly vine. The silver-haired man and the people from the Black Fiend sect would not let him go. The powerful people from Tianwu Academy had not arrived yet, and he did not know when they would arrive. If he did not agree to the King of Medicine's proposal, Tianwu Academy would undoubtedly have to face the other 5 forces. Du Xiaofu also knew that he could not expose the fact that the Mu family fort was helping Tianwu Academy. Otherwise, the Mu family fort and Tianwu Academy would become the target of public criticism. Even the Mu family fort would be implicated. "All right, I agree." Du Xiaofu lifted his head and nodded at the King of Medicine. He did not need to think for long, and this was not a difficult decision. However, when Du Xiaofu nodded, Elder Liao, the general, and Gu Xinyan's expressions changed slightly. However, they did not say anything. They were well aware of the situation that everyone was in. "All right, deal." The King of Medicine smiled and nodded his head. "Sir, I want the people from Tianwu Academy. Are you sure you want to interfere?" The silver-haired man stared at the King of Medicine. His gaze became more and more sinister, sending chills down one's spine. "That purple-robed lad is mine. I won't be courteous to anyone who tries to stop me." Shui Tianqiu's gaze landed on the King of Medicine. A murderous aura emanated from his body. He would not let that purple-robed lad off. The King of Medicine stared at Shui Tianqiu. His gray robe fluttered slightly and his aura spread out. He said, "I said that I will protect him, and I will protect him. Shui Tianqiu, if you want to fight with me, you better think about the consequences." "You are..." Shui Tianqiu looked at the King of Medicine and felt a familiar aura. Many years ago, he had unintentionally seen the old man in gray robes from afar. Rather than saying that he had seen him, it was more accurate to say that he had only felt his aura. However, at that time he was not the sect leader of the Black Fiend sect. Although he was not weak, he was not at his current level. Shui Tianqiu looked at the King of Medicine suspiciously, and his expression changed. Finally, he seemed to have recalled something and was stunned. He said, "You are the King of Medicine, Yi Wuming." King of Medicine, Yi Wuming. When those 5 simple words were heard, Mu Mingqing, Hen Tian Hateful Earth, Wan Sampang, Elder Liao, and the others were all stunned. The King of Medicine, Yi Wuming, was actually in the Dark Forest. It was rumored that the King of Medicine, Yi Wuming, had disappeared for a long time and they had never seen him. They had only heard of the legends and stories of the King of Medicine, Yi Wuming. The King of Medicine, Yi Wuming, had been famous for a long time and was proficient in the art of alchemy. It was rumored that as long as the King of Medicine, Yi Wuming, made a move, there was no injury that he could not cure. What made the King of Medicine, Yi Wuming, even more famous was that if you wanted Yi Wuming to save someone, you had to agree to the rules set by Yi Wuming. There was only one rule in Dr. Wuming, which was to save a life and to save a life. The person being saved had to promise that after they recovered, They would unconditionally kill someone for Iwuming, including friends and family. As long as Iwuming said it, they had to do it. There had been more than one person who had asked the King of Medicine, Iwuming, to save them, but in the end they had all become the target of the King of Medicine, Iwuming, and died miserably on the streets. Even if they were strong enough to escape death, as long as someone asked the King of Medicine to save them, they would always be the target of the King of Medicine. Not to mention that the King of Medicine, Iwuming's strength was already very terrifying. Just the King of Medicine's rallying power was terrifying. Who could guarantee that they would not be seriously injured in the future? If they were injured to the point where they could not recover, they would inevitably have to ask the King of Medicine to save them. Not to mention, it was the same for others. As long as there were injured people, the King of Medicine would have an endless supply of people to use. In addition, the King of Medicine had been famous for a long time. After so many years as a spirit talisman master and a medicine talisman master, he had a huge rallying power. Who would want the King of Medicine to owe them a favor? In the future, it would be much more convenient to ask the King of Medicine for help. Not to mention, after so many years, who knew how many people the King of Medicine had saved without using any conditions. Provoking the King of Medicine was the same as asking for countless experts to assassinate and kill them. Shui Tianchou's eyes fiercely twitched. The King of Medicine, Iwuming, was definitely a difficult person to deal with. No one wanted to provoke him, and he also did not want to provoke him. If he could make friends with him, that was what he wanted the most. But that purple-robed youth not only had the mysterious spirit Heavenly Vine, he had also taken his treasure. He definitely could not let him go. Slightly raising his head, Shui Tianchou looked at the King of Medicine and said, "I'm really sorry, but I must have that purple-robed youth. I don't care if I offend him." There are more chapters, but it will probably be very late. For the rest of the chapters, don't stay up late to wait for them. Leave them for tomorrow. Little you will continue to work hard and continue to ask for flowers.